It's not who passes go and collects $200. It's not whether you grab the funny bone or not. It's not what comes in. It's what happens around the game. Hasbro Gaming, memories included.
Whakarongora e tāna ki te ahurewa, ki te pukenga, ki te wānanga, ki te tauira, ki te tauira. I te puihunga, pū ngā weu, ngā rito, ngā take i te ororo, i te ororo. Tēnei rā te wakahua ki ngā maunga tapu ko te pua o te rangi, ko tawhito o te rangi. I take a mai ko te tapu, ko te mana, ko te mauri o ngā tua. I hoho ua mai no i o matua kore ka whakatākina ki runga ki tēnei papa. Ki o mahia te hua mā ki hiki runga ki e nei tauira. He papatātaki no whakatunuku no whaturangi tēnei ka whakatū tārewa ki te rangi. Uhi wero tau mai te Māori haumi e. Hui e, Tamariki e.
Morena koutou. Welcome to day 2. Ms. McLeave.
Thank you, Your Honour. The Crown would like to call Mr. Hoani Lambert. Good morning, Mr. Lambert. Your full name is Hoani Jeremy Lambert,
Yes, it is.
and you're the Deputy Chief Executive, Voices of Children and the Tamariki Advocate at Oranga Tamariki.
That's correct.
You've prepared and filed a supplementary written brief of evidence for this part of the hearing,
Yes,
and you
ma'am.
have a copy in front of you now.
Yes, I do.
Sir, Mr. Lambert would like to take his brief as read, but he does have some supplementary statements for the tribunal before being available for questioning.
Thank you, that's helpful. Kia ora. Welcome back, Mr. Lambert.
Kia ora, Morena. Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge my people of Ngāti Hinehika, Ngāti Kohatu, from Te Reinga, and those to whom my mother was first born, the people of Rongohaere, Te Whānau Ngarongoa. As I've mentioned in my briefs, my role at Oranga Tamariki is to make sure that the voices of Tamariki, Rangatahi and Whānau are heard. On that note, I want to formally acknowledge the stories of the claimants who have shared with them their experiences with the tribunal and who are advocating for change. That the voices of Whānau and their Tamariki are heard form the foundation of this inquiry, and so it should be. I also want to acknowledge Tamati and Kirsty, nor Ngai Tūhoe, who have provided their voices on behalf of Tūhoe to highlight the work that has taken place there since before the signing of Mate Mate Aone. It has been challenging, but the results have made it most rewarding. E mihi kawana kia kōrua e tamati kōrua ko Kirsty. Finally, e aku rangatira to the panel, thank you for this opportunity and for the work that you carry out on behalf of our ancestors, our tupuna. Nō reira, huri noa i tō tātou whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I would like to begin my comments today by stating that I've always and continue to believe that the rightful place of Tamariki and Rangatahi Māori is with their whānau, hapu and iwi. Whakapapa is what connects us to our whenua, to our awa, to our maunga and to our tupuna. Our efforts should always be dedicated to ensuring that the thread that binds Tamariki to their whakapapa remains intact. In my brief, I note our best opportunity to ensure no Tamaiti Māori will need state care is to transfer decision-making and resources to iwi and Māori. I think ultimately the opportunity is also there to give decision-making back to whānau. We want to do this quickly and we want to do this right. As the first Section 7AA report notes, we have priorities over the next 12 months to start making this vision a reality. And my colleagues will be speaking to these priorities in various ways in the coming days. I see decision-making for whānau by whānau as the key for ensuring that Tamariki Māori and their whānau not only get the support they need and want, but also the means by which they can be supported to thrive. To be successful, the Crown needs to recognise the familial structure of whānau, hapu and iwi and their place in a child's life. I see it as the Crown's responsibility to work with iwi and Māori to create the environment where whānau can make decisions without state involvement. And I suggest three of the ways that this could be achieved. Firstly, we invest with iwi and Māori to support whānau and change our practice so that whānau can make decisions for themselves. I believe whānau have the strength to succeed. What is needed is the right level of investment with a strengths-based approach to enable whānau to seek the best outcomes for themselves and to be supported in doing so. This means that the Crown will need to listen to whānau and provide the support that they have told the Crown that they require. It also means adequately supporting our iwi and Māori partners, which I'll get to momentarily. Oranga Tamariki and the care and protection system as a whole doesn't always get this right. And that was at the heart of the acknowledgements made by my Chief Executive yesterday. However, our staff do not set out with the intent to damage or traumatise the whānau and tamariki that they are positioned to serve. So why do these outcomes continue to persist? This is due to the structural racism, which was acknowledged yesterday within the care and protection system, and this is what I believe we now need to address head-on. Changing our approach to statutory social work practice is a way we're seeking to change the way we work with tamariki, rangatahi Māori and their whānau. The mana tamaiti objectives, which my colleague Ioane Moore will speak further to, provide our guide for getting the children we come into contact with connected and remaining connected with whānau, hapu and iwi. Second, we need to partner with the right people to ensure that investment in whānau gets them the best outcomes. This means partnering with iwi and Māori organisations who are already doing mahi with whānau and communities, and at the same time supporting the aspirations of those iwi and Māori who want to be more involved in our work. Whether that's on a national or regional basis or locally driven from within the community, we can't provide good support without understanding who needs that support. This way for partnering has the potential, beyond our own practice development, of improving the quality and consistency of practice between sites. It also provides the best opportunity to move towards partnering that is firmly grounded in the treaty, a partnership where both partners are on an equal footing. As the Deputy Chief Executive responsible for strategic partnerships, I think it would be unfair to shift responsibility to iwi and Māori organisations without ensuring they have what they need to deliver on those responsibilities. In terms of the accountability of these groups, the nature of that accountability is up to them and their people. That forms part of the criteria we use to determine if we can enter into a strategic partnership. We've been able to enter partnerships with 4 iwi, 1 national Māori organisation, and a multi-Māori iwi alliance in the Eastern Bay of Plenty. There are other conversations underway, which will include the delivery of our first multi-iwi strategic partnership next week. So I don't believe the groups we're working with and talking to are limited by the type of group that they are. Partnering to support whānau also means working with the parts of the Crown that can provide the support that's needed. As you will have heard, there are societal problems we're facing that extend well beyond what Oranga Tamariki is able to address on its own. I've been pleased with the progress we've been able to make by teaming up with other parts of the Crown to drive partnership with iwi and Māori. This has been helped by an increasing number of Māori in senior positions in other parts of the government. 3 weeks ago, I was at a hui with an iwi and their hapu. We had 8 government agencies represented, all by DCEs, and 7 of those deputies were Māori. Part of the learning for our agency is also trusting our local and regional staff and enabling them to be successful rather than dictating terms from Wellington. This has been our experience in the relationship with Tūhoe and the closeness of their relationship with our whakatane office. It is also reflected in the way that we were engaging with the Eastern Bay of Plenty iwi Social Service Alliance, and you'll hear more about how that relationship has been developed when Melissa Pye speaks to you later today. Other ways of working with the right people include delegating the functions that need to be carried out for supporting whānau. To exercise a statutory power or function of the Chief Executive, an external provider needs a delegation under Section 41 of the State Sector Act. Almost all of the Chief Executive's statutory powers and functions can be delegated under Section 41 apart from some detention powers. However, the provider must be appropriately qualified and bound by contractual obligations sufficient to support the delegation. When we're working with external providers through a contract for services or Section 41 delegation, the Chief Executive is still accountable for the delivery of these services and decisions taken when exercising the Chief Executive's functions and powers. As you'll now be aware, Section 396 providers are a little different. They can carry out most of the same powers as Oranga Tamariki while children are in care or custody. However, they need to be delegated functions in the pre- and post-care or custody area. We do need to work more with our partners to figure out what delegating functions to them means and how we can work through any barriers that they see. We want to work through what exists first before we consider what else we might be able to explore. That includes devolution. This is part of the long-term thinking we're hoping the Tribunal can assist us with. Thirdly, investment. And making sure investment is targeted at whānau as early as possible. This is an area where we're starting to implement. I've been pleased to have been part of the development of Ngā Tini Whetū alongside the Whānau Water Commissioning Agency, ACC and Te Puni Kōkiri. It reflects a different way of working for Oranga Tamariki and other parts of the Crown. As you will have seen, our evaluation of our other early response programs highlighted sustainability and local buy-in as challenges to the success of these programs. Ngā Tini Whetū, which brings together agencies with different programs with the Whānau Water Commissioning Agency as a response to these challenges. We want to remove barriers that keep us working in a siloed way and bring together Crown agencies to integrate services and resources to meet the needs of Māori. These whānau will work closely with the whānau water providers in the North Island to develop plans that enable the whole whānau to work towards their aspirations, provide wraparound support including funding and support localised solutions to often complex and entrenched circumstances for whānau. We are still working with the Whānau Water Commissioning Agency and the other Crown agencies on the delivery model for this prototype. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. This is my statement, and I look forward to questions.
If you could just stay there now, Mr. Lambert, for questions.
Morena, I'm just going to go to Ms. Nādemu to start questions for the panel. Thank you.
Excuse me, got a frog in my throat. Morena, and welcome back. Thank you for appearing again. There's a few things that I did want to talk with you about, but something that's probably less directly related to your evidence, but I'm keen to hear your thoughts on, is across the body of evidence that we're looking at. It seems to me like there is an awful lot of work that's gone into the policy level thinking about organisational design and the operating model and that kind of thing. But there just seems to be this fundamental disconnect with practice on the ground. It's almost like this is one organisation here and there's a whole nother one over here, and there's just doesn't seem to be a bridge between what sounds like very structured and quite reasoned thinking on the one hand, and just really variable and in some cases awful practice on the other, and what's being done to try and find that bridge between national office and sites.
So I joined Oranga Tamariki just before the agency was launched on the 1st of April 2017. And from the 31st of March to the 1st of April, there was really no change in the organisation. It was the same organisation as the day before. We had the same funding. We were operating off the same policy settings, the same practice approaches, just to keep things going in a situation where the EAP report had found fundamental failings within that system that we inherited on the 1st of April. Meant that we were forced into what became a bit of an unhelpful metaphor, I think, around trying to fly a plane whilst building one at the same time. Building a new plane in this context does require us to understand what funding we're going to need to get in order to build that plane, what the specifications of that plane will be, hence the large amount of policy work that you're referring to, which was to try and take what we were told in the EAP report, of which Section 7AA was not a part of, and try and transact the necessary decisions from ministers and from the Cabinet in order to allow a release of funding in Budget 19. Budget 19 allowed us to start the design of new ways of working, including the development of a new practice model, including new approaches to assurance, including site practice checks and regional engagement as well around those checks. At the time of this inquiry, we hadn't even completed the first year. I think at the time of the contextual hearing when I last appeared, we'd only just finished year one. And a lot of that was around trying to just design and stand up our new approach to practice, our new approach to assurance. And so I think my view of this was always that there was going to be a disconnect between the policy that needed to be developed in order to inform the change and in order to allow the resourcing, including increasing the number of social workers to help reduce caseloads so that we could at least give them a chance to be able to succeed in their practice. And so I think that's why we've ended up in this situation, and the timing of the uplift, which was part of the initiation of this inquiry, was at a time when we hadn't even begun to be able to invest in the new way of working because of the nature of the need for us to get those policy decisions and to secure the budget as part of Budget 19.
So when you say Section 7AA wasn't in the expert report, but it's been there for a lot longer than 2019. It was reported back from the whole of the House in 2017.
Yeah.
So there's been 3 years of, although it might not have been enforced until 2019, there was at least 2 years prior to that when work could have been going on getting ready for it.
Yeah. So we did try to prepare for Section 7AA, and you'll hear about some of that preparatory work from Ioane later today. That also was part of that ministerial and cabinet decision-making process, because although we have the provisions sitting inside legislation, what those principles actually mean for the way that we design policies, design practices, design services, although the what and the why might be clear in the legislation, the how has a large range of options sitting within it. So we also needed to get ministerial decisions, cabinet decisions around how those provisions were actually going to manifest in the work of the agency. And so that was the work that we were doing in 2017, 2018. I think in hindsight, I think our focus on the EAP initially probably overwhelmed our focus on Section 7AA. But I do believe coming into 2018 that as an agency we had started to do the work to enable the decision making that occurred when the Cabinet papers finally went to Cabinet, which included a specific 7AA paper.
Yeah. Okay. You talked a bit about a delegation of functions to organisations to carry out on behalf of the chief executive. So can you just tell us how extensively has that ability to delegate been used?
Not enough.
Okay. More than once?
More than once. I think you would have found in the papers that we've got a growing number of Māori 396 providers. We're trying new ways of working, particularly up in Te Tai Tokerau, around the way that we involve the iwi and Māori social services around our decision making around intake. So although that's not a delegation, that is a partnered approach to considering reports of concern. You would have heard some of that in Kirsty's evidence yesterday as well. So I think delegations are important, but there's also other ways that we can share power in terms of our decision making that sit inside the processes that we've developed as an agency. But I do think delegations are important, and I think we need to do more.
Okay, so do iwi and Māori organisations, do they actually want these functions to be delegated to them to carry out on behalf of the chief executive who has ultimate end responsibility for them? Or do they want them to be transferred so that they actually have ultimate responsibility and accountability for those functions?
So I think there's a mixture. So we have some iwi and Māori partners who are highly aspirational to take over as much as they can in terms of the work of our agency. However, even those partners recognise that that's going to be a bit of a journey to help them build the capability and capacity in order to do that. I think the way that we're approaching this has helped both our partners and ourselves learn what is actually required in order to make delegation not just quick but successful. Some of that came through in the evidence of Liz Marsden around her experience around Mahuru, where initially we were keen for them to take the lead and to do what they can, but suddenly they were hitting some roadblocks around, for instance, insurance, that their caregivers were now no longer able to acquire, and that was actually something we could help them with, so we're able to partner. So I do think there's a mixture of aspiration. What I challenge our organisation, though, to think about is not just going and having a conversation once about delegations, getting a response which could be interpreted as the partner not being interested, and then we feel comfortable that, we've talked to them, they don't want anything, so let's leave it at that. I think our challenge, and it was raised yesterday in terms of equity between partners, is that we need to maintain a relationship with all of our partners so that we can take what we're learning from one relationship and making sure that we're prompting other relationships, because we are learning different ways of doing things. The Mahuru model in Ngāpuhi has taught us things, and we need to take those lessons and apply them into other relationships, because other iwi or Māori organisations who may not have even thought about running a youth justice remand service, if they hear that story, see how it was achieved, then they actually might be more willing to take on board those sorts of delegations in the future.
So what are you doing to see that kind of work across different rohe?
So in the short term, I don't do any work without our regional managers and our site managers. So when we go in to negotiate a strategic partnership agreement, I am there to support our regional managers to enhance the day-to-day relationship that they hold with our iwi and Māori organisations on the ground. Our negotiation of the Eastern Bay of Plenty Iwi Alliance agreement was a case in point, whereby I had our 4 regional managers for that region across youth justice, care, partnering for outcomes and services for children and families. They were at the table with the partners. I was, as the DC lead, essentially leading on a process of engagement and co-design, but I can't swoop in from Wellington and also deliver. So I need to make sure that our regional and local staff are involved so that they can pick up not just the agreement, but the conversation that was used to inform the agreement, because that's often more powerful than what's sitting inside the agreement themselves. But also the process of co-design does start to also deepen the trust between the partners as well. It allows us to talk about where we think we've failed, and it allows the partner also to talk about what their aspiration is, particularly for their whānau.
Thank you. That's all I've got for now, but I may just form up some more thoughts in my mind.
Sure.
Morena.
Morena.
So just building on the conversation you just had with my colleague, and you would have heard my questions to your chief executive yesterday. I'm trying to understand, based on what you've said, how like the different types of agreements that you have, and I asked the question yesterday whether there was hierarchies within them, because they all say different things, and so it can be implied that an accord is different to a MOU, to a, so I'm trying to, can you unpack for me the different levels of those agreements, because, and what do they contain? Like in just a general, like as a social accord have this amount of contracts with it, or it has funding assigned to it, and an MOU is where we just have these annual conversations, just a broad brush kind of, if you wouldn't mind.
So I'm trying to work this out as well. It's a bit of a mush, largely created by the Crown, I have to say. So some of these instruments fall out of treaty settlements. So a bit like what you saw, another tool was the service management plan, which you saw yesterday. So that's yet another instrument that's been created. We have memorandum of understanding. Sometimes they sit at a site level, and in some of those agreements it's about the way that we involve mainly hapu in recruitment of key staff at sites. It could be their involvement on care and protection resource panels, but as you mentioned yesterday, that is a little bit patchy around the country. So there's a range of content that sits inside these agreements. Social accords. So the Te Hiku Social Accord is actually a really interesting approach, because it's a multi-agency Crown approach which enables the iwi to engage with the chief executives of a range of government organisations. And I think having agreements or approaches that are multi-agency is increasingly what our partners are asking for. So whilst they appreciate the relationship with us, they are seeing 7AA as an opportunity for us also to bring other government agencies into the conversation, particularly because most of those agreements, as you would have seen, are not necessarily focused on care and youth justice, although some of them have levers into those areas of work. Most of them are around early and intensive support for whānau to keep children out of care. To be successful, our partners know that I need to make sure that education and health are in the room and are lined up as well. And so the social accord example is a great way, in my view, of getting those agencies at a very senior level engaging with our iwi partners directly. Strategic partnerships are new. We're still learning as an organisation how we respond to these, because we haven't developed a proactive strategy around identifying specific relationships. We have legislative obligations to respond to invitations to partner. We don't really say no, but we do offer with all of those invitations to work through what the opportunity is, so that we can see in conversation with the partner what might be the most appropriate instrument. So for instance, you might have a partner who's actually ready to deliver a service immediately, so that may not need going through a lengthy strategic partnership conversation. We could just connect them with Partnering for Outcomes and work on a service contract, for instance. For others, they might be wanting to be more involved in the delivery of and assurance of practice in a certain region. So linking them into a site might be more appropriate than entering into a national level strategic partnership. Through all of this though, what I remind my organisation is that regardless if it's a strategic partnership, a memorandum of understanding, a social accord, a service management plan, our organisation is a treaty partner. And we have treaty obligations to iwi and Māori that are not just about strategic partnerships not just about memoranda of understanding. Iwi and Māori have rights and interests which go well beyond these agreements that have legislative weight, but actually are a further interpretation of rights under the treaty and should not overwhelm the rights and interests that Māori have based on the treaty alone.
So in your conversation, excuse me, with Ms. Ngārimu, you talked about how in negotiating these relationships with iwi, some have some clear ideas what they expect from the relationship, and then you proffer other opportunities, I suppose, for want of a better word. How do you ensure that you're not coercing is probably a strong word, but there's almost an inherent bias towards what is better outcomes for Oranga Tamariki by saying you could do this, this and this, or you need to do this if you want this kind of powers? Because your CEO did say in response to Ms. Ngārimu, if a partner turns up and says, I want this, will you discharge those powers? And she said yes. So I'm just kind of trying to find the balance of how as was said yesterday by Tamati Kruger, you're not returning to the same architecture that has inherently, hurt our people. So I understand that some may have some very clear ideas of what they want. Some may think they understand the fuller breadth of the system, but how do you kind of strike a balance between, the rangatiratanga of the partners that you enter in with, we want you to, this is what we can do, and ultimately they just become outlets for Oranga Tamariki?
That's a good question. Thank you. So I was in a particular part of the country, and I don't want to name the rohe specifically because it's more the general point that's more important than where I was. But it is a good illustration, I think, with the issue that you've identified. And I walked into this room and I had one of my DCE colleagues with me. I had the regional manager, and I walked in and I saw the whiteboard, and the partner had written up our operating model. So these blocks from early support, intensive care, youth justice, transitions, intakes. And they'd put a big cross through it. And next to it, they had drawn their long-term model for whānau ora. And then underneath, they had deconstructed our operating model, and they'd identified the parts of the work that we have been or could be doing together that they felt could enable them to achieve their long-term aspiration for whānau, rather than the conversation being about the 6 blocks of Oranga Tamariki's operating model. And they wanted to discuss the areas that we could work on together that they felt would help them enable their long-term vision for their whānau. So the issue that you've raised is a real one, and it's one that I'm actually learning things from our partners as to how we can possibly start to address this, which is through that conversation of, yes, we've got this operating model which has appropriations that sit around it, which has reporting requirements to Parliament, that has output classes, that has accountable DCEs, that has job descriptions. But that's actually part of the structural racism that Gráinne was referring to yesterday. That whole architecture around appropriations, around organisational strategy, around reporting requirements, around performance measures. And my view is that as an agency, if we're to truly try and privilege the aspiration of the partner, we are going to have a lot of work to do across the Crown in terms of our empowering legislation, in terms of the requirements of the Treasury. And I think possibly we've got the best opportunity now as the Crown to start to address some of these structural areas. Some of them are well within our control and we need to work on as an agency, but there is no doubt that some of them, procurement policy, a lot of this is heavily influenced by the way government works. Now, I don't want to say we have no responsibility in this. I think as a DCE, I need to be leading out with the assistance of my colleagues to think about how that conversation that I described with a iwi partner can be reflected upon by the Crown, not just our agency. But again, this is an example of how our partners are helping us to understand the way that our rigid models do not enable them to deliver the vision and aspiration they have for their people.
Thank you. So just on paragraph 7 of your brief, and you've alluded to it today around some of those challenges that for partners and of course the whole machinery of government and their responsibilities on this. One of the things I'm interested in hearing is, so during the course of the hearings we've heard from claimants who essentially have, grown a fear of the system as a whole. Not just Oranga, Tamariki, police, health, a broad range of agencies who collectively, with yourselves, have a touch point in an uplift or in the child care and protection. As the partner, the Crown partner with these iwi, and I'm not just talking about when the DCEs have a hui, but as a partner with your iwi and Māori, do you act as an advocate for your partners to try and join that up, more broadly and, actively engaging your partnership by ensuring that, yes, at the macro DCE level, you might have an agreement across the board, but how do you actively ensure that happens at that regional level, which is picking up on what Ms. Ngārimu asked you today?
As a gross generalisation, when I visit regions, and particularly quite remote localities, the government agencies are probably better joined up and connecting with Māori partners than in Wellington. Now, I acknowledge it's patchy, so there'll be some parts of New Zealand where it may not be all that great on the ground, but generally in the localities I've been to, there are very good relationships on the ground between agencies and Māori. However, the frustration I sense, which was why I was welcomed into the conversation with the Eastern Bay of Plenty Alliance, was that decisions made in Wellington are a real problem for our regions. Policy decisions are taken in any of our agencies on the basis, historically, although I see it improving, on a national approach. There's a drive towards national consistency, be it around practice or service delivery, which might land well for the mean, but doesn't land well for the mode, nor does it land well for people at the extreme ends of need, the ones who actually need these services and support more than others. Hence my opening comments about us needing to think about approaches like Ngā Tini Whetū and the way that we can come around a local delivery model, or in this case a prototype, not just providing funding for a navigator and money for investment for that whānau and what they need for their plan to be successful, but also how do we, in the various localities around the North Island in this case, make sure that the government agency representatives on the ground also have the resources to support the government delivery supply requirements that start to be identified in these plans. So to put that into kind of plainer language, I hope, we can develop a plan with a whānau in a location. We will start to see in that plan needs for better addiction support, better mental health support. So what are we doing in Wellington to enable our agencies on the ground to be able to deliver the support that's required in order to enable the needs that we're starting to see in real time come through in those whānau plans? So for me, this prototype is quite exciting because it gives us an opportunity to start to see where needs might be for whānau in different parts of the country in real time. And part of our challenge as one of the sponsoring agencies is when we start to see heightened levels of need in certain parts of the country around certain types of service, the challenge for ACC, Te Puni Kōkiri and ourselves will be the way in which we can influence the other government agencies to make sure that they are making decisions and allowing resources to be provided to meet local need. So I see an opportunity through this.
So just on the next paragraph, and I asked this question yesterday because you have an MOU with Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi Incorporated, and from how I've read it from your 7AA report, that the approach to this relationship is that partners will commit to continuous open discussions and positive negotiation and a problem-solving approach to all matters related to fulfilling the purpose of the partnership. I got that off your report, by the way. So how do you ensure that this is, this is happening? Because one of the things I asked yesterday was, well, how did that work with the uplift in Hastings? Like, if you had this partnership prior to the uplift, how is it that, as a good partner, you didn't, this is not being communicated out to your regional staff? Like, how do you give effect to the relationship? Are your staff trained in terms of understanding this is the scope, we want to problem solve, not, we're committing to open discussions? Like, I'm trying to understand, rather than get to a point of it happens, let's review, which is a reaction, as opposed to being a proactive partner that says, okay, to our staff, we expect this, here's our relationship, this is who you need to contact. I'm not sure, I'm just trying to, it's all nice to have a partnership, but, how do you make it an active partnership rather than a passive partnership?
Yeah. So part of what I spoke about before is just the importance of making sure that regional and site leadership are involved in the development of these agreements. I wasn't around when the MOU with Ngāti Kahungunu was developed. I'd posit a guess, though, that part of the reason why that agreement languished was because it didn't have the ongoing relationship at a local level, probably at a national level, to be quite honest, that was needed in order for that agreement to be successful. As I mentioned before, my challenge in terms of the function that I'm now accountable for around strategic partnerships is not to view these artefacts as the outcome that we're looking for. The outcome that we actually are looking for is for, as soon as possible, over time, a trusted relationship with our treaty partner. That's actually the outcome you want. From that, we can do all sorts of things. You can start to build goodwill, you start to build trust. Hopefully, we start to do more of the delegation activities that you've talked about. When things don't go right, then we're able to speak honestly about what has not gone right. But I think what you saw in this case was an MOU totally unsupported by a relationship. Now, on the ground, it's different. I know that we've had really good relationships with the tai whenua in Kahungunu. On the ground, particularly with our regional managers in that region, on the back of the uplift, things have improved significantly, and sometimes, it's horrible that it takes an event like this in order for better relationship activity to occur. But it'll be even worse if on the back of an incident like this that nothing improved.
So, based on what you've said, doesn't that kind of speak to a more passive approach, that there should have been some resourcing from Oranga Tamariki's end to ensure that the prominence of such a relationship had staff actively ensuring from your side of the ledger to make sure that that relationship was active rather than languishing, so it doesn't lead to this. And I'm wondering, where my question is heading is, isn't that part of, this, the issue of the inherent, or the structural racism that's happening? Like, if you're going to have an MOU, then there should be, I would have thought, from your side of the partnership, dedicated resource that ensures that partnership is being maintained.
So you're right, and that's our lesson out of this. So we've now been allocated resource to stand up a treaty partnership unit, which we haven't had before. I've now appointed an interim director into that role. So she'll be standing up the capability of partnership managers, senior advisors to assist us around making sure that we're not just developing these agreements, that delivery is occurring and that we have assurance activity taking place around these. Our other aim is to make sure that with all of these agreements that we're building them into our annual business planning and budgeting process. And that will start with conversations with our agreement holders in January to help inform the allocation of resource from 1 July next year. But when I arrived in the agency, well after that agreement was signed, I didn't even know about it in the transition. I had no idea. There was no treaty partnership capability to go to. I'm Kahungunu, so you'd think, if I saw anything like that I'd immediately be interested. And then when I did see it, which would have been 18 months into the stand-up of the organisation, I knew that we weren't delivering on it, which was why I thought that we needed to start thinking about the way that we deliver against our treaty requirements. Hence our work around 7AA has intensified. We now have a treaty response unit. We're about to stand up a treaty partnership unit. So these issues that you talk about in relation to that MOU, we failed.
I might share the time with my colleagues while I've got other cross-referencing ones, so I'll have to fiddle around with it. But thank you.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Lambert, morena.
Morena.
It was good to catch up with you yesterday. Pai, hadn't seen one another for a long time. Mr. Lambert, Oranga Tamariki is in pē ki raru. That's why we have this inquiry in urgency. You are moving into forming partnerships with iwi. And yet I see that you reserve the right to determine how prepared those iwi are to be your partner, whether they are mandated and what their accountability to the partnership will be. Morally, how do you determine that? How do you determine that they are ready, that they are mandated, that they are ready to, that they have accountabilities in place and ready to be your partner when Oranga Tamariki is in pē ki raru?
So the criteria for strategic partnerships were set by Cabinet. And so obviously that's where we take our direction from. To be honest, I think we've got a lot of work to do to make us ready to be a good partner. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if we were to reach out to some iwi and they would assess us and they would say, no, thank you. And I could understand that. In the course of that conversation, though, I'd like to think, what is it that we can do to improve and grow so that perhaps we can come back again and put in a request to partner and they might say yes. So it's unfortunate that in the way that those decisions were taken, we weren't able to talk about the work we need to do as the Crown and as Oranga Tamariki to become a better treaty partner. And that's the other part of my challenge, is not just about how we enter into agreements, respond to invitations, make sure we deliver on those obligations, which in itself is a huge piece of work, but also how do I make and support our agency to be a better treaty partner, to be able to be a true connector across the Crown, and for us to fulfil our treaty obligations properly.
You talked about moving around your regions. So you ought to have a knowledge about what's happening in those regions, the issues that are happening, the problems that are happening. And as the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Oranga Tamariki, it's probably your job to know what's happening in your regions. The incidents that we heard, in my case, over the last 2 sittings of the tribunal are horrendous. How are these reported to you, if they are at all reported to you, and how do you, as Deputy Executive Officer, deal with them, or is not that the responsibility of your regional managers?
So I'm one of 10 Deputy Chief Executives. I have a capability and set of functions that I'm really proud of, and my people, many of whom are Māori, have come into my part of the organisation to try and change the way things are done. I do get around the country because I'm interested in understanding how particularly iwi and Māori organisations are experiencing our organisation. I have a Voices of Whānau team who, as part of their work, talk to whānau on the ground as part of our practice site checks. So they go around the country and talk to whānau who've engaged with our sites about their experiences of our practice. That is something new that we're doing, to talk directly to whānau about how they view what they've experienced of us. And we talk to Māori children, we talk to rangatahi. So I hear a lot of feedback. As a big organisation, though, of I think we're in over 4,500 staff. We have operations right around the country. So big is the organisation, we require 4 operational regional managers in every region. And each of those 4 operational areas has a DCE, or a Deputy Chief Executive, that oversees, well, there's 5 actually, there's 2 that oversee services for children and families, 1 overseeing care, 1 overseeing youth justice, 1 overseeing our partnering activity. When I hear stories, I go straight to my colleagues, and I hear a lot of them. And I think that's because many of our people want to speak to someone who is Māori, in a very senior position. And so I get a lot of feedback and pain and trauma from our families as a result of our work. And many of these whānau are very, very close to my home. So part of my role is to then work with my DCE colleagues to see what we can do to sort out what has been experienced by these individual whānau. We also have formal mechanisms for making complaints, and obviously we have a number of monitoring agencies that sit around us, including the Ombudsman. We've established internally some new mechanisms to see how we can look at some of the themes that are coming through in the complaints, because whilst I'm happy to go to my DCE colleagues to sort out individual issues with individual whānau, we also need to be looking at what are the patterns that are occurring across the sorts of complaints that we're receiving, thinking about what might be the underlying issues around those patterns of complaint, and then seeing what we need to be doing in the area of practice, in the area of service delivery. And we've established a new systems enhancement board, which is designed to take that feedback, understand the implications for the organisation, and then make recommendations for change. These are all new mechanisms. My interest for iwi and Māori, though, is to understand how well are those mechanisms actually delivering change, particularly for whānau Māori who come into contact with me personally because of my position, or to my people because they're out and about talking to Māori families and Māori children. And that's the work that I'm interested in making sure is effective in the medium to long term.
And a significant part of that change is introducing tikanga Māori that a significant number of your managers do not have, as we heard in evidence. Now, how much does Oranga Tamariki value tikanga Māori, reo Māori?
So I've worked in a number of government departments, and this has been the most supportive environment I've been in personally. However, I fear that that assessment might be operating off a low base. I think the tension in that is that our frontline practitioners and our leaders, they need to understand what the leadership practice is that they need to be demonstrating that is reflective of te ao Māori views, knowledge, tikanga, kawa, the reo. They need to then think about not just what it means in terms of some theoretical personal development exercise. They need to then think about how does that manifest in terms of the quality of the decisions that they're making. How does it impact their work, not just treating the learning of the reo as some type of esoteric personal development exercise to further their career. I'd like to think, and it's no accident, I don't think, that this has been more appreciated over the last 2 years, but I'm firmly of the view that there have been realisations for us as an organisation because of the level and intensity of public scrutiny. And that will be one of the benefits for us as an organisation. But I also have a firm view that that should not crowd out the responsibilities, the role of iwi and Māori partners. So I think there's a delicate balance to be struck between investing in our own capability development as an organisation around the knowledge of the reo and the knowledge of tikanga and the appropriate application of kawa, versus us investing that money in our iwi Māori partners to be able to do more of our work on our behalf, rather than us trying to become cultural experts across our staff in order to try and do that work on our own.
Yes, this is beginning to confuse me, because I would have thought that some knowledge of tikanga Māori and reo Māori, it would have been a good resource to have for Oranga Tamariki, because of the many witnesses that said that was lacking. I mean, iwi will always have that.
Yeah.
But what is the responsibility and the commitment of Oranga Tamariki to that? I mean, it's all very well saying, oh, iwi can deal with that. That is part of the partnership.
Yeah, aroha mai wasn't clear.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of work happening right now trying to improve the knowledge of our frontline staff, our managers, around the appropriate use of tikanga in te reo. And that's absolutely necessary, and for a lot of our staff it's going to be quite a long and difficult journey.
Yeah.
There's a strong focus on that in terms of changing the way that we practice, engaging tikanga principles into our work. All I'm really being honest about is my own personal view that we need to make sure that in building the capability internally, that we're not crowding out opportunities for resourcing to be applied to actually allowing our partners to do that work themselves. So I think there is a need for us to think about the opportunities around both the internal capability development, but also the external delegation and resourcing.
Okay. But it even gets worse. We're told by Brent Swan and Huia Swan that Oranga Tamariki workers are often from another country and English is not their first language. And they are expected to deal with complex issues of Māori, Tamariki and Māori whānau. Mr. Lambert, I'm not sure whether you heard the English that this panel heard. The people who spoke to us weren't crying. The people who spoke to us weren't weeping. They were wailing. They weren't hurting. They were in anguish. They looked to this panel to find a way out for them. They wanted us to fix it. Are you aware of the depth of the raruraru that your organisation is in? That kind of depth? Are you aware that for me personally, that it's traumatic listening to that? And I'm a hard bugger. I really am. You understand that. I taught you.
So I'm not a hard bugger.
That's good.
And I have a daughter.
Yeah.
And when all of this started, she asked me, Daddy, why do you steal babies?
Yeah.
You know? So I can't talk to the experience and emotion of others, but people talk to me. I take it as a privilege that they feel that I can help. And I feel I can. I understand that, this needs to change. I used to go to FGCs for my whānau before I joined this organisation, which was part of the reason why I wanted to join, to try and change things. But many of these people are related to me. Sorry, I'm not sure I can
Kei te pai whani, kei te pai Mr. Lambert. I understand. He ngā kaupai tō. Me mutu aku pātai ko nei. Ngā mihi ki au koe. Ngā mihi ki au koe.
Kia ora, kia ora, Mr. Lambert. First questions follow on really from those of my colleagues. You talked about pointing to, I think, the Eastern Bay of Plenty and Tūhoe, about the need to trust, this is head office, needing to trust the local and regional staff rather than dictating terms, and understand that. But just following on from what Ahorangi Po Temara has been asking you, in the conversations you have and in the information that comes to you, where it's clear that a particular site or a particular social worker is actually hostile to the policies that head office is trying to advance, what then? You've explained a lot of the essentially persuasive techniques that you're using, but where is the accountability for not only poor practice but actually hostile or outright racist practice?
So that's where we have the formal complaints process, which is monitored, an investigation takes place.
No. That's relying on those who receive that poor practice to initiate some kind of response. Often, as you will know, they are powerless and traumatised. They're further. So I understand complaints as one part of it, but I'm asking really, quite apart from a complaint avenue, you will be aware of incidences of poor practice. You will be aware of workers, site managers who are either passively or actively hostile to the changes that your team is trying to introduce. So what then? What do you do?
I talk to my colleagues. I ask them to address the behaviour. That's why we've introduced quality assurance standards, that I actually can have a standard that I can point to that I feel is not being
All right,
met.
so if it's not met,
Yeah.
where are the consequences?
The
Can you give us any
consequences-
examples or stats of consequences?
So, I apologise. I have not had, and I don't want to try and present this as if I'm in the wilderness somewhere, but I don't get those sorts of complaints coming straight to me.
Right. So when you refer to complaints, are you referring to external complaints or from within your organisation, or both?
So I do have conversations with Māori families who will contact me directly as a channel of last resort. But at the end of the day, I have to push that over to the accountable DCE to try and resolve. Now, that could be part of the structural issues that we have as an agency. That might be something that you might want to advise us around. But the nature of the way the Crown constructs itself is that we have accountabilities that are delegated through lines, the ability for me to be able to run processes that sit outside of my formal accountability, i.e. the person is not employed by me, is not employed by their manager, is not employed by their manager. And the structure of the way government is designed, it's very, very difficult.
Well, therein's the problem, isn't it? Or one of the problems.
In part.
Just in the interest of time, I'm just going to move quickly to a couple of documents that are annexed to your brief. One of them is a report to the former minister from June 2020. I don't actually think you need to go to the document. I'll just speak to the parts that I just want your response to. So it's talking about or describing a fundamental rethink of the early intervention system. It's noting that about 95,000 children and young people and families in whānau have multiple complex needs, including the combined impacts of poverty, racism and discrimination, long-term unemployment, housing, income. So all of the factors that push stressed whānau into the contact with the care and protection system. So that's all acknowledged. Then there's a description of the whānau-centred iwi and community-led approach, and then there's reference to prototyping whānau planning approaches, joining up across government. So while I understand that that's a good work stream underway, there's a couple of issues I just want a bit more clarity about. So further on in the document, there's a reference to the proposal for the prototype is to focus on providers working with whānau to avert crisis. And then there's a talk about investment in early intervention activities by Oranga Tamariki should be proportionate to our role in the system. So what does that mean in terms of, I assume you're talking about by the system, you're talking about all of government. And so
Yes.
you're trying to articulate a proportionate share of Oranga Tamariki resources that should be applied into this this model. So is there work supporting this that somehow assesses the proportionate contributions that ought to come from other sectors such as education, health, criminal justice?
No.
So what about how you consider your proportionate share to be? Because I understand these prototypes have relatively limited funding, maybe 8 million or 10 million from ACC, from TPK and from you. So we're talking quite modest here. So how do you get from this to transformational change, and in what time period?
So I think that's really the ambition for these prototypes. So this is the first time we've worked like this. So this prototype gives us the first opportunity to work with whānau before we receive a notification. We've never worked like this before. We're also working through the design of the delivery model, but we anticipate that our involvement will be very, very limited because we want to see whether or not the whānau order approach itself will actually deliver the outcomes that we expect it will for these whānau. As I mentioned before, the involvement of other agencies we hope will become more evident as we start to analyse the data that's coming through those whānau plans at an aggregate and regional level. And that's when we hope to start the conversations with education and health as we start to see some of the specific needs for these whānau come through in their plans.
So what's the time horizon for this work?
So the prototyping is for the next 2 financial years. However, we would look to do the evaluation work early in order to inform further decisions for ministers and cabinet.
So 2 years to complete prototype, and then presumably more years following to roll out any enlargement of the...
But it's our hope that we'll be able to get other agencies to co-invest and be involved in these prototypes before then.
Right. There's another document which is a joint, I think, TPK, Oranga Tamariki headed up arrangements for whānau-centred early intervention prototype, so it's describing the same. And in that document at paragraph 53, there's a reference to, and it says there is also a risk that agencies will struggle to work together collaboratively over time, especially if resources are tight. That means Crown agencies, yes. Can you just elaborate on the nature of that risk?
Can you read that out again? Sorry.
There is also a risk that agencies will struggle to work together collaboratively over time, especially if resources are tight.
So we've evaluated our work around children's teams, and I think that's been included in the evidence to you around early intervention approaches. One of the lessons to come out of that analysis was just that if you don't resource these initiatives properly, with dedicated resource, and in children's teams we were reliant upon the individual agencies offering up budget, that there is a risk that we won't get the collaboration required in order for this type of initiative to be successful.
Right. Right, thank you. Lastly, same paper, paragraph 32, says current vertical accountability arrangements across agencies will require us to work differently if the prototype is to be successful. Can you just describe the nature of those challenges a little bit more, please?
So that's where I've got great hope around our new public service legislation, which enables us to have shared accountabilities across chief executives at a system level. I'm firmly of the view that a whānau order approach across agencies, which is governed with shared accountability across chief executives, would be a great opportunity to see if the new provisions in the public service legislation can be applied to the well-being of whānau.
So quite aside from that level of inter-agency work at the chief executive level, doesn't there also need to be a fundamental realignment of how resources are allocated to address the needs, to get out of the silos of departments and the incentives for departments to cling to their allocations?
I would have thought so, and that's why with the Ngā Tini Whetū prototype we've actually shifted budget across to Te Puni Kōkiri as the funder, so that they oversee the financial relationship with the Whānau Water Commissioning Agency, and ACC has done the same thing. So I think formally releasing budget and making sure that it's then brought together around a specific system initiative is part of what we're trying to do through this prototype.
All right, thank you. My colleague, Professor... several of my colleagues have some supplementary questions. Sorry, I'll just go to Professor Higgins first. Thank you.
Tēnā nō koe. Yesterday you were here for the presentation from the Children's Commissioner. I'd be interested to see your response to the findings in their report and how you see that aligning with the mahi that you do, or strengthening perhaps the 7AA. Just your own personal view on it?
So we've had the privilege of working really closely with the Children's Commissioner's Office around our approach to 7AA as an agency. Their involvement started very early when we recognised that we needed to develop an approach to 7AA that was comprehensive, that didn't result in the same failings of Puaoteata 2 in the past. They came in, they did an extensive review, they talked to our internal subject matter experts, they came up with a range of recommendations which we've been following as an agency. These new recommendations, which is built on this more recent set of qualitative feedback that they've received, as Grania mentioned yesterday, the first recommendation is about the machinery of government, and so that is something that we'd need to be talking to our Minister and Cabinet about and receiving instruction from them around their vision. But certainly the other two recommendations, I think we have, as you would have seen in my evidence, there is opportunity within the current legislative settings for us to be far more ambitious, allowing iwi to take the lead and Māori to take the lead, and focusing on addressing these structural issues that were mentioned by Grania yesterday.
So just on that, you would have heard me question the Commissioner more specifically around how do you ensure that Tamariki mokopuna do not become the new resource grab, and the role that Oranga Tamariki might play. So I'm conscious that, if I draw on the narrative of Oliver Twist, that you currently are a bit like Fagin. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Dickens, but I'll leave that to you to go and find out who that is. But in the role that they play in terms of, they take the children in that space, and how you don't become, essentially in its worst possible imaginings, like the child trafficker that has the power to be able to determine where these tamariki go, but also you're not the one that's the supplier of children in terms of working in that space. So, I pressed the Commissioner quite hard around what will that mean and what would the role of Oranga tamariki be in that space, in terms of would they become the face of the Crown partner to ensure that the transfer of power to Māori in a by Māori for Māori approach is facilitated through you as such. So, I'm interested in how you kind of see that role, and if recommendation 1 does, by chance your minister and cabinet decide, yep, okay, we'll go with that. What role do you envisage you playing that doesn't become the supplier of children?
So what I hear almost uniformly across all of our iwi and Māori partners is they don't want to be Fagan. They want to be a combination of the soup kitchen, the dentist, the provider of health advice that keeps those children safely and healthily within the construct of their whānau without the need to engage with us. That's kind of the vision, and I think if we back our iwi and Māori partners around that vision through doing a range of interventions such as Ngā Tini Whetū, such as the work we're doing with Eastern Bay of Plenty Alliance around a localised response to addressing the signs of early risk, that we can achieve that. But I think you're right, there is actually not a great appetite amongst our partners to be doing the things the way that we are doing them now, just for money.
I suspect you probably wanted to describe yourself as not Fagan, but actually returning those tamariki to their families is probably the main one, because Fagan is probably more what you are. But that's okay. We can discuss Dickens another day.
I suppose it's just avoiding Fagan
That's the
is
one.
more my point.
Tēnā koe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tēnā anō koe. I want to pick up on the discussion that you had with Judge Dugan about Ngā Tini Whetū. So when you were talking with him, you characterised it as a whānau order approach. So how materially different is it from whānau order? And to help you with that answer, if it's not materially different, why on earth is it called a prototype? And why isn't it just saying, actually, whānau order is a demonstrated successful way of working across government, so why are we needing to retest it again in your setting?
Yeah. So probably some of the key differences are the reduced number of whānau that each of the navigators will be working with. There's an increased amount of investment in each of the whānau plans. There's a commitment to at least a 2-year time period of working with those whānau. We're having a conversation at the moment around the descriptions of the cohorts.
So, but that, to me, that's all just saying that you're right-sizing the intervention to that situation, but it doesn't change that it's a proven way of working for government.
And so I don't want anyone to think that we don't believe that whānau order is an effective way of working. What we're trying to do, though, in seeing how the whānau order approach works in our setting is to see whether, for instance, with the proposed changes to the subsequent children legislation, whether or not, if we provided extra investment into a whānau order approach, we might get a better outcome for families that are constantly coming in contact with our system, and whether or not we can repeat notifications.
So this is a new thing for you that you're testing. Have you borne in mind that for the Māori communities you're working in, they've had a plethora of, place-based initiatives, managing for outcomes, rinky-dinky social investment projects, and they come and they have great expectation, and then it's a project and it gets knocked on its head, and we start again with something new that there's all this ask for their own effort to get it up and run, to get something up and running to meet what government wants to do. I'm sorry, just when you were talking, it just felt to me like, here we go again. It's been a feature of social service delivery for a long time to try lots of new little things and then zip, cut them off at the knees.
Yes. Yeah. So we were trying to look at a way that we could invest in whānau order directly, because we haven't before. We thought that the whānau order approach would be a great solution for a lot of the families that we work with, and we were wanting to build a relationship with the commissioning agency to see whether or not we could do things differently. The reason why we call it a prototype and not a pilot is because we do believe it's going to be successful, and that we might just need to think about some of the ways that our systems interact in order to do things like referrals, to make sure that our sites are aware of what families are being supported, what additional needs we might need to broker in order to make a whānau plan successful. There's been issues on the Crown side, I think, in terms of the way that we've been not supporting whānau order navigators in different communities, and it was our view that, as well as us understanding the power of whānau order for the families that we work with, that we could also support whānau order by getting better connection across government.
Just a very last question. I don't know if you were here yesterday when Glenys Philip Barbara spoke, and she talked a bit about Manaaki Tairāwhiti. Are you aware? I need to disclose I know about it.
All right.
Are you aware of that initiative?
So I have a staff member who sat on Manaaki Tairāwhiti, as she was the regional manager at the time. I have met with Manaaki Tairāwhiti on a visit to Gisborne. I may not be as helpful as you'd like me to be around the specifics.
So the things that I understand about it are that one of the things they're doing is 50 families, where they've got 50 families that they are providing intensive cross iwi government and NGO sector support for these 50 families, and working very intensively with them. So is that not the kind of thing that you're talking about?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask, would it be useful to have some information for the panel on Manaaki Tairāwhiti?
And our involvement? Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, and now I've got a follow-up from my colleague's question. I just wanted to echo the sentiments Ms. Narimu was expressing about aspects of this policy development work looking like a repetition of a lot of past Crown 2 steps forward, 3 or 4 back, also reminiscent of why Puoti Atatu never really came to fruition. So, as I understand it, in light of the concessions made by the Crown and yesterday by your Chief Executive, there's an acknowledgement of a very significant problem. The problem's well articulated in these policy documents. So what is the risk the Crown's trying to avoid in proceeding with such caution with prototypes, limited funding, minor initiatives among a small number of departments to get things rolling? What's the risk here you're trying to, the Crown, it seems to be all about reputational risk, financial exposure. Fair or not fair?
Some of the DCE lead for the development of our involvement in this prototype. And it's not about, well, from my perspective, it hasn't been about organisational risk, reputational risk. For me, it's been more about how do I get the money, because it wasn't money that was built into our baseline. So how do I prove the case? It's about how I maximise the potential opportunity. How do I bring other government agencies on board? So, you know, I'm a strong advocate of this approach. I believe in the whānau order approach. And so for me, it hasn't been about risk management. It's been about how I can stimulate and maximise the opportunity so that it's successful.
Just to be clear, my question really is directed more at the Crown in toto, not just your part of the or your place in that bigger, and it's something really, I guess, for other witnesses and possibly submissions to come. But I'll leave it there.
Can I add? So part of the concession yesterday around structural racism, I think this is in part what this is about. So it's the way that our current Westminster model legislation, the allocation of appropriations, lines of accountability, reflection and position descriptions, they are some of the barriers that prevent us, in my view, being able to fully maximise an opportunity like this. So we're having to do workarounds. We're now having to rely on a new piece of legislation that hopefully will be an opportunity for us to work more across the system. But, you know, those structural issues that we were pointing to yesterday, you know, this is how we're trying to push against them.
All right. It all points to the need for a more fundamental and more overarching approach than, with respect to you and to your colleagues, to the efforts you are trying to make within the system as it currently sits. So that's an observation.
I would have thought so.
We'll break now for morning tea. And I know we're a bit behind on our timeline, but I think we'll be okay. So we'll come back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hey New Zealand, we can't wait to see you. When you're good and ready, our table is set. We have rare wines to open, local treats to taste, and plenty of room to spread out. If you're up for exploring some of the more interesting corners of Australia, South Australia rewards wonder. Visit southaustralia.co.nz.
When you move without limits, anything is possible. Move without limits.
My advice to anyone who finds himself in the same situation or have lost their job due to COVID or anything like that would just be to take time for yourself, allow yourself to process and just feel what you feel.
If you love soft, delicious bread and the goodness of oats, you'll love
Farmers Black Friday Super Sale is on now. Hey New Zealand, we can't wait to see you. When you're good and ready, our table is set. We have rare...
Sir, may it please the tribunal, I'm referring to a number of documents, so can I be seated while I cross-examine this witness?
Absolutely. Just one moment, Ms. Sykes. I just want to check with... how many? Can you do it a little bit shorter, like 4 or 5? Just, yeah. Okay, and, okay. Ms. Sykes, Ms. Cassidy has a few questions, but we'll try to keep that fairly brief, and then we'll make sure we keep to the adjusted time frame discussed with the registrar. Okay, thank you.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Albert. Sorry, Mr. Lambert, sorry. Great way to start.
He's a good man too.
I'm just gonna put a few questions to you and then hand over to my learned friend to ask the rest. Look, you'll be aware that I've been appointed as counsel to assist the panel because of my work in the family court and specifically with Oranga Tamariki over the last 20 years. So I want to put this to you on behalf of whānau. When Oranga Tamariki come knocking at their door, you can have, can I suggest to you that you can have all the frameworks, the multicultural frameworks and policies and internal reports and prototypes, but at the end of the day, our whānau, when a social worker comes knocking at their door, they just want to be treated with respect.
I agree.
They want their mana enhanced. They want their Māori worldview and tikanga valued. And the whakapapa and whānau and whanaungatanga that's in this act, that's legislated, and social workers have to follow this, they just want it valued. And I walk around the sites within South Auckland and I see these posters up on the wall of pono and tika. That's how Māori whānau want to be treated. So how can this be done when a large number of the frontline social workers that Māori whānau are coming into contact with do not have the depth of understanding of tikanga, te reo, and a Māori worldview, and to go further than that, an understanding of the impact of colonisation and systemic racism on Māori people. How can that be achieved, Mr. Lambert?
It can't be.
And therein lies the real fundamental problem with this, I would put to you. Look, I have to say I've worked with many social workers, and there are certainly some amazing social workers that are doing wonderful things with our children and our young people. But we also know from the evidence that has been put before this inquiry, there are pockets of good social working and bad social working. You accept that, don't you?
I do.
And then I want to think about all the some of the policy that has been developed, and in particular the bicultural framework, Te Tokatū Moana, 2 years in the design, Mr. Lambert, and then it's piloted to a certain amount of sites, and then all of a sudden it's put on hold. Doesn't that send out a red flag to your organisation? That if one of the fundamental issues is understanding Māori whānau and working with them, why would you go and put a fundamental piece of framework that addresses this on hold?
So I think we have sent mixed signals about the way that Māori worldview needs to be integrated in the way that we practice. I think the stop-start around Te Tokatū Moana is an example of that.
And of course there's also, I've read the evidence of some of the other people that will speak this week. I think it's I've forgotten her name, but she speaks specifically to the tuitui assessment and the fact that that's now been found unfit for purpose because it doesn't align with tikanga Māori. So a tool that's been used for many years, and now the focus is, Oranga Tamariki have just realised we need to move to a more Māori-centred focus practice. 3 years after the establishment of Oranga Tamariki, doesn't that concern you? Firstly as a Māori, and then as a Māori working within this space.
Yes, it does.
So what are you and Oranga Tamariki going to do to address this matter, and it needs to be addressed now?
So that really is the intention of the evidence over these 3 days, is to talk to specifically what we are trying to do in the practice area. The Chief Social Worker spoke about it briefly in the contextual hearing, and you'll hear more from Marlene on Friday. I do think though that practice needs to be seen alongside how we can better enable resourcing of other forms of social work, community social work, whānau ora. As I mentioned earlier, I think there is a real danger in us trying to develop methods of practice which use Māori, te ao Māori views and practice at the expense of us investing with our partners, with whānau ora, to do things in a way that whānau would like things to be done.
I just want to add on to that, because I know you've talked about the the delays or the difficulties in like setting up the policy needed to implement Section 7AA. But you also have the principles that are enshrined in Section 5 of, the principles which guide the way that social workers work and deal with Māori, and contained in those principles are whakapapa, whanaungatanga, mana tamaiti. So even if we put Section 7AA to the side, you've still got these principles where that work needs to be done. And so I put to you, when whānau go into an FGC or they go into Oranga Tamariki, or in fact as lawyers counsel for children, on the 1st of July 2019, as far as whānau and professionals working in that area are concerned, Oranga Tamariki is obligated to basically work in alignment with Section 7AA and the principles of the Act. So, to give a reason that, we're dealing with the policy but we haven't implemented it, when you go into a situation with whānau, they're expecting that when they come into contact with the social worker, that it's going to happen from that day. Not a year later, not 2 years later, not 2021, when the Tokatu Moana, I think, the bespoke model that's been talked about refreshing it is going to come out. It's a little bit like, I don't know, it just seems you're backtracking, or you've missed the boat on that. Do you accept that?
So we had an act when we started as an agency. We had models of practice that had been in place for some time. You've pointed out that we had, and we still do have, a workforce who require quite a lot more support around building their capability to be able to engage empathetically with whānau. I accept that, as has been acknowledged by our Chief Executive, that we haven't, as the Crown, fully realised the application of Puaoti Atatu. I'd imagine that Principle 5 probably has quite a long whakapapa, probably going all the way back to Puaoti Atatu. So it's included within the concession yesterday. In the time that I've been with the organisation, I think that it has probably taken too long for us to get to a place where we're starting to think about how we conduct practice in a way that is aware of the worldview of Māori. And Marlene, hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to talk about that work that's underway to try and rectify that situation.
Ms. Cassidy, we might need to...
Yes, sir. One more question. Oh, no. Thank you, Mr. Lambert. I'll end there.
Thank you. Ms. Sykes.
Morena, kei te whakarongo au i a koe i te atanei, kei te kōrero Māori koe?
Kaore. Aroha mai.
Mei huri au ki tērā o ngā reo, engari kei te mihi atu au ki a koe, he uri ngō Ngāti Kahungunu ki te Wairo, he whakapapa tō ki tētahi o ngā tino rangatira o te ao, Dame Rose Pere, i runga i tau tu āhuatanga, kei te mihi atu ki a koe. I want to go back to your first brief because I want to just explore the background and some structural issues in your own organisation.
Ms. Sykes, could you just put your microphone a little bit closer, please?
Thank you. Got so many papers, sir.
Yes.
Make that way. You've had no background prior to joining Oranga Tamariki with working with children, have you?
I had been involved in processes as whānau support. I have been involved in supporting extended whānau, and I have my own child, but in terms of the statutory care and protection system, I haven't had any professional involvement in the area.
And you describe yourself as a Māori public servant, but actually you were working in quite economic areas like Ministry of Foreign Affairs and somewhere else, weren't you?
My background's social marketing, so I actually started in health. I then went to education. My expertise was more around behaviour change, so working with Māori to help them to quit smoking, helping the Ministry of Education to encourage Māori to stay in education. So probably over my career, most of my focus has been around social change.
So I want to go to you, those that work with you. You said there were 10. Is there the deputy?
I think that's me plus 9.
Plus 9.
Yeah.
How many of them is Māori speaking and would be what I use ahorangi Poutemera's skilled tikanga experts?
Yeah. None.
Why not?
I'm not sure. My apologies, I don't employ my colleagues.
Yeah. Would you expect, though, and I'll go now to recommendation 2, which comes from document A55, which is the Puao Te Atatu report, when they recommended to attack and eliminate deprivation and a range of matters that recognise social, cultural and economic values, that the organisation that is leading social change would have at its most senior management level significant expertise to deal with its client base, 70% of which is Māori. Wouldn't you agree?
So which agency, Council, which agency is leading social change?
No, that's not the question. The one you're employed by.
Can you repeat the
That's
question?
okay. So
Sorry.
you've just told me, slow it down, you've got a chief executive officer and you've 10 of you. You and 9 others. I'm going back to Puao Te Atatu. Major recommendation 1 and 2 was to attack all forms of cultural racism at a systemic level, well before Section 7AA, but certainly informing of the way the SIFS Act was developed and all of the range of social work practices that have been discussed. I'm talking about your organisation. And it's a really basic thing with racism. The personal starts to transform the change for structural racism. So wouldn't that be a guiding value of change, that the senior leadership should be tikanga, informed, educated, Māori speaking, and in terms of sharing power, at least half Māori?
So I think we have a challenge across the public sector and the leadership of the public sector to value the experiences and contribution of Māori in the public service. There are a growing number of public servants at Tier 2, but we have a very limited pool who come into public service and stay and are motivated by shifting into more senior roles. I think that's part of the structural racism that Gráinne was referring to yesterday. The reo is extremely important, and it's a journey that I'm on.
But mā te reo hei kaui ngā tikanga. The reo carries the cultural values that inform social change to ensure that the mana rangatiratanga of Tamaiti, Tamariki, Mokopuna are met. The reo is just one part of a tikanga fabric. Would you agree?
I was just about to say that, and the other thing I wanted to say was, there are 3 Māori on the leadership team out of the 10. They have whakapapa. I can't speak for their own experience of being Māori, but even though I'm not fluent in the reo and I wish that I was, I'd like to think that I'm Māori in my heart, and I accept though that we need more in senior positions, so I agree with your essential point.
So if we're going to have transformative change, we start with the top. Would you agree?
I think that's an important part of it. However, I think that our leadership team sits within a broader structure of power. We are answerable to ministers. We sit within the machinery of government, within the confines of legislation. So I think it is part of the answer to have more Māori at top levels across all public service agencies, but I think it is one, albeit a very important part of the answer.
And when you're dealing with the most valuable taonga in the Māori world, our children, that's how it was described by the late Dame Mirasazi to the Puao Te Atatu report, then of course that becomes an important priority, your department, because the taonga you're dealing with enables the survival of the Māori race. The future of our people is invested in the future and survival of our children. Would you agree?
Yes.
So therefore, there's a further overlay of priority for your department to get the structural transformation right.
Yes.
Can I take you, please, now? I'm sure a lot of my questions were covered. If I repeat them, I don't want to, but I want to follow up from a question asked by panellist Ms. Ngaramu. And I want you to take you to a cabinet paper that's actually attached to the brief of evidence of Ruani Jane Moore, A173. It's in A173A, and it's page 2 and following. And this is an important cabinet paper, because Ms. Ngaramu asked you, why has it taken so long for the transformative change that was contemplated, and this cabinet paper sets out it, to occur? And I want to go through those matters. So could that document be put towards you and up on the screen, please?
Could you please repeat the name of it?
Pardon me?
Could you please repeat the name of the cabinet?
It's the cabinet paper dated the 15th of October 2019 to Honourable Tracy Martin, the Minister for Children. It was attached as the brief of evidence to Uani, and I apologise, if I don't not spell it, saying your name, Jane Moore, A173, A173A is where it's located, and it's at page 2 of those exhibits. And this is a follow-up question. You were asked quite specifically by Ms. Ngaramu, you know, why has it taken so long to get the disconnect between what's happening in the regions and what the policy framework was designed to do to achieve? And it's actually set out in the cabinet paper, isn't it? You've seen this before?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
So this is the framework for the implementation of the Oranga Tamariki operating model.
Yeah.
It was in existence on the 15th of October 2019, so it was in existence when you gave evidence in July and today. And it sets out in quite clear detail, if we look at the executive summary, that 1.1 billion over the next 4 years to start implementing a new operating model for Oranga Tamariki. So you had significant resources quite clearly identified there. Were there limits in the way that that number was to be allocated or used over the next 4 years that would provide difficulties for you?
In part.
What were they?
The requirements of the program of work as it was approved by Cabinet. So as part of the 1.1 billion, there were specific allocations to different parts of the operating model, including transition service, including care services. So it wasn't as if we could just apply that money freely to whatever we would like to have.
So if we go to page 5, I see that there was a look at, you know, transformational change of social workers, of placement of care, but following on from my first questions, there wasn't a recognition even then that there was this shortfall in capacity in the senior management, at the leadership of the group. You're not tikanga Māori competent. That's not recognised in this paper, is it?
Sorry, can you repeat?
So this paragraph 7 sets out the priorities of what would be dealt with. And I'm talking about transformative change, power change. And the people that need changing, again, are the people at the police cells, the people in the social work, people developing partnerships, but not the leadership itself.
No.
So again, it suggests to me a fundamental oversight of where the problem is. If you can't, at senior management, relate to those that you're providing transformative change for, that's a major stopgap to your identifying the social change needed and the values that will guide that, and then how to measure it. Would you agree?
So in thinking about the broader question you've proposed, in each of those bullets there are important impacts for Māori children and families. You know, the number of young Māori in police cells for more than 24 hours when we first started as an organisation was high. We've now got it down to very low numbers, and I can provide those numbers in supplementary evidence. We had social workers who, on average, had extremely high caseloads, and that was impacting the quality of time that they were able to spend working with Māori families. Bullet point 4 obviously has direct implications for the way that we work with iwi and Māori organisations. So I think that the way that the operational model priorities as they were described from the perspective of trying to improve outcomes for Māori.
So if we go to recommendation 2, we started from Puao Tātatu, and there they say to attack and eliminate deprivation and alienation by Māori, you need to allocating an equitable share of resources, sharing power and authority over the use of resources. Remembering this document's a long time ago, okay? I looked to measure, though if you go back to just that first one, but we could go to other parts, you know, how was that going to be achieved? Because what you're doing there is really recruitment strategies to better your staff engagement in areas that they are failing, isn't it? Or engagement strategies where they have none.
Just which part of the document?
I'm still staying there, so I'm trying to hurry this up. Paragraph 7 and following.
And so the first bullet point, recruiting more social workers, was the point. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
And I want to remind us, we didn't need Section 7AA. That recommendation 2 is very fundamental. It's been guiding governments for a long time. It hasn't changed in the Māori world. The evidence here has been absolutely clear about it. So while the recognition yesterday says we haven't done that, I'm saying you've done more than not done it. You've actually ignored it in the way you were setting up the step change process, haven't you?
I'm not sure I agree with the assertion.
Well, why not?
I don't really understand it.
Okay, so do you accept that recommendation 2 required allocation of resources and a transfer of power of decision making from Puao Tātatu?
Yep.
Do you accept that this document that was written by officials for Minister Martin is talking about how to achieve transformation in a new framework?
Yeah.
And it misses the point of that original recommendation 2. It focuses at the other end.
I don't think so.
So can you explain?
Sure. So, particularly bullet 4, which I think is part of us being able to build the capability with iwi and Māori to be able to receive additional resource. I also know that in the work that we're doing around the youth justice system, so that we don't have to have young people in cells, we have prioritised iwi and Māori organisations to do the co-design of that work with us. So even though you don't see it as a specific bullet directly connected to recommendation 2, certainly within each of these 5 areas, it is the view of our leadership team that we need to be focusing on engaging with iwi and Māori organisations first. That being said, I don't think that we're doing it nearly enough, and that there is a real impetus within the organisation to be doing more.
So, and I don't want to lose this point, but it actually sets out in this paper what should be the first priorities for the next 12 months after this paper, wasn't it? And what was those priorities?
Got those in. I'm unsure what nature of priorities you're referring to.
Well, it says here, if you look at the discussion at page 7.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 16. And then if you go over to figure 1 at page 10, above paragraph 24. And paragraph 23 is also important. It sets out, isn't it, what was to be happening in that 12 months.
Sorry,
with 6-month reports.
We're having technical difficulties here.
I thought the Crown was going to have hard copies of this material. That was what I was advised by Coordinating Council, Sue. Otherwise I would have bought copies. I was advised that all of the common bundle and these briefs would be available here for us. Otherwise I would have bought them from Rotorua.
We have hard copies behind us, if that makes it easier for Crown Counsel.
Because I do jump between 3 policy documents, Pu Aotearoa, the cabinet paper, and then I go to some of the reports, and I think it's important that he has them. So while they're doing that, sir, can I just do some
So
bits and
paragraph
pieces?
16 I've got in front of me.
Yeah, but you need to have Pu Aotearoa.
Specifically recommendation 2 around
No,
resourcing.
no.
There's a copy of Pu Aotearoa here you can have, and staff will give the witness a hard copy of 172A.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Kia ora, I've got a hard copy.
So you've got a hard copy of
Yes.
what document?
Pu Aotearoa.
All right, thank you.
So can we backtrack a bit?
Sure.
Pu Aotearoa, you recognise in your concession
Yeah.
has failed to be implemented to its fullest extent. If you look at the extension, I'm saying it's being ignored in significant areas. That's a difference. That's the proposition. I'm saying if we look at this pay paper, which was the cabinet paper, which is to look at the framework for the implementation of the new Oranga Tamariki operating model, I mean, the obvious question is Pu Aotearoa is not mentioned. So that's the obvious question. So then you have to drill down to see what parts of Pu Aotearoa are there. So I went to recommendation 2. So I said recommendation 2 asks for allocation of equitable shared resources and sharing power and authority of those matters. So I drilled down in the first year, how are you going to achieve that? And most of the focus of this paper, and I'm asking you to agree or disagree with me, is about how you prepare yourselves. There's a lack of capacity in your new office to do this. And in fact, in your evidence today, you said the same thing.
Yep.
It wasn't until 18 months after you'd been there that you actually saw anything that helped you understand tikanga Māori values that would inform it. That's what you said earlier.
I don't think I said it like that.
But that's what I took. Well, you
Okay.
want to clarify it?
No, I don't know how you took it, but
Well, what did you say then?
so I was talking specifically about the area of practice. I was talking specifically about the focus on 7AA, but I wasn't talking about the way that we use tikanga as an organisation in our practice.
Ms. Sykes, I just want to clarify one thing, because I think there might be a slight cross purposes. As I understand the Crown's concessions, there's a clear concession that there was a failure to implement, I forget the exact word, Pu Aotearoa. That's clear, but at the same time, in terms of the evidence that's being led about recent policy developments in this cabinet paper, they're not framed as on the basis that it's a contemporary effort to implement Pu Aotearoa as such. So I just want to be clear when we're questioning.
So I think that's fair.
Yep.
I also think it's fair that Pu Aotearoa, from our perspective, is the baseline for treaty compliance.
Yes, I
so
understand
therefore,
that.
it's that measure that I'm evaluating in terms of your current practice.
Yeah,
We don't need to reinvent the wheel, sir. We're not asking this tribunal to move from those fundamental recommendations.
All right. I just wanted to make that clear so that when the witness is answering the questions, we're on the same page about what we're responding to.
The purpose of my questions, I'm looking at structural transformative change, contemplated in Pu Aotearoa, measuring what's proposed against that, kaupapa, because that's what the treaty requires, and trying to look for that. And I'm saying to you, it's absent.
In this paper?
Yes.
In this paper.
Thank you. I have no further questions on that paper. I want you now to look at some matters that were raised ancillary again to questions about the complaints process. And I act for the vulnerable. They can't even get legal aid for an ombudsman complaint. Let's be really frank. And they are people that have been wards of the state. In the main, a lot of them are inarticulate, and the burden is on them to make complaints. Would that be fair?
I accept that that is the client group who you're saying, I'm sorry, I can't. Generally, I'm aware I'm aware of the issues that many Māori experience in trying to make a complaint, but I can't comment on your client.
I looked in the discovery and there weren't very much detail, and I looked to the Ombudsman report, but there's some very helpful media articles, and I'd like to take you to two as part of the bundle that I gave this morning. And I'm looking at an article dated the 23rd of February, Oranga Tamariki Uplift Complaints Team investigating 17 cases. You can look at that article, and it's a Radio New Zealand article, and there's Rebecca Parsons King on the first page. Are you aware that there were 300 complaints made but only 17 actually investigated for this period that this article relates to?
Sorry, I'm not across the numbers by year for complaints. My apologies.
So are you able to tell me?
I wouldn't contradict this number, and I'm
so
happy
roughly
to.
5% of the complaints, or that's of any 1 year? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Just, I think you better let Mr. Lambert have a chance
Okay.
to look at the document. And just give us a moment to have a look at it as well, please. Thank you.
Sir, can I just clarify which one? Because there's a different one up on the screen than... Yeah, thanks.
It's, as I understand, it's Oranga Tamariki Uplift Complaints Team investigating 17 cases. That's the heading.
Thank you.
Rebecca Parsons King is the author.
And if you go to the third page in, it says in a statement, the ministry said of the 350 cases it was currently reviewing, 17 were being handled by the national team. That's why I'm directing my question to you. How do they come to you? On what criteria do you get them as opposed to being dealt with in a regional way? Are you able to help us?
So I don't see individual complaints. Complaints are overseen by a different deputy chief executive. I see monthly reporting that comes through that's at an aggregate level. I also know that we've made recent investments in improving the capacity and capability of our complaints process, including new IT systems. My team, in terms of my Voices teams, they do work with the complaints area to see how we can improve the complaints process so that we can encourage, more feedback from particularly Māori whānau, but my area is more in design and support rather than overseeing the complaints process. But if it's helpful, I can take specific questions and have them filed by written evidence.
No, my clients gave quite oral testimony in open court. They chose not to. They were wards of the state who had been victims of sexual abuse. And the next article I want to take you to is a youth worker in Oranga Tamariki having sex with a 16-year-old girl in his care. Have you got that article? That's
just while the witness is getting that, can I just ask Mr. Lambert, which DCE has oversight of the complaints process?
It's the head of policy and organisational strategy.
And what's the name of that DCE?
Anita West.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm just using this because we seem to be focused on the pepe, but I want to use a rangatahi example, particularly while we've got the Royal Commission of Inquiry going into abuse in state care. And of course, it's outside their time limit, so a case like this would not be able to be dealt with, that's correct, would it be, by the Royal Commission? So I'm trying to compare the processes. They're only able to look at, you're not allowed to talk to your lawyer while you're talking to me.
Sorry.
Otherwise, I'll get her on the stand and I'll ask her.
Apologies.
Well, it's more than that.
Sorry.
Either we take this process for real.
I wasn't aware. It's my first time here, so
No, you were here in July.
apologies.
It's quite disrespectful.
Sorry.
So I want to, I'm participating in that as one of the council, and it has not permitted for contemporary claims of sexual abuse or any abuse in state care to be the part of that inquiry. So I'm trying to find out here, and this is another serious incident report. And what concerned me, if you go, have you read, are you aware of this?
Yes, I am.
So there was a report of concern made about this, is that correct? And I'm wondering what happens to that report of concern for this young victim of this sexual attack, and what happened to her complaints in this process. It's unclear. And it's an ongoing concern of the failure of Oranga Tamariki to provide care and protection for Māori children.
So can I just be clear about the question? Is it a question
Process,
about the
yeah.
process for complaints of this kind
Yes.
with this age group?
Yes.
Or as well as a specific question about the particular case? Or you?
No, just the process.
All right.
I don't want to victimise the survivor.
You follow, Mr. Lambert? The question is directed to, in a case such as this, what is the complaints process and how's it dealt with? What's the outcome?
Yeah.
That's fair, Ms. Sykes, is
Yes.
that? Thank you.
Sorry, is the question about the complaint process or the report of concern
Well, the
and how
whole-
that's treated?
Both. Could you just identify it,
Yeah.
please?
So a report of concern would go through to our National Contact Centre. There would be an initial assessment by a social worker in the centre, and then a referral would normally be made to a site, and then a decision would be taken around an investigation. In this particular instance, I'm not sure about the steps that were taken in the process in this case. In terms of the complaints process, that would be a separate process, and that could be triggered by a call to our National Contact Centre or a complaint that's raised directly through the site. We now have national oversight of complaints and a consistent process, which is something that we hadn't had in the past, where they were largely dealt with at a local level only without any oversight. But now we do have involvement from a national team around all complaints.
So if we go to page, if you keep turning, and there's it starts at the top there. We took the allegations against the staff member extremely seriously. At that page, are you on that page?
Yes.
And in the middle of the page, it says processes which are in place to ensure the type of incident does not happen include the Oranga Tamariki Code of Conduct, the Working with Tamariki and Rangatahi in Residences Policy, and the Oranga Tamariki Residential Care Regulations, 1996. Have those ever been updated since Puao Te Atatu?
I'm not sure, but I can provide a written
Thank you.
response.
And I note that it's Epuni. Epuni is one of the places that's coming up in the Royal Commission significantly. So I'm wondering, and it's the same kinds of complaints, sexual conduct by social workers or residential care facilitators abusing Māori children. How many times does there have to be an incident like this before a place like that is closed down?
Everyone is unacceptable.
So, yeah, but that's not the answer. That's not the question. How many times does this have to occur before places like this are closed down?
As an organisation, we have publicly committed to reducing residential residences. We've closed our first one, which was Whakataka Pōkai, for the use in care and protection areas of work. We are required to try and find alternative forms of care, and in this case we're looking to work with iwi and Māori organisations around building new home-like environments that we're able to work with in partnership with our iwi and Māori providers. That's part of our challenge at the moment, is just how we create the alternative so that we can move away from these types of residential settings.
Now, to get to the question I want to follow up with, one of the questions that you asked was the inertia or structural inertia to transformative change by patch protection, basically by agencies to keep their money. So if we close down some of these facilities, how much would we actually have available to facilitate the transformative processes that Māori are seeking? Ballpark numbers.
I can't even give a ballpark number.
Can you
I'm
actually
sorry.
give that in a written question then?
Sure,
Because,
absolutely.
and I don't want to repeat the questions, the inequity became very clear yesterday. 94 million to various providers, 19 million to Māori providers. So I'm trying to figure out how we get some equity there. And I'm suggesting that one way, or certainly my clients did in their own evidence, is to close these places down because they abuse Māori children. Would you agree that's a proper strategy to be looked at?
Yes, and in support of that, even though I can't give you the exact numbers and we can provide them, I do know that the costs associated with these residences are significant.
Now, can I take you to paragraph 11, and soon, please stop me. I understood the delegations question was covered by all members, but I just have a couple of specifics, but if you think they've been covered, I'm happy to leave it. In relation to your paragraph 11, what do you mean by formal delegation? And what are the barriers to formally delegating to iwi Māori, and I'm quite clear, section 396 providers?
So probably an example would be the one I offered around Mahuru, where some of the barriers can be operational. In that instance, we discovered that despite the formal delegation of the ability of Ngāpuhi to be able to run remand homes, that there became an unanticipated barrier around the caregivers no longer being able to obtain home and contents insurance in relation to their property because of the nature of the service and the assessed risk by the insurance companies. So some of the barriers are in relation to the nature of the operations of these service areas. I think some of the barriers, can be around risk appetite, and the area of risk was mentioned before, not just of us, but also of our partners. For me, that's not something that's insurmountable, but we do need to make sure that we're not just handing services over and expecting them to be successful, that we're continuing to support our partners around how they're best positioned to deliver those services successfully.
So I want to go to Exhibit C to your supplementary brief, and it's that document, a hard copy, I hope. And it's page 3, and if I could read it into the record while we're waiting for you to locate it, it's the part that says, alongside the new operating model, Oranga Tamariki has several contracts with non-governmental organisations who provide a range of services in the early intervention space, spanning prevention to targeted support. These contracts are funded with an annual $177 million budget and have a legacy going back through a number of government agencies. Are these NGO contracts describe their locally led approaches for early support?
So just which paragraph of that document? This is the Evidence Centre document.
This is the Oranga Tamariki Early Intervention, Exhibit C to his main brief.
Exhibit C to the brief we have today, or to the earlier brief?
No,
I
today,
think I've got
sir.
it.
Pardon?
Today, sir. I've just lost my...
So the document we have, so can you just describe the title of the document you have, Ms. Sykes?
Yes, it's the Evidence Centre one, sir.
All right.
Sorry, I've just got
Thank
the
you.
page.
And it's paragraph?
Page 3. Oh, sorry. Page 3 at the bottom, page 60 of the document bank.
Thank you.
And it's in the first paragraph, second to last sentence, alongside.
Do you want me to answer?
Have you got that?
Yeah, I have.
And what I'm saying, are those NGO contracts locally led approaches? Because you talk about that in your brief.
No, I wouldn't describe them as locally led.
And there's 5 top contracted processes, and they're quite a lot. Some of them are local. If you're in Rotorua, they're local, but if you're sending your children from Buripara, they're not local, aren't they?
So what I mean by them not being locally led is that the design is a national design, which is a national service done on a national service specification. I was talking a bit earlier about the limitations of programs that are designed for the country and their ability to be able to respond to local need. So although the delivery is done locally, there is quite a strong focus on the way that the service specification is put together. The sort of change that I was trying to refer to in my comments earlier around ngā tini whetū is that other than the transfer of money and an interdepartmental memorandum, the delivery of the whānau order prototype is not done in that way. So it's just about us handing over the resource, us working at doing some local design more about how we manage the referral and support processes. But that approach is not on the basis of a nationally prescribed service specification and us having control around, for instance, assurance activities.
Sorry, just checking on time. Do you have many more questions or topics?
I have 2 more topics here, but I want to finish this one. It's about the barriers to transformation, this one. And it's about, so you've got a nationally designed process, and these places are here. And I want to go to Māori providers. They're very much about local provision, some in territorial sovereignty models, some aren't. So there's quite a different step change required, isn't it, in the way that you're going to envisage the step change from a service like the one I know about is the Rotorua children's health camps, where most of the children actually don't come from Rotorua, to a model where you would have a facility, for instance, for Te Arawa, that may use this health camp for their 19 hapu and for their 500 children that are in SIFS care or in Oranga Tamariki care.
Yeah, that's
and it's
right.
quite different. Are they quite different, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Why?
And, so, in my engagements around strategic partnerships, I hear a lot of tailoring occurring at a local level by our iwi social service providers, but it's in spite of the national service specification. It's not enabled by it. So they might receive funding, for instance, for a Family Start social worker. They might receive funding for a service from another government agency, and what they'll do is they'll try and work out ways of tailoring the way that they utilise that resource to deliver against the national service specification, but also to address the need that they're actually seeing on the ground. And what I'm suggesting is that contortion that the local providers have to go through is a result of us not enabling more local-led approaches in the way that we run our processes and systems.
And getting back to Ms. Naremu's problem, is that part of the inertia and the bureaucracy, or is there difficulties in the contract relationships with the existing NGOs to provide a step change quickly? I'm talking about urgency here.
Yeah.
The barriers to meeting Māori, and I don't think the aspiration. There are iwi who have settled that are ready to take this on now. So is that one of the key barriers?
Yes.
Sir, can I do my last topic, which is large natural groupings? 2 questions from that, sir. I think a lot of those have been covered.
If we can do 2 quick questions, that would be good.
Okay. So has Oranga Tamariki formed any strategic partnerships with hapu to date? And I'm really doing this in light of the disclosure in your evidence that there are strategic partnerships with Ngaitahu, Eastern Bay of Plenty Alliance, Tūhoi, Ngāpuhi, Ngāti Porou, Tainui, Waikato, and the Māori Women's Welfare League. So are there any hapu that you are dealing with? Because, of course, the treaty is kinga rangatira, kinga hapu, or New Tirani.
So I'm working with the hapu of 2 iwi in 2 separate conversations around developing a strategic partnership agreement. And in one of our agreements, there's a hapu mandated service provider.
And what's your evaluation process to ensure any purported large natural group, because you seem to be dealing with large natural groups to me, not iwi, some of them, the PSGEs. What's your evaluation process to make sure that they're informing or maintaining relationships to ensure the effective exercise of hapu rangatiratanga in these processes?
So we don't have a criteria other than 3 criterion that were agreed to by Cabinet for our consideration of strategic partnerships. We've been very open in who we will engage with. I think particularly for our organisation, working at a hapu level, particularly in some of our larger rohe with iwi that have a number of either runaka, taiwhenua, hapu sitting within them. And of course those iwi have different ways that they work with their hapu. We have not said no to engaging with hapu, and we are actively engaging with some at the moment.
I just use the Te Arawa example because they don't have settlements with hapu. They have clusters of groups,
Yeah.
and they have something like 63 hapu.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, there's no engagement with either of cluster or hapu. So is there a process of how you're going to develop that understanding? Because they operate at a hapu level.
Yeah. And you mentioned that to me yesterday, and that's something I'd like to pick up with our regional team because I think it's something we should be doing.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Ms Sykes. Thank you, Mr Lambert. Thank you for your evidence. Crown Counsel, were there any matters arising?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Sir, the Crown would now like to call Ioane Jane Moore and Frana Chase. Excuse me, sir, we've got a waiata first. Morena Kurua. Ms Moore, your full name is Ioane Jane Moore and you are currently the Acting Director for the Treaty Response Unit reporting to Mr Lambert. And Ms Chase, your full name is Frana Chase and you are currently the Paumana Whakahaere Rātanga Āwhina at Oranga Tamariki. And you've each prepared a written brief of evidence for this part of the hearing and you have a copy of it in front of you. Yes. And Sarah, again, the witnesses are happy to take the evidence as read, and they do have some supplementary points to make before being available for questioning.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Morena Korua, welcome.
Kei aku nui, kei aku rahi, tēnā tātou katoa. Kei ngā whakapapa, ngā hononga i wainganui a tātou, tēnei ka mihi. Kei ngā ahurangi, ngā tohunga, mana nui mā, tēnā koutou. Mai te kāhui maunga ki Tangaro, ko au te awa, ko te awa ko au. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Whana Chase tuku ingoa. Ahau.
Tuatai, e mihi tēnei nāku ki te kai whakarite. Kia koe e pā, kei te mahi. Tuarua, he mihi anō tēnei kia koutou, ko te rōpu whakamana. Ngā kai whakawā, me ngā kai mahi e mihi ana. Tuatoru, ko ngā whānau, me ngā tamariki, e whai mana tika, kei mua ia koutou, kei mua ia kōti nei ki tēnei wā. E kore e mimiti te puna aroha, kia rātou katoa. Ko Ioani Jane More, tōku ingoa, ko ngā rua ine, Ngāti Pukenga, me Ngāti Maru oku iwi. Ko te pau take tiriti, ahau mō Oranga Tamariki. Nō reira tēnā koutou. My name is Ioani Jane Moore, and I whakapapa to the iwi of Ngā Rua Ine, Ngāti Pukenga and Ngāti Maru o Parihauraki. I'm currently the Acting Director of the Treaty Response Unit for Oranga Tamariki. My role and that of my team is to provide advice and assurance across the Ministry on Section 7AA and treaty principles. Also to develop and publish the Section 7AA report on an annual basis and to provide Secretariat support to the Chief Executive's External Māori Advisory Group, the Māori Design Group. My brief of evidence aims to explain the Ministry's current response to Section 7AA and what the future of that might look like. Where we are currently with Section 7AA is not where I hope we'll be in 2, 5 or 10 years' time. Where we are at is just the start, and I warmly welcome the recommendations of the Tribunal to guide the Ministry to deliver more fully and more meaningfully on the intent of 7AA and Puaoti Atitu. As far as I'm aware, we are the first government organisation required by law to report publicly and annually on the actions or measures taken to improve outcomes for tamariki Māori, the impact of those actions and immediate next steps. I liken this level of accountability to the carrot and stick metaphor. It is public accountability far greater than that seen in the early 2000s when agencies reported on inequalities. The context from which Section 7AA emerges is one where it came into force at the same time as over 100 new amendments to the Oranga Tamariki Act. Responding to and operationalising the amendments was led by relevant DCEs, with Section 7AA provisions allocated to 3 different areas of the organisation. Funding to support the amendments was obtained in the same year as the amendments came into force on the 1st of July 2019. In our current framing of Section 7AA, we have tried to provide as many anchor points or footholds as possible for those who know how best to deliver on 7AA to do that. On the basis of 7AA, we have been able to make a number of changes. We have highlighted a vision statement arising from strategic partners that no Te Maiti Māori will need state care. The vision statement was made public in the 7AA report published in July 2020. We aim to achieve this vision over time through the Ministry's revised outcome framework and Māori end goal or outcome which is that Tamariki Māori are thriving under the protection of whānau, of hapu and iwi. Within the same outcomes framework are 5 mana tamaiti objectives, the starting point for how the Ministry aims to have regard to mana tamaiti, whakapapa and whanaungatanga. The objectives are underpinned by every reference in the Oranga Tamariki Act to whānau, to hapu and to iwi, all of which originated from part of the Crown's response to Puao Te Atatu. We have developed a set of Section 7AA quality assurance standards for application and the development of policies, practice and services, and that the standards include an attempt to ensure compliance not only with 7AA but treaty principles as well. We're also developing a performance framework from which to assess the delivery of 7AA through disparities and measures arising from mana tamaiti and collective measures from our strategic partners. My team and I are seeing shifts from a National Office perspective. They are small, but they are shifts. In my brief, I point to a difference in the way policy is being developed. By that I mean direct engagement with those most significantly impacted by those policies, that being whānau Māori. Our role in monitoring the application of those standards across National Office, I hope, will play a key role in driving the shift we're expecting to see. The challenges we face with 7AA, however, are many, and it falls well short of the recommendations in Puao Te Atatu. As you've heard as recently as yesterday by the Children's Commissioner and Assistant Commissioner, there are tensions between 7AA and other parts of the Act. Examples of power sharing that you've heard about so far are informal and reliant on the determination and willingness of those who hold or can access that power to share what they can as far as they can. In my view, this is a very shaky foundation requiring reinforcement and protection from the many changes that those working in and with government agencies find themselves exposed to from time to time. Puao Te Atatu, however, in particular the establishment of district executive committees, continues to shine a light on a possible way forward. Whilst the Tribunal has heard much about strategic partnerships, another example of what the future holds from a 7AA perspective is reflected in what I see as an exemplar of 7AA, that being whānau care partnerships led by Frana Chase. Ko mitu tāku kōrero I nai nei, kei te hoa tū te rākau ki a ia.
Kia ora tātou katoa. I firstly just want to speak about our purpose of being inside of Oranga Tamariki. So Ioane and I met each other in 2017, but we are Māori women who have tamariki mokopuna, who we know that everything that happens in our future will impact on our mokopuna. So in everything we do that knowing that that will impact on our whānau, our hapu, our iwi and our mokopuna. And we also do that knowing what we know, having walked from outside the ministry at 56 Te Terrace, from our whānau hapu and iwi, and the very short distance there is between us when we go home to our respective rohe. So I just wanted to give context in terms of we've conceded around the institutional racism and all of the levels of what we have to navigate through. And so we came at it with pretty much that we understand that the system is broken, that Oranga Tamariki is just one part of that system. And the experience in whānau ora is that we know that we actually have to reach across all ministries to ensure that we get the best outcomes for our whānau hapu and iwi, That's why we've always tautoko whānau ora, and the kaupapa of whānau ora, but also understanding the value that our people have and how sometimes our people are invisible to ministries and to the system. So the first thing in terms of whānau care was a problem that was posed to me was that there were too many Māori children in state care and not enough Māori caregivers. So initially I was asked to find Māori caregivers, and my response back was, do you know that to our people that sounds like more prison beds? We don't actually want more Māori caregivers. We want our tamariki to be loved and safe with their whānau hapu and iwi. We also know that the experience of that, because we will all have those experiences within our whānau hapu and iwi of either being caregivers or caring for our whānau and navigating through the system, that there's been a failure to support us to actually do that well. So it's not like whānau have not been there at the beginning to support our tamariki and to manage through any kind of crisis that they might be facing, but navigating through the system has always made it harder for them. So how do we ensure that we're supporting them well up front so that over time we're not having tamariki in state care at all? So the first thing that we did was we looked under the lens of whakapapa and whanaungatanga. What does that mean? So when we looked at the numbers of tamariki Māori in state care, we looked at who do they whakapapa to, and where do they reside, and who is caring for them now. And from that, we were able to engage directly with their iwi. Ideally, we would have loved to have been with hapu and whānau, but we've got to go this way to actually get some traction. So partnering with our iwi and being able to just have conversations with them and be able to say, these are your tamariki, this is where they are in the country, this is how many they are, this is where they are right now, and this is the stage of their care. So the solution that we have been doing has been to partner, and it's not like partner as in we expect for our people to be providers, as a partnering in a truly tick away from as well as we can do it, which is we're not coming with the solutions, we're just actually showing you the problem that we're trying to fix, and also that we're designing together. Sometimes they say it's all good, we can design it ourselves, and that's fine, but designing solutions that are fit for purpose for Māori by Māori for their own people. So one of the hugest changes that we did initially was the commissioning, changing our commissioning approach. When we asked about who is funded to care for Māori children or children in general, there was a huge disparity between the numbers of Māori organisations or iwi that were Section 396 approved, so legally could take tamariki into their care and support whānau to do that, and other mainstream providers. So the first thing we did was to ensure that we could put iwi and Māori back on the map. And that's how we established our partnerships with some of our partners that are here supporting today. And with that, in the commissioning, we also talked about what would be required so that you could do what you needed to do in your respective rohe and engage with your people around and that. And we would be the conduit between, or the bridge between, a slim team that could navigate between our iwi Māori aspirations and us having to navigate through a ministry and all its service silos. So we've co-designed some models of care. They're the stepping stone, it's the start, it's not the end. But we did it in a way where we would co-design, we would learn, and as we saw any gaps or barriers, we would address them through our people with their mandate to be able to push for what they needed. But we also agreed that we would value and respect our partnership and our relationships together. We knew we were going to find some not good things, but we'll work towards addressing those over time. So we're engaging and partnering to build capability. We don't expect for our iwi Māori partners to do anything for any less than we actually pay ourselves to do. So not creating any disparities, but we also know that there's lots of gaps that we need to address as well. So we're investing in our partners to design and deliver their own models. My voice is shaking. Invest in capability building at the sites because of the different levels of cultural competence. But we have also put in place engagement leads. The engagement leads for the ministry actually whakapapa to the iwi we work with. So therefore they carry that same accountability back to their people and have their mandate, really. And support Tamariki out of non-kin care and support their whānau carers. So we currently have 8 whānau care partnerships. We have 3 more iwi that we're just commissioning with now. By 2024, we have enough budget to partner for up to 20. And once we design, we implement, and then we review, and we're just working together really to do that. And each is at different stages along their build. But that's what we're doing, and we're developing partnerships across the country so that we can stand up a response to our tamariki Māori, and so that our partners can connect to each other to reach their tamariki across the country that don't reside within their tribal rohe. Kia ora, koutou katoa. That's enough.
Tēnā koutou, if you could just stay there in the tribunal, we'll have some questions for you.
Thank you. I'm just going to go first to Professor Higgins to start our questions. Kia ora.
Tēnā kōrua. Tēnā kōrua mō ēnā whakamārama i a kōrua kōrero. Ms. Chase, tēnā koe. Aha koa kāre tāu i te tino mōhio kia tāua kei te tino mōhio au ki o Tamariki. Kei te kite atu i a rāua i konei, tai atu ki tō hunaona, ko hara mai ki te tautoko i a koe. Kamatu i rongo i tō aroha nui ki o Tamariki, tai atu ki ngā Tamariki Māori. Me te mōhio anō, he tino uaua tēnei mahi. Ka haere atu te Māori ki roto i ngā tari kāwanatanga, ki roto i te mehini a te kāwanatanga. Ētahi wā ka tore me ētahi wā ka naro, ka riro ki te pō. Ētahi, e kore e hoki mai ki o rātou iwi. Engari, kei te rongo ake nei, i tō tino manoko nui, kia whai hua a koutou mahi i roto i a Oranga Tamariki. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe, o tira ki a kōrua. E mōhio ana e ki tēnei, i runga anō i taku kite atu i te kahurangi i a whaiatari ana, e noho ana i tō taha. Kāre e kore he tohu tēnā i roto i o mahi kei te tautoko tēnei kuia i a koe. Haunga nā mahi whakapapa, kos ka taia no te noho wehe a whakapapa, engari ko te āhua nei kei te tika o mahi koia tērā kei tō taha e noho ana. Aha ko te wera o tēnei ruma. Aroha mai whaia. I've got a number of questions for both of you on your briefs. And so it's mainly around your briefs, so I might jump around a little bit, but partly because you're both presenting. So if I start, if I start with you, Ms. Moore, please. Kia ora. Just on paragraph 19 of your brief of evidence, so you discuss the outcomes framework, or as I've read through the brief, there was an outcomes framework and then there's a revised outcomes framework. Just in your bundle of appendices, is the 32 or the one that's in the appendix, in the footnote 3, which is on page 37?
So on page 37, that is not the revised outcomes
Okay.
framework. That's the original framework.
Okay, so that's what I thought, but I can't actually read page 32, so it's really difficult. Can Crown please supply us a clearer copy? But if I look at that, I can see you've kind of drawn boxes around where the changes are. But if I use what I've read on page 37, because I'm trying to understand this outcomes framework, and hopefully, please tell me if it has been amended, but I could only read from the original one. So in the green boxes, when you say what we do, and in the wording that's written in white in the green section, who is the I?
I believe that's referring to Ngā Tamariki. To
Okay.
children,
Ms.
to the
Moore,
child.
could you just put the microphone down a little bit? Thank you.
I believe that's referring to a child.
That's referring to the child. Tēnā koe. And so, what is the expectation that the child will read this outcomes framework?
Highly unlikely.
Okay. Ka pai. Let's go back to the other one. Still back onto your brief of evidence in paragraph 19. You make the statement around to ensure Tamariki Māori thrive under the protection of whānau hapu and iwi in its policies and practice. And as you would have heard my uncle ask Mr. Lambert, you know, we listened to people who talked about, you know, who wailed, who screamed at us around this not happening and this practice not happening. So, like, I get the intent, but this in the practice part, we're not seeing that. And how will the outcomes framework essentially get us to that point?
My understanding is that the outcomes framework is a way of is the way that the ministry attempts to explain what it's doing and how it intends to do that. In relation to practice, which is a fundamental enabler for those outcomes and the mana tamaiti objectives, my team and I are quite reliant on the professional practice group to help support and tautoko that drive. And you'll hear from Marlene tomorrow, I think, on the Māori-centred practice and the shifts. But I agree that the shifts that we are hoping to see or wanting to see aren't making it to the front line.
Kia ora. If I can move you to paragraph 28. So in your paragraph you say an email from the Chief Executive was sent to all iwi and Māori providers directing them to an online survey. How many people engaged in the survey?
Very few, so 34 in total. The number of iwi and Māori organisations the email went to was approximately over 100. It was, however, the link to that document was at the bottom of an email that was about a whole lot of other things, not just about 7AA.
So with a low response rate, did you do anything else to try and, because this is around an endorsement, right? So how do you ensure that you are actually getting an endorsement beyond just one online survey. Like, what was, for me, that's not really an endorsement if you've only got, 30% response.
Yeah, I agree with that. We also sought responses from, and I think it's in my brief, Waikato Tainui, Te Pūtaitanga o Te Waipounamu, the Whānau Water Commissioning in the South Island. There was a total of 6 formal written responses to the online discussion document that supported the direction that was within that document, and also supported by the Māori Design Group as well.
Okay. Do you feel like that was satisfactory? Like, thanks to Whānau Ora who jumped in?
Carl. I would really have loved to have done it the right way, with more full engagement at the front end of the transformational program that was triggered through the amendments to the Act. But it was, 7AA was one of many amendments, so we did struggle to see it rise above everything else that was going on at the time.
If I can move you to paragraph 32. So I understand, in the middle of the paragraph you got, for future reporting, the Ministry is developing a new performance framework. The mana tamaiti measures are being built in explicitly to this framework. I don't see the whakapapa and whanaunatanga, like, well, where's the whānau in this?
Yeah, the reason behind the measures is to drive a change in performance by those particularly at the front line. And when you look at the mana tamaiti objectives, whānau was embedded into every single one of them. And so that is the line of logic that we've taken through those measures.
But as you would have heard, well, we've certainly heard around that focus on the primacy of the child in terms of protection, that's separate from their whānau. So by insisting, even just by implication or by the inference of having just a mana tamaiti focus, irrespective, there's an assumption everybody understands what you're meaning with all your other elements to that. But for me, when I read this, it's, and throughout the course of this hearing, I'm reminded of the, hutia te rito te harakeke.
Aye.
You rip that out and the
Aye.
whole plant dies. And so how do you actually ensure, like, why isn't the performance also around the whānau, the performance framework? Otherwise, this kind of implies that you're only worried about the rito, which is at the core of the harakeke, and not the matua and all the other parts to the bush. Do you have a comment on that?
Kia ora tātou. I think there was something that I wanted to point out in my evidence, and now it's coming early, but the definition of whānau and how it's interpreted within the ministry is not our definition in terms of tikanga Māori. So the definition used is that the child knows, or they have some sense of attachment, or they know people. So it's not whakapapa. So by us having the whakapapa hapu iwi in there was our first place to start from. And to be honest, we were fearful that if we just said whānau, that the current, that environment was, and we've just changed the definitions and we have to get that through policy, but the definitions were about if the child was known, if the caregiver or the people were known to the child, then they are whānau, not the way that we may interpret it.
No, and I understand that, but in the paragraph it says that it's a mana tamaiti performance framework. So, I get that you understand that there's other layers behind that, but that's not what it says. And so it's just, which is why, in many ways, from a performance perspective, you're ripping out that rito and not considering the whole plant or its ecosystem, because even within the whānau, as you say, with whakapapa, you know, harakeke can, yes, grow on its own, but it actually grows in, you know, big, that's why it's called a pā, right? A pā harakeke, because it has many bushes, and so that's that extension. So, anyway, I'm kind of diverting off my questions, and I know my friends will have questions. If we can move to paragraph 41. And the last sentence, the second to last sentence, the interim changes recently made reflect the requirement. Do you know where, can you see where I'm at?
Aye.
Aye, ka pai. When you say recently, what time frame was this?
At the time of writing the brief, the changes were about to be emailed to strategic partners to notify them of the change. However, between that time and now, the changes are still occurring. So the wording around those changes is still being debated.
Okay. So if we can look at the sentence just after it. So the amended policy now explicitly states that site manager approval is required. Te mea, te mea, te mea. What guidelines do site managers, or do you provide them to make these assessments? Well, I'll give you a chance to answer that one first.
That's my understanding. So once the operational policy changes have been made, it gets turned into practice guidance by the professional practice group, and then that guidance gets disseminated out to all sites.
So the guidance isn't created at the same time as the policy, just to make sure whether it's actually going to work?
I'm not entirely sure about that, but Nicolette Dixon will be able to respond to that specifically.
Okay. Well, or maybe I'll reserve it for then, because I would be, just as a heads up, interested in what is the threshold in terms of making that decision, and how those assessments are made before they're, whānau, whakapapa or whakapapa whānau are not the point of, aren't the choice. So now Ms. Chase. It is in, so how I've understood the previous brief of evidence, when you're going to talk about whānau care, or your brief is about whānau care, it has similar intentions to mātua whāngai with these partnerships. Why not just recall it mātua whāngai? Why not just do mātua whāngai again?
We actually did discuss doing that at the time, but had some opposition from others around recalling it mātua whāngai. That would have been my preference.
Just an example of the opposition, why oppose it?
Things like because mātua whāngai may have been seen as, provision of services set up at the time that were undervalued and not supported. So it turned more into being about providers than about kaupapa. But yeah, I'm not really helping, and it's not my whakaaro. I mean, I would. To me, whānau care is mātua whāngai, in its truest concept, or the beginning of it. I mean, its truest concept, we wouldn't be here.
Okay. Just on your brief of evidence, at paragraph 18, and you did mention it in your opening statements, I'm interested in, and you talked about, Oranga Tamariki supporting to build the capacity of iwi and kaupapa Māori partners. From my perspective, when I read this and when I listen, it's almost from a deficit model, in as such that there's an assumption that our people need that building up. And as we've heard throughout, the other day, Oranga Tamariki staff are the ones who are deficit in terms of their approach to our people. I potentially understand the intent of what you're saying, but I'm just trying to understand, you're building these partnerships, and we've heard yesterday and today that you're relying on the you're trying to support and facilitate the partners' desires, but in here there's an assumption that the partners need the support, not your staff need the support. Do you want to proffer a comment on this?
Yeah, it's about having to almost try and speak two languages to get the motion that we need to move things along. So I know that Māoridom have the capacity and capability to care for their own tamariki, but we have to move through a process of enabling that. And so some of the things around when we talk about building capacity and capability are the logistical things or the legal things like that, to be able to provide care and support whānau caregivers within their own iwi, that they have to be Section 396 approved, so they have to build their responses and their policies and that, and then they are assessed and accredited through a separate organisation to ensure that they meet that. Now, our partners have challenged the social service accreditation process, because not in a way that, but they have added value all the way through having to, I suppose, be put through that process. Things like, every whānau caregiver must be police vetted, and their response to me has been, okay, we'll do the police vetting, but that's only about the ones that don't get caught. And the other is that they actually know who might have some type of conviction or something from way back, where they know that actually these are the right people to have their tamariki. So that's where we're just working together to create the policies that and things that are responsive to us being able to care for our tamariki ourselves.
So in many ways, from a treaty principle base, in terms of kāwanatanga, you are shepherding them through the system, but ultimately you're not prepared to change the system as such. So you're not, the expressions of rangatiratanga from your partners is essentially being shepherded into this. You still are expected to look like other providers. I'm trying to get my head around how whānau care is not taking more of a whānau ora kind of approach. And in many ways I do find it slightly ironic that there's whānau ora and whānau care, which kind of almost implies the same thing.
Yeah, with you. One of the things that we've pushed for inside the ministry is actually that whānau care is about te oranga o te whānau across the whole. So actually whānau care exists way before even getting in the ministry store, and the more we can prevent that from happening, the better, hence whānau ora. And our approach has been that we'll start from navigating through the tamariki Māori that are in care, and then supporting them all to keep them out of care, and then further and further this way. So over time we would like to see a development of all tamariki in care, whether they're in the care of Oranga Tamariki or whether they're in the care of hapu and iwi, and be moving all of those resources towards Oranga.
So, not to labour the point, but I'm just going to press you a little bit harder on this. The this notion that you're building the capacity of iwi and kaupapa Māori partners, yet they're the ones who basically unlock the key, unlock the door for Oranga Tamariki to connect our Tamariki to their whānau. Trying to get the sense of, this, when people talk about power sharing and transfers of power, I'm still a little bit stuck on how is it that Oranga Tamariki is not engaging their staff to understand the power that these communities actually have to that, rather than replicate, and you heard this morning, I'm assuming you heard this morning in the exchange with my colleagues and Mr. Lambert around, just putting on another model as opposed to, really thinking about those treaty principles of how do you give expression. Is kāwanatanga from Oranga Tamariki's perspective just really shepherding through the house that we're trying to rebuild and destroy ourselves? I mean, that's, I don't know, you may have a comment. That may just be it's very warm in here.
No.
And I'm getting heated.
I know what you mean though, like it's just like the capacity and capability already exists. Like for example, if we were enacting the care standards or something like that in legislation, and for all our tamariki and care, if they whakapapa mai iwa wanganui, then there's no way that they shouldn't know who they are and their feet don't touch their whenua. So, like things like the tiro hoi waka or natural cultural events and activities that exist, they need to be more visible. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Tēnā kōrua.
Kia mana mai koutou. It is very hot, and we'll try and do something. We're going to break now for Kai, and we'll try and do something about the air conditioning. If we're not successful, we may, and you should feel the same, council and others, if you want to take your jackets off. Whatever is necessary within reason. We'll see you at 1:20. Kia ora.
Rises your scalp for up to 100% dandruff protection.
Christmas. Thank you.
Listen to music personalised to you. YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial. Keep the vibe going with YouTube Music Premium, with ad-free music that you can play with the screen locked and be saved offline so you can enjoy your playlists anywhere. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium, uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free.
Looking for new songs? YouTube Music is your personal guide to the world of music. Built to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Sign up for YouTube Music and upgrade to Premium for 1 month free. Listen to music offline. YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial. Your personal guide to the world of pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month.
the vibe going with YouTube Music Premium, with ad-free music that you can play with the screen locked and be saved offline so you can enjoy your playlists anywhere. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium, uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free. YouTube Music can help you find that song from last night. The one that goes... Somebody listens to the radio, baby. Use Smart Search to find songs with just a few lyrics. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium. Uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free.
Kia ora koutou. We'll just carry on to conclude the tribunal's questions. Thank you.
Tēnā nō korua. Just on paragraph 20 of your brief. Oh yeah, Ms. Chase, sorry. Do you know how often this happens or not, doesn't happen? Transferring to non-kin? So maybe just to provide some context, within your whānau care, kaupapa, you know, how, whether there are numbers of this, you know, when you look to ensure that they're going into that, but if they're in non-kin care, you know, does that happen very often?
So within the context of whānau care, we have designed a process with the iwi within the rohi to look at the numbers of tamariki who are in non-kin care and then move them through. So the purpose of that was so that we could have a clear line of sight around where the tamariki were, whose care they were in, whether that care is appropriate or not, and whether whānau have made a decision about that and have the ability to review that decision.
Ka pai. So if I can take you to paragraph 27 of your brief, and you did allude to this around accreditation, particularly for 396. I just want to press you again on the issue around who determines this accreditation. If you're building a partnership, how does the partners get a say in what the model of accreditation looks like? Because in this, again, it goes back to what I said before around you're almost predetermining the outcome, and the outcome is not driven by rangatiratanga as such. It's driven by a need to meet an already predetermined set of criteria.
Yes. In the legislation it says that in order to deliver care, there are certain standards that providers must meet, and so for many Māori and any provider in the country, they have to, I can hear my voice echoing back, so it's a bit of a problem for me. But it's handy that I've got this hearing aid because it's helping me hear you. So thank you, they just gave it to me, but I'm adapting to it. So the first thing is that in order for us to be able to pay money to our partners, and in order for them to be able to provide a service, they have to meet certain legislation and standards under the Act.
So there's no room for negotiation around what those standards are, or translated into a Māori framework that meets and suits more the position of iwi Māori?
Within the current environment, what we are doing is challenging the standards accreditation process, saying that you don't actually know us as Māori. We know how to deliver for ourselves, and you need to work out your approvals around us, not the other way around.
So is there a form of training of whoever does this accreditation to actually, you know, you could still have the standard but actually understand it from a Māori perspective? Because I'm pretty sure the safety and well-being of tamariki is paramount for both groups, but it might be interpreted or delivered or practiced in a different kind of way.
Yes. So how we've done that is that each of our iwi Māori partners have developed their models first, and then through their models what roles and responsibilities are required to be able to deliver on the outcomes for their tamariki, and then through that we have met the standards of approvals by actually showing that there are better ways to do things that are actually Māori led.
So, where am I? So, how effective do you think this process has been? Like, is it actually making the change that's needed? Because it feels like a form of regulating Māori to still be compliant to a Pākehā framework.
Yeah, so I looked to our partners for that answer, and I got the thumbs up that actually in our current environment this is the best that we can do.
So there's no room for changing the accreditation? Well,
We would hope that what would come out of this tribunal might be, I don't know, might be some changes to help us for that to happen.
Okay, can I direct you to paragraph 30.3 of your brief? When you talk about we need stronger change management activities and effective resources and tools, etc. Is that change management within your partners group or change management in Oranga Tamariki?
But that's more pointed towards Oranga Tamariki.
Kia ora, thank you. And then you'll be happy to know I'm nearly at the end. Paragraph 32. That first sentence, our current partners are currently restricted to their local Oranga Tamariki sites, was led to Mr. Kruger talked about that their frustration was having to deal with the national site, but this kind of implies that your partners are not receiving anything, but do you understand where I'm going with this question? So you're saying restricted to local, but that was the emphasis he placed yesterday was we prefer to work with our local rather than the national.
So in the context of whānau care, the iwi want to be able to be responsive to their tamariki across the country, but for the implementation we've started with the local site within their rohe so that they can influence the culture and make that significant shift within the site, within their rohe, that then, will change the culture of Oranga Tamariki across the country.
So as Oranga Tamariki, do you try and join those up? So I'm assuming you're talking about the diaspora, their tamariki who live outside of their rohe. So yes. Do you join that up for those whānau?
Yes, so because we're having to do things in phases, we have had to start with identifying tamariki that are in non-kin care first, because that's their priority. And as well as that, to manage it so that we can do it well and safely, we've done that with their local sites, but the principles are that we will care for tamariki first within our own tribal rohe, and then stand up our other partners or iwi outside of in their own rohe, and then connect to each other as we've worked it through. So we would have had a hui before COVID, but we are about to have a hui at Mai Marae at Pukawa next week, where all iwi are coming together to talk about designing their solutions to the next phase.
Okay, so just my final question, is, just so I'm clear, are you saying that in the whānau care kaupapa, that the partners only look after the tamariki in their rohe, their tamariki in their rohe? Who looks after all the other tamariki Māori in that rohe?
Other partners and providers or Oranga tamariki until we can transition them over.
Okay. Tēnā kōrua.
Tēnā korua. Ms Chase, I've only got one question for you. I think my colleague has given you a fair working out. So, and it is just on directly on your brief at paragraph 30.2. So you may have heard me talk about this a little earlier in the day. The way you characterise whānau care in that paragraph, you talk about needing to bridge relationships between sites and whānau care partners, and then you go on to talk about that continuing throughout the project life cycle. So do you see this as a project, like with a start and an end?
No, it's just the language that's been used in this brief, because it's not a project. It actually it continues through and fits into a long-term.
So this is a long-term approach to this kind of service provision.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had for you. Miss Moore, I did have a couple more for you. The first is just following up on on something that you said just earlier today. And it's more of a comment from me, and you may or may not want to comment on it. And I say that because I think this decision would probably have been taken at a chief executive or deputy chief executive level. So if you feel like you can't comment, that's fine. But what it was is you spoke about Section 7AA being one of many amendments, and that was a real struggle to get it to rise up to the top of the in tray to get dealt with, really. And to me, that's that is indicative of what level of priority the organisation gave to 7AA, how important it was for them, and actually that it's a clear indication that other things were more important, notwithstanding this is the section to lock in treaty responsibilities for an organisation that mostly deals with Māori kids. So I do understand that you wouldn't have been the maker of that decision, but I'd welcome any comment you've got to make.
What I can say is that I think there was an assumption that 7AA was everybody's responsibility. And so therefore it should have been part and parcel of the way that each specific amendment or each project within the transformation program should have been developed. However, the reality of that wasn't the case. And so what that meant was quite a bit of stretch for the likes of myself and whānau and other Māori in National Office to stretch across the breadth of activities that were happening in order to inform our colleagues on what it was meant, what 7AA meant, and how to transaction that within the work that they were doing.
Okay, thank you. So, and this is kind of very closely linked to that, and it's at paragraph 14 of your brief, where you indicate co-designing the Ministry's response to 7AA was constrained by resources. So again, that's a signal to me that trade-offs were made about what money was spent on. But what I did want to ask was, to what extent was there any co-design in terms of the Ministry's response to 7AA? Or is it the Ministry's response?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
So at paragraph 14 of your brief, you indicate that co-designing the Ministry's response to Section 7AA was constrained by resources. So was there any co-design in the response to 7AA?
Not in its truest sense, in terms of co-designing with treaty partners.
Okay. Then just at paragraph 26 of your brief, and this is talking about 7AA2B, and you make the point that 70% of the workforce are non-Māori, so what happened was that how to respond to 7AA2B was done in a way that was meaningful for that non-Māori workforce. And, to be honest, for me, therein lies the rub. I would have thought that it would have been more meaningful to design how you respond to that section in terms of what's most meaningful for the Tamariki Māori that it's responding to. So you may or may not have a comment on that. And of course there's the other rub about the workforce proportion.
Yeah. Kia ora. So understanding how the ministry should go about having regard to mana tamaiti, whakapapa and whanaungatanga is complex and challenging for those who we require to do the mahi, to do that work internally. And so the view was, how do you position it in a way that makes it very clear the actions and the behaviours that we're expecting to see of our frontline staff. And so that was one of the key considerations that we took on board as part of that work.
So was any consideration given to, I accept that's the approach you took, was consideration given to the then, and so what does this mean for the Tamariki?
Aye, yes. If you have a look at each of the objectives, Tamariki and whānau are central to every single objective. So for example, in the second objective, what we're wanting to see is every effort going into preventing entry into care. And so the description that sits underneath that objective talks specifically about supporting whānau. And so that's how we've made it real or tried to make it real for whānau and Tamariki.
Okay. Thank you. My other questions have been addressed by my colleague. Thank you.
Tēnā kōrua Ms. Chase, kōrua ko Ms. Moore. I heard you, Ms. Chase, talking about whānau care and talking about your preference for the re-establishment of Mātua Whāngai as the name for it, your preference for Mātua Whāngai. As a young man in the early 80s, I heard about Mātua Whāngai. I heard our uncle Rangihau. He may not have been the architect of Mātua Whāngai, but I heard him talking about that. Mātua Whāngai was an everyday word, phrase that we used. It just was. And yet here it was in the early 1980s being given prominence, being elevated to something that we thought, gee, we didn't know that it was that important. So now you're writing a policy about whānau care. The question that we would like to know is, so what's the risk that the life cycle of whānau care won't go down, won't end early like Mātua Whāngai did?
I think that there would be a significant risk if we don't have the support internally from Oranga Tamariki to actually truly commit to the kaupapa.
So you're not at all confident about its life cycle, given the history of these high-standing Māori philosophical phrases that we had in place long ago, like Puao Te Atatu, like Mātua Whāngai. So you don't have confidence in the life cycle and the early end?
I have confidence in our people for Mātua Whāngai, but we need confidence in Oranga Tamariki to support that kaupapa, to bring it to its true realisation, and that would be through the allocation of resources and what is required to do that.
Well, in your writing up of the project of whānau care, what are the things that are in place that ensures that it won't end like Mātua Whāngai did?
I think the ways that we've tried to ensure that it doesn't is by ensuring that it is our partners that are driving this kaupapa. And when I think about Mātua Whāngai, I don't think it's something that I could have written in a policy inside of Oranga Tamariki. It belongs to our people outside of the ministry.
Yes, but our people have long memories and they remember Mātua Whāngai. Okay. And you're trying to introduce something that doesn't roll off the tongue, that is not part of our philosophy, that is not part of our culture, like family care. Family care. Yes. Mātua Whāngai. Mātua Whāngai is so meaningful for me. Yeah. All right.
I should change it tomorrow.
You should. You should. And you should say that Poutemana, the best tohunga in the country, said that you could. And if my student, Hoani Lambert, doesn't agree to it, tell him I'll makutu him. And I'll turn him into a frog instead of the handsome man that he is. Look, Korua, I look at you, beautiful wahine Māori, the apotheosis of what wahine Māori should be, what grandmothers should be. You have your family here, Miss Chase. One of your son-in-law is a student of mine, koretake student. No, good student, because I was a good teacher. But, you know, I want to go beyond your submissions today. Here you are writing policy, your middle management. Above you, the DCEs. And in this case, it is Mr. Lambert. You are closer to the problem area. My question, before I get to the problem area, is, have you ever taken part in a family group conference?
Yes, I have hundreds of them as a social worker and as whānau. And they're the most disempowering things that exist, really. I don't think that family group conferences in 1989, the way that it was put together and the way that they're practiced were ever, fully fulfilled. Yeah.
You want to proffer an opinion, Ms. Moore?
Kāore. I haven't been, I haven't participated in a family group conference. I narrowly avoided one in relation to my own mokopuna.
All right. Family group conferences are something that the witnesses, many witnesses who stood before us, dreaded. It was dreadful. And the people that had family group conferences under you, Ms. Chase may have been lucky because you were there. But what we heard was that people, including Maori social workers, were not at all very Maori in their treatment of whānau. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the nub. Surely you heard about that. Yes. Surely you know that people who had no business being in family group conferences were involved, had no aroha whatsoever, had no affinity whatsoever, didn't give a damn. Look, quote, oh, it's that family again. Look, quote, they should be... Yeah, they should be castrated to stop them from having children. How can that happen without your knowledge? How can systematic and blatant racism happen under your watch, middle management, Miss Chase, middle management, Miss Moore?
I think we just have to concede that family group conferences and the way that they are delivered historically and presently are not fit for purpose for Māori whānau, and they're not fit for purpose for hapu or iwi.
Kia ora, if I can also add to that. I spoke earlier this morning about some of the rub from 7AA against other provisions in the Act. Sections 21 and 22, which are all about family group conferences, don't specify the involvement of hapu or iwi. Therein lies one of the barriers that whānau have to contend with. In saying that, though, there are some, I am aware of some very exciting practices around family group conferences. So, for example...
Sorry, can I just interrupt there? Sorry. Did you say there were some exciting things happening?
Yes, but can I explain why I'm saying that? Aroha mai matua. So in Horowhenua, for example, they held a family group conference and 3 generations of whānau attended. That is happening despite the absence of a specific provision that enables them to do that. They are just going ahead and doing that. So there are some examples where the harm that you've heard about through FGCs is taking a different course.
Well, amazingly, your positive example of a family group conference is the first that I've heard in 3 sittings. Racism as part of the family group conference, and I'm kind of putting the heat on you. Why did you let this happen? You are middle management.
Oh, I think it's bigger than us. Like we wouldn't even in the current Oranga Tamariki structure, we wouldn't be seen to be having that. It would also almost not be our business to be looking into family group conferences, because it's something that comes out of practice and it's something that comes out of the PPG and the sites and the practitioners. So at times we have to swim in our swim lanes and we're not allowed to reach, we're not enabled or allowed to reach across like we should.
Okay, all right. It's probably difficult for you. As I say, I'm going outside of your briefs today and almost challenging you about why has this happened when there are people like you in the system? Why is this being allowed to happen? So let me just shelve that for a moment. Look, you are moving into partnering up with iwi. All right, so you should have a handle on the number of children that are in care that come from the different iwi. So Tuhua will have so many, Te Araba will have so many. Is that right? You do have a handle on that?
Yes.
Now, how does that work in your determination about partnership with iwi? Does that, in fact, have a bearing? For instance, let's form a partnership with Dati using Huani Lambert's people, Ngāti Kahungunu, because they got lots of people in care. Is that a determinant in working out who you partner up with, or that you partner up with Ngāti Kahungunu?
Yes, there's a driving determinant that is around the numbers of tamariki Māori in care and who they whakapapa to.
All right.
And then from my end of the budget that's held, it's about how much money we have within our tiny purse to be able to reach them. And so we have partnered with iwi who may have the most numbers of tamariki in care, but not all the time. Sometimes it has been about coverage across Aotearoa and also the aspirations of iwi to do things now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I think I've run out of ideas and questions, and thank you very much for those good answers. Ngā mihi, honest answers.
Tēnā korua. I have no such powers as my colleague, and my questions are therefore more humble.
I could teach you for a cost.
Thank you. I think I need to take you up on that. First, Ms. Moore, just in relation to the 7AA, among the 7AA powers conferred on the Chief Executive, and you've set them out at paragraph 35, one of them is to provide opportunities for the Chief Executive to delegate functions under the Act or regs to appropriately qualified people within those organisations. Is there any guidance or policy around what appropriately qualified means? What are the criteria?
There's no specific policy that explains what that might be or what it might look like. There is work happening now in the policy team to help unpack that specific provision.
All right, thank you. And just finally, towards the end of your brief, you're talking about the 7AA vision at paragraph 44, and observing that if fully achieved would lead to a reduction in the role of the state and a transfer of resourcing. So just looking at those objectives, do you think, or do you have any thoughts on how they could be enhanced by some further legislative changes to clarify or to strengthen 7AA, and if so, what would those changes look like?
So one of the provisions that I haven't spoken to yet is special guardianship order. So this is section 113A of the Act. As it's currently written, it's absolutely inconsistent with section 7AA because it puts the rights of special guardians above those who may have a vested interest in decisions about the tamariki, so specifically whānau, hapu, iwi.
All right, so that provision was, the special guardianship provision was which provision?
Section 113A.
Thank you.
In addition to that, information sharing, so this is in relation to section 66A. So this is where we can disclose any information relating to a child or young person obtained under section 66 to a child welfare and protection agency or an independent person if the chief executive reasonably believes that providing that information will fulfil any of the following purposes. However, iwi and hapu are not defined as child welfare and protection agencies. So it makes it very difficult to be able to share information. As spoken by my colleague previously, the definitions in the Act also pose some challenges for us as well. So whānau isn't specifically defined in the Act. Instead, we have a collective term called family group, and that is defined in the Act. A family group in relation to a child or young person means a family group including an extended family in which there is at least one adult member with whom the child or young person has a biological or legal relationship, or to whom the child or young person has a significant psychological attachment. The other addition to that is the child or young person's whānau or other culturally recognised family group. So often what we come across is reference to family groups that really takes it away from the whakapapa connections of tamariki to their whānau, to their hapu and to their iwi. I also referred previously to Puaotea Tutu and the recommendation around district executive committees. I think that is quite powerful, and there are some supporting mechanisms that could be brought to life through the cabinet fees framework. So this is where various bodies are given permissions to look at specific areas. So for example, the Māori Design Group is a level 4 advisory body underneath that framework. Level 4 advisory group is the lowest category within those bodies, and it basically confines them to one of an advisory role. But within, so for example, I think it's group 2 or group 3, this is where mandate is given for DHBs, for school boards. So there are those sort of mechanisms that are sitting there that I think could provide some potential.
Thank you. Ms. Chase, just a couple of questions on some of the papers that are attached to your brief about the whānau care project delivery plans. At page 11 of I think it's the document whānau care project delivery plan, and there's a heading and a table that says what might stop or slow down, and there's a list or a table of potential challenges, risks and issues.
Yes.
The second one is the adoption of new approach at sites. Oranga Tamariki sites not adopting the new ways of working with partners, including not engaging early and sharing information, noted as a high risk. So just the last on the far right column under mitigation, accountability and ownership of capability changes by relevant leaders. Could you just expand a little bit? Are there effective accountability techniques in place, or is there more work needed? If you meet resistance at a site level, have you got the tools to affect the change?
Yes, so the accountability mechanisms that we've put in place so far are at a regional leadership level. So in the co-design of the models, the regional manager for Children's and Families Services, the regional managers for Partnering for Outcomes, which is the funding mechanism, and the regional managers for caregiver recruitment and support are all part of the process, and then they understand their accountabilities and responsibilities around adhering to our agreements and plans together as we work through implementation.
So below that level, so what I'm understanding you're saying is that you seem to be confident that the regional managers understand and support the rollout of this policy, yes?
Oh no, sorry. So that happens, but often when we get to a site level, and even in implementation, there are staff at a site level that don't even know the kaupapa, or so it doesn't trickle down. So that's why it's a high risk, because we continue to have to educate people and make sure that the barriers that we come up against are overcome.
Do you have any thoughts about how those, or what could be done to further lower the barriers?
Yeah, yes, I do have thoughts about ways that we could do this a lot easier, but they require other people to help us to do that at a leadership level.
So, and I don't want to put you in an awkward position, but is there is it fair to say there's insufficient clarity of direction from the top down, which would...
Yes, especially in relation to cultural competence and actually being able to understand what the kaupapa is and why we're doing things and what it means from a Te Ao Māori perspective.
Right. And so, just in your reporting lines, you report back up to Mr. Lambert?
I report to Trish Langridge, who is the DCE for care in Oranga, Tamariki.
And Ms. Moore, do you report to the same?
I report to Hoani Lambert.
All right. So, and how many of the senior leadership team have a responsibility, if I can broadly call it the kaupapa Māori objectives? Is it limited to those 2 DCEs, or have you got a spread of responsibility across the 9 or 10?
Yeah, it would be spread across them all.
That suggests to me potential for confusion of message and roles. Is that what you see?
Yes.
Is there at times inconsistent messaging around these issues in terms of what different DCEs are sending down the line?
Yes.
So is there at chief executive level oversight or coordination of policy around 7AA?
Kia ora. There is a DCE lead for Section 7AA, so that is Hoani Lambert.
Right.
He is, however, reliant on his DCE colleagues to help make the necessary shifts. So he doesn't hold all the levers, he's just providing coordination and oversight.
Thank you. So just finally, Ms. Chase, just in the appendices, right towards the back of your brief, there are some appendices that talk about or review the work of various of the partnership arrangements with, and I'm just taking one as an example. Which is the one, it's Appendix 1, the Torunanga a Iwi o Ngāpuhi, and on the first page, how can we overcome the challenges as a heading. Second paragraph says, several partnership implementation issues are explored. Some themes that arise include the site's lack of willingness to shift its practices and thinking, and the need for better understanding. Which is the topic we just discussed. So when you come across an issue like this, what could be strengthened apart from the communication you're talking about, like the backup from senior management right from the top? Are there other things that could be done in the face of either resistance or lack of buy-in from a site to require compliance with a clear policy objective of the ministry?
Yes, and one of those ways of doing that is through the care clinics that have our partners at the table, have our sites at the table, and are on a weekly or fortnightly basis reviewing the state of our tamariki and care, right, so that things are still operationalised, and if there's any resistance, it's escalated.
Right, and so if that happens, you also need those who receive the escalation to act in a coordinated and consistent way, and from what I'm hearing you say, that's not always happening at the moment.
Yeah, you're correct.
All right. Ms. Moore, in the my friend Ms. Nadima asked you a question about resourcing and the initial implementation of 7AA, and you noted a I don't know what the right word is, a diminishment or insufficient resourcing was the context. Are we talking about financial resourcing or about human resourcing?
I think from the outset, what would have been helpful was more people resourcing. As I said before, each provision under 7AA was distributed across 3 different functions of the ministry. And so it was incredibly difficult to try and get a holistic position on the whole of 7AA. Instead, so for my part, it was supporting Hoani to lead out on Section 7AA 2B. Prior to receiving additional resourcing, people resourcing, it was myself and one senior project manager involved in that work.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both. Well done. Ms. Cassidy. Okay.
Tuatahi ka mihi atu kia kōrua. Me ki ngā wahi netua, mahi ana I roto I taua āhuatanga, tira mahi. Me tō kōrua Maia, ki te tai mai ki konei, me ki moe I te aroaro. Ki te kōrero kia mātou. Ms. Chase, I'll just go straight to you, and I'll refer you to paragraph 10 of your brief. This is where you talk about the review that you undertook for those tamariki Māori in care. And you say through this review it was apparent that there were many tamariki Māori in care where their iwi was not recorded, and you say you understood that this to be attributed to a number of things, one of them including frontline practice and knowledge. Can you just explain what you mean there? Sorry, you've mentioned that you found many tamariki Māori no iwi recorded.
Yes.
So, and when you say that one of the factors was frontline practice and knowledge, can you just expand on what you mean?
Well, the first thing was that we couldn't guarantee that the entry of whakapapa into our current system was actually correct. So we don't know whether that's actually valid data at all. So that because it's all based on the person that's entering it, and we're not assured of their cultural competence to do that. In October, when we reviewed it, there were 643 tamariki without an iwi affiliation recorded in CYRUS, and that's down by 82 at the moment in January 2020.
Sorry, just to clarify, those 640, these are Māori children?
Yes.
And they still don't have iwi recorded?
Yes.
So what's been done to fix that or rectify that?
The mechanisms at the moment that we're using, and again they're through our limited resources, like we have small teams of people, so one is described to you as I have 5 people in my team, is that we through our partnerships are reviewing to all of tamariki Māori that are within the rohe to ensure that the iwi are recorded, and we've messaged to out to all sites to say that we want iwi recorded in CYRUS.
Right, but they might not have the cultural competency or knowledge to do that, right?
Yeah.
Is this something that you're looking to your whānau care partners to also assist with?
Yes, so with our whānau care partners, one of the roles, and you'll hear or would have heard about the kairaranga roles within Oranga Tamariki. So with our partners, those roles around whakapapa and identity are really validated through them. And, yeah.
Okay, but that is a real concern, isn't it? That outstanding number that haven't been identified in terms of their iwi. Just in terms...
I was just going to elaborate and say that one of the other things that we found when we looked at the data is that when Oranga Tamariki were the previous, so the way that decisions were made about funding were often determined by the first iwi that was entered into the database system. So you can record 4 iwi in the system, but the data analysts, given their lack of cultural competence, would often just pull that first primary entry, which doesn't make sense.
Which therefore means their whakapapa to other people. Iwi is not known.
Visible or known.
Right. That's another real concern. And just for when you did that review also, you would have seen the number of tamariki Māori that were in non-kin care. Can I just confirm, these children that were in non-kin care, were they still subject to custody orders?
Yes.
Were there, because once if tamariki Māori are placed in non-kin care and then the custody order is discharged, and a parenting order made, you don't have any sort of jurisdiction, or you're not able to move into that space, are you?
No.
So therefore those tamariki Māori before, I don't know, when was the review done, sorry?
The first review we did in 2018.
Before that time, any children that were previously in care and then went into non-kin and then moved over to a parenting order, you won't have any records of those children, will you?
We'll have record. we'll have record and we'll be able to go back and look.
Sorry, probably the best question to put to you is once they've moved into the, they sit under the jurisdiction of the Care of Children Act, then there's really nothing that Oranga, Tamariki or whānau can do to have them returned, right?
Yes.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Ms Downs, Ms Rolleston or Ms Teray, which...
Tēnā korua. Most of my questions, well, all of my questions are for Ms Moore, and then I'll be passing over to my colleague, Mr Stone, at the end, who will have questions for you, Ms Chase. My name is Ms Tere, and I act on behalf of two hapu groups up in Northland, Ngāti Hine and Te Kaputai, as well as Tauranga Moana group, Ngāi Te Rangi. So that will give you a bit of context around where my questions are coming from today. Thank you for your evidence. I just wanted to start off by clarifying with you that you are aware that this particular inquiry is about the law, policy and practice of Oranga Tamariki being consistent with Te Tiriti or the treaty.
Aye.
You're aware?
Aye.
Ka pai. My review of the Crown's evidence and some of the kōrero that has been given over the past couple of days, particularly from the Chief Executive, there have been a number of concessions we've heard in relation to Pō Aotearoa about the institutional racism. And my first question is there a concession in respect of treaty compliance from Oranga Tamariki?
Not that I'm aware of.
In that regard, are you of the position that the current law then is compliant with the treaty?
Can you say that again, please?
So, in respect of the concessions that have been made and that the OT have accepted that they haven't lived up to the prospects of Pō Aotearoa and that they accept that there's institutional racism. Are the Crown now in a position to make a concession in respect of the treaty? Do they believe that the current law in place is consistent with the treaty?
Sorry,
If
Ms
I
Teray.
could just, I was just going to say that may be a question that can't be put to these witnesses. It requires a higher level
Yes.
cabinet approval.
So, Ms Teray, I understand the question, but there's a lot behind that. There's also our ultimate issue. It'd be helpful probably if you break down the questions and distinguish between law, policy and practice. And these witnesses can certainly speak to, well, to an extent, to the practice areas for which they have a responsibility, but not sure how far they can go with the overall. A treaty breach concession per se is certainly not something officials could do without authority from right up the chain, up to the minister, as I understand it. So,
Ka pai, that's all good. Well, in that case, my questions to you today are really centred around what the Ministry thinks treaty compliance is and the steps that they are taking towards treaty compliance. And in many regards, that is obviously what this inquiry is about. And I am putting these questions to you because I do note in your brief at your sections 2 and 5 that you talk about what your position is, and you at the moment are the acting director for the treaty response unit, so I obviously am putting treaty questions to you in that role. So do you accept that in your role that it's important to have an accurate understanding of the treaty, its interpretation and how it's applied by Oranga Tamariki?
Aye.
And are you able to explain a little bit about your experience with the treaty and interpretation of the treaty?
My experience of it, so I'm no Dame Anne Salmon, and there are lots of experts on te tiriti and the treaty in the room, and those not in the room. My experience with treaty principles, however, emerged in my work with corrections, and in particular the 2005 and 2016 claims filed by Matua Tom Himapo. And it was through those experiences that my eyes were opened as to the power of those principles. Through the work that we've done within National Office and the 7AA Quality Assurance Standards, we have taken our lead from treaty jurisprudence over the past 20, 30 years to try and help shift the understanding of the treaty, the impacts of it, and their responsibility, and by there I mean our staff in Oranga Tamariki, and their responsibilities as public servants to the principle.
Kia ora. And I will come to the point around treaty jurisprudence, but just in reference to, you mentioned your staff, and I note that in your brief you talk about having 3 permanent staff and kind of 3 part-time staff to assist you in your role. And I do note that this is an acting role at the moment, but your principal role is in relation to a role that you have had since December 2017. So you've been active for 3 years or so now.
Aye.
Do your staff have treaty competence, training, expertise amongst the ones that are underneath you?
So I'd like to say that I have one of those 3 team members who has expertise around the treaty principles space.
When you say expertise around the treaty principles space, what is that exactly?
From a Crown perspective, that would be his understanding of treaty principles through previous work at the Ministry of Justice, and in particular Office of Treaty Settlements and Te Arawhiti.
Do you, within your role, you or your staff, seek advice outside of your team from treaty experts, possibly from your partners, iwi, hapu, claimants side? Do you seek expertise in treaty interpretation from that side of things?
So one of the things that we do, we provide advice and assurance, and so the role that we play in relation to big P policy or strategic policy is quite important, and we have at times provided them with guidance and direction on accessing treaty expertise. And one example that I can think of is through the preparation of the Cabinet 2019 paper, where work was commissioned to seek legal advice, so to speak, from a Māori legal firm to help understand the treaty and how it applies to Māori Crown relationships.
And within your staffing and your expertise, do you believe that you have the resources to achieve the transformation, some of the things that we've discussed here today?
Carl.
Sorry, what was the answer?
No.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to move over to kind of explore how Oranga Tamariki recognise and provide for the treaty. And at the moment, I'll talk about it in a generalised sense, law, policy and practice, so overall. Is, in your opinion, Oranga Tamariki underpinned by a treaty framework?
No.
What do you point to as your signal or indicator of treaty compliance in your role?
Right now it's through the Section 7AA quality assurance standards. And so within those standards, we've incorporated active protection, partnership, those kinds of principles to help those responsible for developing policies, practices and services to do it in a way that meets the expectations set out in 7AA as well as through treaty principles.
I note that you refer to the assurance standards, but I also note that you don't actually mention the treaty principles in your brief. Now, my question is, how do the standards relate to the treaty principles? What's the relationship between the two of them?
So in my view, so Section 7, the quality assurance standards is the tool that we have available to us to help others to understand their responsibilities to treaty principles and Section 7AA.
In your opinion, would you agree that if you've got a treaty framework that sits in Section 7AA, that it's important that that be an accurate reflection of what the treaty is, if that's your measure?
Can you say that again? Sorry?
Would you agree that it's important that if a treaty framework is based on Section 7AA and the quality assurance that standards that have been developed by Oranga Tamariki, that be an accurate reflection of their treaty obligations?
It's what we've got available to us at the moment.
Sorry, Mr. Reid, I just want to clarify one matter from our answer. Just in the previous question, you said that the quality assurance standards are the tool for us to help others understand their responsibilities under 7AA. Mm-hmm. Just by others, you meaning within Oranga Tamariki? Anyone else, or are you just talking about within Oranga Tamariki?
Oranga Tamariki is enough at this stage, but yes, it's directed to Oranga Tamariki staff because they are responsible for developing policies, practices and services.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Sorry, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, sir. So when you talk about the quality assurance standards that you've created in-house to guide your practice, whose interpretation of the treaty is that?
I think I pointed it out in my brief of evidence. The work that was done to inform the quality assurance standards comes through the health kaupapa inquiry, as well as the corrections 2016 inquiry as well. That one's particularly important for Oranga Tamariki in my view because we are, Department of Corrections and Oranga Tamariki are significant operational agencies, so there was a lot to learn from the corrections review.
Ka pai. I'm actually glad that you took me there. That was where I was going next. And I guess given that you've mentioned those reports, that you would agree that it's important that Oranga Tamariki have a robust understanding of the treaty, its evolving nature, but also the respective groups that have appeared before the tribunal at those times when that jurisprudence has been discussed and developed. Do you accept that? So were those the only reports that were used to develop the standards?
No, there's also a book that's been published by Te Puni Kōkiri that talks in depth about treaty principles and their application within the Crown space. So that was another resource that we used as well.
Are you able to recall the date of when that resource was published?
No, not offhand, sorry.
Would you be able to provide it at the end of the
Sure.
hearing? Just the date?
Absolutely, yeah.
Kapai, thank you. Are you in a position to accept that there might potentially be other reports and other treaty jurisprudence, tribunal jurisprudence that might be relevant to the assurance standards?
Yes.
I want to explore this a little bit with you because I think that it sits at the heart of this particular inquiry, and it's around the claimants seeking rangatiratanga over the care and well-being of their tamariki, and how we can make that happen in a modern context today. And I think that there has been, and we have evidence of kōrero, that where we have had tribunals who have heard evidence and made findings following hearing that evidence that Māori have the right to exercise rangatiratanga. And when I'm talking about rangatiratanga in this moment, I'm talking about the right to make and enforce laws. That was the Y1040 tribunal. And then more recently, under Article 2 of the treaty, that Māori have the right to their own laws and institutions. That's the Te Rohe Pōtai report. Now, given our aspirations to see that rangatiratanga and our ability to be able to exercise that over the care and well-being of our children, would you accept that that tribunal guidance and jurisprudence is relevant to an assurance standard?
Yes.
Would you accept that the fact that there really has only been, more referenced, I should say, the two reports, the disproportionate reoffending report and the health report and the TPK report that you mentioned, that's a selective approach to the quality assurance standards?
I would agree with that.
To your knowledge, and I am talking about the development of Section 7AA. So I think in your evidence you've talked about how you're going to implement it. The ministry's response at your paragraph 14 about co-designing the response. But I'm kind of taking a couple of steps back. I'm not talking about the response, because that's a little bit further down the pathway. I'm talking about the actual development of Section 7AA. To your knowledge, we're Māori, and I'm not meaning expert Māori, a Māori design group. I'm talking about iwi, hapu, treaty partners. Were they involved in the development of the terms that were chosen for Section 7AA?
Carl.
Do you know if Māori supported Section 7AA?
No, it would be an assumption. Yeah.
Ka pai. Just got two more themes for you. In your brief, you talk about, you make numerous references, I guess, to strategic partners, iwi, Māori organisations. And as I mentioned to you at the beginning, I represent hapu groups from Te Tai Tokerau. Is my read correct that there isn't any mention of hapu in the law and policy in relation to Oranga Tamariki, more specifically Section 7AA? but there's a lack of hapu at that leadership, reference to hapu at that leadership level.
I'm not quite with you on that one. Can you?
Okay, no, that's
rephrase?
okay. So I'll take you to your paragraph 28. And here we're talking about the endorsement of the approach. And kind of maybe about 6 lines down, the sentence starting that there was an email that was sent from the Chief Executive to all iwi and Māori providers. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And then kind of moving down to paragraph 30, you're talking about a regional hui, and there at the bottom you say all iwi and Māori organisations. And just lastly, I'll just get you to hop over to paragraph 35. No, sorry, down to 36. And you're talking here about strategic partnerships with iwi. I guess the point that I'm making there is that those are key touch points for when you're engaging with Māori, and there's no mention of hapu in there.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
I can understand what you're saying, yes.
Are you aware that Puao Te Atatu and the tribunal have talked extensively about the place of hapu in a governance leadership role?
In part, yes, I am.
Well, in fact, the tribunal, particularly for Ngā Puhi, have said that the hapu are the basic fundamental unit of Māori society. Do you accept that they should have a presence in law and policy when the Crown are talking about iwi and strategic partnerships? There's a glaring absence of the mention of hapu.
I agree with you, and we've had some discussions internally about hapu and where that fits within the scheme of things, and whilst they may not be an iwi, they are a Māori organisation in their own right. So that's how we've thought about it to date, but I do accept that it's not explicit enough.
I guess the reason why I make that particular point from a claimant's perspective is that their experience is that if it's not explicitly mentioned, they don't get that level of engagement, input, and when it's not there, they have nothing to point to say we have a right to be at the table with the Crown. Do you
Right.
accept that?
I understand that, I do, yes. Can I just point out, though, that we've been at pains to explicitly mention whānau, hapu and iwi in all the work that we've been engaged in. So not necessarily the legislative settings within 7AA or the broader Act, but most definitely in the work that we've had control over preparing.
Yeah, kapai. I mean, I guess, you know, in a similar vein, would you accept that that's part of the issue? Is that the fact that it's not, as much as at a policy level you can try to implement it, if it's not at that legislative level, that does impact the influence and the capacity to be able to engage with hapu?
Aye.
Kapai, thank you. I'd just like to turn, this is my last kind of theme of questions, and it's turning to section 7AA specifically. And I think that they're probably more of a nature of clarification, but I just wanted to walk through the provisions so that I can understand and my colleagues can understand what Oranga Tamariki's thoughts are when they are talking about implementing it. And first off, I just mentioned that in your brief at in relation to section 7AA1, that you've only mentioned it in 11.3 in terms of the legislative reforms that were passed at that time. so you talk about your practical commitments there, but there's no further conversation about that particular provision. Now, my question is that the provision itself says a practical commitment to the principles. Who determines what a practical commitment is?
Sorry, where are you?
Would it be helpful if I'm in the actual act.
Oh, thank you.
Would it be helpful if
All right, kia ora.
So I'm just in the section 7A8, the actual provision itself.
I don't have it in front of me, but my recollection is... Sorry, I do. That's quick. Yes, duties imposed in order to recognise and provide a practical commitment to the principles of the treaty. So I think with just one caution is in terms of questions of legal interpretation for these witnesses, there's only so far I think they can properly respond.
Yes.
This formulation of the treaty clause, and it's been used, or versions have been used in the health and other legislation, they often proceed from this sort of a statement as a technique to say that the provisions that follow are meant to give effect to the policy objective, which is in order to give practical effect or practical commitment to the principles, this is what we're doing. So
I accept that. Sorry. I accept that, sir. I think that the questions are really around, as the acting director of the treaty
Yes.
response, whether she's able to provide some insight into who would determine what a practical commitment is. In my submission, that's the application of the act,
Yes.
not what the act is itself.
but the application comes in the provisions that follow.
Yes.
If you follow what
And I carry on, so I've just...
Yeah.
I'm cautious of what the point that you're making there, sir.
All right.
And just in regards to that, the unit that and the group that she is obviously the head of are in charge of providing that advice and guidance in respect of whether this
All
is
right.
implemented.
Just I'm sorry to interrupt you, but anyway, finish your question if you have one in relation to the start, and then we'll see how we go with what follows.
Ka pai. Thank you, sir. Well, my first question was who determines what a practical commitment is? Is that within your staffing unit?
You mean in terms of the specific provisions that
Yeah.
sit underneath 7AA?
In terms of practice, when you referred me to the section 7AA as the guidance for your practice, we use the assurance standards so that our staff, when they're writing policy or going to practice,
Aye, kia ora.
who
Yes,
decides?
yeah. And so, depending on which provision it is, there's been involvement and guidance from Crown Law. We've also had guidance and support from our legal team as well.
Ka pai. Do you accept that?
Sorry, could you just put the microphone a little bit closer, please, Ms. Moritz? Thank you.
Sorry. Do you accept that what advice that you might get from Crown Law in terms of a practical commitment and what the claimants might think is a practical commitment might be a bit different?
Aye.
Ka pai. In a similar vein to section 7AA2A, which is at you, and you talk about how it's implemented at your paragraph 17. In a similar vein of question, what constitutes or is the standard for measurable outcome?
I'm going to be quite frank here. Our interpretation of section 7AA2A has been quite confused at times. There's quite a lot within that provision. And so the different lenses that have been applied refer to, so what we know is it's specific to policies and to practice. It's whether or not said policy or practice needs to identify an existing disparity in order to make sure that said practice and policy then has the objective of reducing it. And therefore, whether you take an individual response to that, which is where the 7AA QA standards fall into place, or whether you take an overarching ministerial view or Oranga Tamariki view, which is where the Māori end goal came from. So it was seen as a necessary response to that.
So is it that Tamariki Māori are in a position where they have to wait for the ministry to figure out their own policy before we can see really what these measurable outcomes are and whether it's being addressed in an appropriate way? Is that the position that we're currently in right now?
No, so I think what we've done is we've tried to cover it in 3 different angles. And so for the end goal, which is another word for outcome, the Māori end goal is that Tamariki Māori are thriving under the protection of their whānau, their hapu and their iwi. Underpinning that are the 5 mana tamaiti objectives from which measures will tell us the extent to which that is happening across a range of factors. So for example, preferencing of placements for Tamariki Māori within whānau, hapu and iwi. The work that's being done to be able to count how many Tamariki Māori are coming into care, and then the proportion or the percentage of those children actually going into whakapapa whānau care.
Ka pai. Now that's helpful. Now, moving down to, and you've just mentioned it, section 7AA 2B, and there you're talking about mana tamaiti, whakapapa and whanaungatanga. You accept, don't you, that in the actual act itself there's no reference to the treaty principles themselves?
Yes.
Do you see that as an issue?
Sorry,
just
just
lead me into
clarify
that one
that question again.
Mm.
You said no reference to the principles of the... was that... just the preface to your question, Mr. A, was, do you accept that there's no reference to the principles of the treaty in the Act? We're talking about this Act?
This
What?
7AA, well, the Oranga Tamariki 1989 Act
Well...
and these provisions,
well,
section 7AA.
Well, I mean, there is a reference to the principles in 7AA1.
Yes. I think the point that I'm exploring is similar to the hapu point that I made. Without explicit reference to the treaty principles, where is the obligation to the Crown?
So just hang on, Mr. A, just let me get clear here what you started by looking at 7AA2B, and you noted the references to mana tamaiti and whakapapa, and then you went on to your question about treaty principles. So can you just clarify the question? Are you saying there should be a treaty principles reference in a provision such as B?
Let me rephrase, sir.
Right.
My question is that the provisions there around mana tamaiti, whakapapa and whanaungatanga, is that the expression of the treaty principles in section 7AA?
Nope. Intrude on statute interpretation again?
I'm not sure. That's I'm just trying to... So, Mr. A, I think I understand what you're trying to get at, but it's being formulated in part as a question of statutory interpretation. I think what you're trying to ask relates to the policy behind the legislative provision, if I understand correctly. So can you have a go at maybe asking along the lines of what changes you think might improve the provisions or something of that nature, instead of asking in a way that requires the witness to sort of to interpret?
Yes, sir. You've accepted, haven't you, that the Treaty of Waitangi principles are not explicitly stated in the Section 7AA or in the Act.
Well, sorry, again, they are in the first part of the provision. There is
Well, the reference to them is made.
But you can't put a proposition to a non-legal witness like this, which is not correct, because there is a provision that says, in order to provide a practical
Kia ora, sir. I understand what you're saying. I'll
commitment to
leave
the
it there.
principles of the treaty. So, yeah.
No, that's okay, sir. I'll leave it there. Just moving down and coming to kind of the end part of Section 7AA. And I just want to clarify, I ask you these questions because in my mind, as the Treaty Response Unit, I would like to think that there's some level of assurance that you understand how it applies in practice. So I don't mean to overstep the mark in that regard. So coming down to these strategic partnerships, and I'm at your paragraph 36, and I think that 7AA, 2C, 3 and 4 are kind of all put together, but they all relate to strategic partnerships pretty much. In a read of the provisions, is it the Crown that decides whether or not a strategic partnership is entered into?
I'm not actually the expert on strategic partners, this particular provision.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. This is my last question, and it kind of ties back into the very first question that I asked you, and really in regards to your role as the acting director of Treaty Response. Have any Oranga Tamariki seniors or the chief executive engaged you for advice on a treaty-based concession?
Yes, they have.
Sorry, what was the answer? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Yes, they have. I've been involved in discussions around the concessions that have been made to date.
Thank you.
And in regards to the concessions that have been made, has a treaty-based concession been discussed?
It's been raised several times.
So this is going back to that first point I raised with you about the inability of these witnesses to make treaty concessions.
All right. So we also just need a bit of clarification here about what you're meaning by the treaty-based concession. So, Mr. A, is your question to these witnesses, has there been a discussion about a Treaty of Waitangi-based concession? Is that the question?
Yes.
Because I think the witnesses are answering by reference to the concessions made yesterday, which don't specifically refer to the treaty or the utility. So I'm just wondering if there's a bit of cross purposes in that discussion. So, Ms. Moore, in the answer you gave previously, you were referring, weren't you, to the concessions that were made yesterday?
Yes.
And you had been some discussion about that.
Yes.
And just to be clear, that's what you weren't referring more broadly than that? Were you just talking about those concessions?
Just those concessions.
All right, well that's clear, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Ture, was your question broader than that?
Yes, it was more specific than that, and I think that, yeah, that was put forward to the witness. My question is, and I understand the limitations of your ability to make a concession in relation to the treaty.
Mm-hmm.
My question is not whether a concession has been made, but whether discussion about the treaty compliance and consistency has been discussed within the context of the concessions that have already been made.
I'm not sure I can answer that.
Just to be clear again, is that because you're not aware of discussions on that basis, or because you're not sure of the question
I'm not
itself?
sure of the question, sorry.
I think what Ms. Ture was asking was, in the discussions you have been involved with about those concessions, did the discussion go wider and talk about framing concessions or acknowledgements in terms of Treaty of Waitangi breach? And that, I mean, that's just simply, I think, as I understand the question, a question of were there discussions of that kind that you were part of or not?
Not that I've been a part of. My
Right.
team might have been involved.
Might have been involved in a wider
In discussions
type of
around-
discussion about treaty breach, but
That's right.
not you personally. Right, Ms. Ture?
Kawai, that's all my questions. Thank you very much for your time. I know it's very warm in here. Thank you.
Kia ora. Mr. Stone, you've got some questions for, I think we're right on time for our break, which is probably a good time to give our witnesses a little breather as well. And time-wise, you've got about how much in the questions?
A good 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. We'll come back in 20 minutes and we'll just try to do the best we can and see how we're going towards the end of the day. Thank you. Also, we'll break for 20 minutes.
Looking for a new home or to invest, renovate or refinance? Whatever you're looking to do, this great rate could be well worth switching for to Bank of New Zealand.
your personal guide to the world of K-pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month. YouTube Music Premium is dedicated to you. During your dinner party with friends and family, on long drives without a signal, and when your phone screens It's full of exciting features that make you feel like you're with the band, that help you find the music you've been looking for, and discover new music that you'll be listening to for years to come. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium. Uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free. your personal guide to the world of hip-hop. Get a free trial of YouTube Music Premium today.
your personal guide to the world of pop. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium with 1 free month.
Kia ora koutou. Mr Stone, over to you. Kia ora.
Tēnā kōrua. My name's David Stone. Good afternoon. I've got questions for Ms Chase. Now, my questions to you this afternoon, they concern whakapapa, whānau placements and partnership. Can I ask you to turn to paragraph 9 of your evidence, please? In paragraph 9, you say that most Tamariki Māori start off in whānau placements, but then they're likely to be shifted into non-kin placements, possibly due to several factors, including lack of support provided to the whānau, poor frontline practice, and whānau not understanding rights and entitlements. Now, these failings here, lack of support provided to the whānau, poor frontline practice, and whānau not understanding their rights and entitlements, those are all failings on the part of the Crown, aren't they?
Yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 10. You acknowledge that children in your care have whakapapa to at least 88 different iwi throughout the country, and that many Tamariki Māori in care have iwi not recorded on their files, with one possible reason for this being frontline practice and knowledge. So I'd like to talk to you about frontline practice. I personally find it unbelievable that in 2020 we have difficulty connecting a mokopuna with its whakapapa. I'm going to talk to you about my grandmother. She's 87 years old, and when I was at Hatapaora at university, I brought mates home all the time. And this is completely true. She'd see my friends, and without asking them who they were, she'd look at them and she'd say, "You must be a Lewis, you must be a so-and-so," just based on the way they looked. And my client back for many years ago, Tameta Maro, I met him for the first time when we were in the East Coast Inquiry, and I said to him that I was from Muriwai. That's all I said to him. And he looked at me, and he looked around, and he was quiet for about 10 seconds, and I thought I'd offended him somehow because he wasn't talking to me. What he was doing was that he was making the connections to my whakapapa. And the first thing he said after that was, "I sat on the pai with Martine." That was my great-grandfather. He made that connection by looking at me and by knowing where I was from. And I say that because, again, I find it unbelievable that in 2020 we can't connect a mokopuna with its tamariki. I know that people such as Professor Temara, my grandmother, our dames, our kaumātua and kuia, they can do those things that I've described all the time. So how come we can't connect our mokopuna with their tamariki? My question is this. Do you accept that our people, our kaumātua and our kuia, they have a part to play in connecting their mokopuna with their whakapapa?
Absolutely.
Kia ora. And going back to this frontline issue, we have Māori working at Oranga Tamariki, we have Pākehā, and I take it we have people working from overseas as well. And as Māori, when we hear names such as Blacks, Henari, Ngāta, Rangihuna, Love, Hapuku, straight away we're saying Hapuku, that's Kahununu, Love, Taranaki, Rangihuna, Ngāta, that's Ngāti Parau, Henari, Blacks, whānau Apanui Tūhoi. If there are people who aren't Māori working on the front line that are working with our people, do you accept there's the very real possibility that they may miss out on, what are we going to call this, these fundamentals?
Yes.
And given that you have partnerships, that you don't have partnerships with 88 iwi, you must be disappointed with that.
Yes.
Do you accept that for those children whose iwi you don't have a partnership with, that those children are prejudiced in some way?
Yes.
That's one of OT's, Oranga Tamariki's core practice standards to keep accurate records, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And accurate records would include naming the iwi of these mokopuna?
Yes.
Sorry, what was the answer to the question about children being prejudiced by a lack of partnership?
It's all been yes so far.
All right, thank you. Sorry. Ms Chase, could you just put the microphone closer to
Myself?
to the direction of Mr Stone? Thank you. Just so our recording system picks up what's being said. Thank you.
Right.
And would you also accept that failing to name the iwi would fall short of te whakamano o te tamaiti?
Yes.
Kia ora.
Absolutely.
And are you aware that Care and Protection Resource Panels identified the failure to record the iwi affiliation of Tamariki Māori as an issue?
Oh, can you repeat that one, please?
Are you aware that Care and Protection Resource Panels have identified this failure to record the iwi affiliation of Tamariki Māori as an issue?
I wasn't aware that Care and Protection Resource Panels had raised that, but I agree.
Thank you. If I can ask you to turn to paragraph 12, please. There you talk about opting out of the government procurement process. Just because the government does so doesn't necessarily ensure a by Māori, for Māori approach, does it?
Yeah.
Kia ora. I'm going to skip a lot of my questions. Some of them have been asked by the tribunal and my learned friend counsel for the system.
What the opting out did do, though, was it enabled us to go directly to, as close as we could get to whānau hapu and iwi. So the opposite of opting out and commissioning is that we would use a normal GETS tendering process, which would then require people to respond to government tendering, to put in an application, for that application to then be assessed by a panel that perhaps might not even have the cultural competence, and then be funded from there. So the difference with commissioning is that we recognise that we weren't about writing everything that you've described. It was more about engaging it and supporting inside of Oranga Tamariki to make it happen.
Kia ora. You mentioned funding, so let's just talk about that quickly. In terms of shifting away from mainstream providers, the majority of funding is still received by 12 non-Māori organisations, isn't it?
Yes.
So it would stand to reason then that there isn't really equity or equality in terms of resource allocation between Māori and non-Māori, doesn't it?
Definitely. There's a huge disparity between the numbers of Tamariki Māori and Care and the proportion of funding that is allocated to iwi and kaupapa Māori providers.
Did you listen to the Commissioner's evidence yesterday?
I listened to some, or I was on a flight.
There was considerable reference to what they're calling a master-servant relationship.
Yeah.
Would you agree that that is an accurate description?
I would, the mechanisms of which we can develop our partnerships are not the mechanisms that we would want to do if we were truly asserting our own rangatiratanga as Māori. But I hope that the partnerships that we have with our current partners, and we do have to use a contracting mechanism to do that, but that's got to do with public funding and how funding is able to be transferred.
Do you accept that we have two groups here, Māori and the Crown? One of those groups has all the resources and the other has nothing but their tikanga, their whakapapa and their desire to look after their mokopuna. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but not the nothing but thing, because I actually think there's more value in the other way than it's the other way. It's the power and the money live somewhere, but the tikanga and the best way to deliver value for our whānau hapu and iwi is te ao Māori and our own natural
Kia ora.
ways.
Kia ora. But our people can't go to the bank and say, I've got heaps of money in tikanga, I've wrote me a cheque.
Yeah, exactly. Agreed.
Okay. So at the end of the day, who has the real say? Was it the Crown or was it our people?
And the current state is the Crown.
Kia ora. Just like to ask you a couple of cultural competency questions. Your evidence at paragraph 17 suggests that OT as an organisation didn't understand nor appreciate the natural roles and values within te ao Māori, including people, tikanga, local history and knowledge. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've heard from previous witnesses that they've been called in to teach people, to raise their cultural understanding and all that sort of stuff. And where you say this reinforced the need for a tikanga Māori approach to problem solving, you would accept that there was always a need for incorporating a tikanga Māori approach, wouldn't you?
Definitely, yes, I totally agree. I think for me it harks back to that original question where you were talking about the ability to just connect with our kaumātua queer and those that know, and how we know who we are. And in a perfect world, if it had been as easy as being able to go inside of the ministry and then walk back out and share where those gaps were, that would be the ultimate. But we're constrained by policies and laws around confidentiality and things like that that don't allow us to do that.
And you would accept, wouldn't you, that our people suffered as a result of Oranga Tamariki and their lack of cultural competency?
Yes.
Was part of the reason why Oranga Tamariki didn't fully appreciate what we've spoken about, the natural roles and values within te ao Māori, didn't always incorporate a tikanga Māori approach, was that because they never valued our tikanga to begin with?
I think it was visible to them. They don't totally understand our world. They don't participate in the same worlds or environments that we do. So, when they go home at night, often they're going home to communities that aren't the same communities or environments that we do in the te ao Māori space.
And part of that devaluing was because the dominant view and culture wasn't ours.
Aye.
And do you accept that even today the dominant view remains that of mainstream society?
Yes.
Can I ask you to turn to 18.5, please? I have a question of clarification for you. There you make reference to a successful partnership. Can you clarify for me, what does that mean for you?
What a successful partnership means to me is about us being honest with each other, about where we're at and what we need to get outcomes for our tamariki mokopuna. It's about, and it takes more from our partners than it does from us, but them being able to stay alongside us as we discover, or as we work through all of the stories from whānau, as we just we're continuing to discover daily, as that things aren't right, but that's not new. We've known this before Oranga Tamariki, so what we're doing is our success of our partnership will be when we can know that the visions and aspirations that each iwi set for their own mokopuna are achieved. And that's their visions is not about state care.
Can you turn to paragraph 21? You say that sometimes transitioning tamariki from non-care back into whānau care isn't the best solution, but there's still an obligation for the child to be connected back to their whakapapa. Can you clarify in what situations would a transition not be in the best interest of the child?
We're still to work through when that might be, but what we considered is if there had been a young person that's been in non-kin care since they were born until they're the age of 14 and they wish to stay and remain there, and that decision is their decision, that their whānau are supportive of that. But if they are in the custody of our chief executive, we would still have an expectation under the care standards that they're connected to their culture and identity, they know who they are, their feet touch their whenua. Those would be the only kind of types of examples.
Yeah, thank you. Because that took me on to the next question, where you must be familiar with the attachment stability argument, often used to justify keeping tamariki Māori in permanent placements, i.e. the child is bonded with a caregiver and they shouldn't be moved. How does that reconcile with the needs of the wider whānau though?
I feel like I'm just going to have my personal view about that, but like bonding and attachment for us as Māori is, we bond and attach to a lot of people. My mokos, they love my mum like she's mum, they still call me mum. It's that bonding and attachment is there. So I just think it's a case by case. It's case by case.
And focusing on the individual as opposed
to... Mr. Stone, sorry, just clarify that previous question, please. Because there's a concept of bonding which has a particular meaning for a newborn and a pepe and the mother. And I just wanted to be clear whether the question was directed at that kind of bonding or the wider bonding for as a child moves through childhood.
Well, I'll use my sorry.
So I just wanted to make sure that there was some clarity in the discussion about that.
Like I was saying, I was just going to use a personal example of bonding and attachment. But my mokopuna, he was born at a time where for his mother and her partner and my older moko, they were going through some things. And when he was 6 weeks old, we discovered that he had a heart condition, which meant he actually needed quite intensive care and love to be able to survive and live. And so Mum and I talked about this with my daughter, and we made a decision that in the best interests of all of us, that my mother would care for my mokopuna. And so some might say, in a Pākehā worldview, how can a 72-year-old woman look after a newborn baby? That's too much to put on her, without the context of who we are as whānau. So my mokopuna has been cared for by my mother, by my 18 to 20 years old now daughter who's helped support her nan to care for my moko. And over time we know that our mokopuna, he will be in the best place that's right for him. But that bonding and attachment isn't one that just lives within a set of one or two people. It belongs within whānau and whanaungatanga, so that our tamariki have that true hapu village.
I'm sorry to hear about the health issues of your child, but what I'm talking about here are those children who aren't placed in whānau care.
Yep.
Let's move to paragraph 22. There you say, you use the term, you look at the total number of tamariki Māori in care. I'm not sure what that means. For example, if we have Tribe A and they come to you wanting to partner, do you look at how many children from Tribe A are in care, or what does that mean when you say the total number of tamariki Māori in care?
The total number comes from all tamariki Māori that are in the custody of the Chief Executive who are identified by ethnicity as being Māori.
Okay. I act for Rex Timu, the president of the Hastings Mongrel Mob. Can the Mongrel Mob partner with Oranga Tamariki?
Can the Mongrel Mob partner with, well, we'd have to, it's all about opting people in safely, not out. So,
Well, what we know is
we would have to ensure that our tamariki are safe, but we wouldn't make assumptions that because they are connected to a gang that they're instantly unsafe.
Yeah. What we've heard in evidence from Len Cook is that there's a clear, indisputable link between being placed in state care, prison, gangs. And there's a clear link between the next generation joining that cycle.
Yes.
And I heard you say earlier that in one of your answers to Professor Higgins, you mentioned keeping children out of care. Now, given that we have this clear, indisputable link between state care, prison and gangs, particularly the Mongrel Mob, you must have an inherent interest in helping to break that cycle and to stop the next generation coming to see you.
Yes.
Now, in his evidence, he's been to this tribunal twice, and in Hastings, his evidence was this, that Mongrel Mob, they're not hard to reach, they're hard to work with, that they have trouble working with someone in a suit. They have trouble connecting with someone that they don't relate to, and that, in his words, only the mob can take care of the mob. It's about relatability. So my question is, and he also said that he was willing to open the door to take the Crown direct to the National Mongrel Mob table, where hopefully they could help all those people. Surely that must be an appetising idea for the ministry.
Yes.
So when can we make that happen?
Well, I'm ready to go whenever we can make it happen.
Ka pai. At paragraph 24, you state that you are engaging with Ngāti Kahungunu with the aim of them becoming a partner by the end of December 2020. That relationship came about as a direct result of the Hastings attempted uplift, didn't it? Don't you think it's disappointing that we have to have something like the attempted Hastings uplift for Oranga Tamariki to hui and work with our people? The better position would be one where Oranga Tamariki actively go out and knock on their door, wouldn't it?
Yes. The problem that we had about being able to do that was limited funding and resource to be able to do that, else we would have knocked on 88 doors.
Yeah. I would just have trouble saying to that kid, % of that uplift. I'm sorry, but this is happening because of a funding issue.
I'm sorry, I didn't
certainly
mean it like that.
Yeah,
Out of
I
my
understand
mind.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. At paragraph 26, you said to hope to have all of New Zealand covered by a whānau care partnership within 4 to 5 years. So what that means is that for the next 4 to 5 years, there will be Māori children not covered by an agreement till then, doesn't it?
By the partnerships?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct, but they will be covered by the objectives under Section 7AA. That means that all Tamariki Māori must be placed in their whānau hapu and iwi. So internally, the sites and the practitioners and the social workers will need to adhere to that.
Okay. So Oranga Tamariki's been in operation for what, 3 years now?
Yes.
Yep, 3. And you have partnerships with how many iwi or organisations?
8 currently, and two just being commissioned. I mean.
So let's say 10.
Yeah, that's 10.
10 over 3 years. Let's do the maths. Carry the one. Allow for matatini. There's not that many, is it?
It covers 70% of our current partnerships cover the reach of 70% of Tamariki Māori that are in care.
So on average, that's 3 to 4 a year, and there's 88 identified. It's going to take a while to get it all covered.
Yeah, I don't actually think that we need to go to the whole 88. Like we can actually, because we, the way that we are as a people, we can cluster together. You know, like well, some of us. I'll just speak for my own people, but we do. Yeah, some.
Yeah, you used a very important term there. You said, I'll only speak for my own people. If you're one of those 88 and you don't have a partnership agreement, you're going to say, we speak for ourselves and no one else speaks for us.
Yeah.
So there's importance for all those people to have a working relationship, isn't there? They don't want to say, oh, we're covered by our bigger whanaungas up the road or whatever. They want to have their agreement, don't they?
Yeah. I wasn't actually implying that to do that. I get that.
Yeah. And you say that your partners are required to become Section 396 accredited. And we heard from George Ngātai and Rowan Barna at the contextual hearings that it can be quite difficult to become approved as a 396 provider, and that they've been trying for some time. Furthermore, Oranga Tamariki decides who can become a 396 provider, and OT may revoke approval. That's under Section 399 of the Act. Oranga Tamariki chooses when, how often and in what manner service providers are assessed. That's Section 400 and 401 of the Act. Given these points, would you agree that Māori face real barriers to and are at Oranga Tamariki's discretion when it comes to trying to attain 396 provider status? I'll summarise it. You guys are in charge and it's not easy to become a provider. Do you agree with that?
Okay.
It's come up in is there something else you'd like to say?
Oh, my colleague's just pointing out. No, thank you.
Okay, at paragraph 32 and 33, you mentioned that Oranga Tamariki are still working on how partners are to care for their mokopuna outside of their rohe, and that Oranga Tamariki partners currently can only care for mokopuna within their own rohe. That restriction, that's put in by Oranga Tamariki, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's despite Oranga Tamariki accepting and being fully aware that there are mokopuna living outside their rohe, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
can I just refer back to your statement around George and Raywan? Yeah. I don't believe that they represent an iwi.
I can't recall if they do or not.
I'm
But the point was, in their
context.
evidence, they said it was difficult, and that's the point I wanted to focus on. I've got no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honour, thank you.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Stone. Crown Counsel, anything arising?
No, Your Honour.
Ms. Chase, Ms. Moore, thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you very much for your willingness to share in a free and frank way. It's been very helpful for us. So tēnā korua. Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
So the Crown would now like to call Melissa Pye. Kia ora, Ms. Pye, and thank you for, it's warm in here, thank you for waiting. So your full name is Taki Melissa Ioba Pye, and you're known as Melissa, and you're the site manager of the Whakatane Oranga Tamariki site?
Yes.
And you've prepared and filed a written brief of evidence for this hearing?
Yes.
And again, sir, Ms. Pye would like to take that evidence as read and she'll make some supplementary points, but I'd just like to ask you 2 supplementary questions. Are you familiar, Ms. Pye, with the role of the Specialist Māori Advisor?
Am I familiar with it? No.
Are there any Specialist Māori Advisors in your rohe?
There are many Specialist Māori advisors in my rohe. So to name as just one, so within our organisation, we are creating now the kairaranga position. But my rohe, yes, I've got many advisors, and it's not just within our organisation.
Thank you. I'll hand over to you to make your opening statement.
Cool. Sorry, it's just really hot in here, and that air is suffocating. So, kia ora tātou. Ko Melissa Pye tōku ingoa, no whakatāne ahau, no Rarotonga, me ingarangi aku tīpuna, tēnā koutou katoa. So I've been employed by this ministry and its predecessors. Sorry, I'm just going to grab my glasses. For 21 years. And I've seen the various policies, practices that each government, minister, CEO, chief social worker has tried to implement over this time. I've seen what works and what doesn't work, and I've always wanted to be in a position where I can influence change for the better, and I feel like I'm finally in that position. To be here sharing what we're doing in Whakatane Oranga Tamariki is a real privilege, because I don't stand here alone, I stand here with my community. I'm really mindful that I'm representing what we're trying to achieve in Whakatane, and I definitely do not do that on my own. So I really hope I'm doing my community well, because that's why I'm here, to share what we're doing in our community. I personally welcome the Tribunal's inquiry into Oranga Tamariki, because I know there are things we've not done well and we need to learn from those mistakes. And I also know that we are taking steps in the right direction. And there are more sites like mine who recognise the changes we need to make within our individual communities and our individual sites. I feel we're now being supported by Grania and our leadership team to make those changes happen. From my brief, you'll see that I've got good relationships with both iwi and iwi providers, but this took time. I had to build their trust before being able to work together on solutions for our rohi. And we're only in the beginning stages of our strategic partnerships, but I'm excited because there's a real willingness by all parties to put our hopes and dreams into action. As I've mentioned in my brief, we have shared goals and purpose, and that's crucial to building relationships, as well as understanding what iwi or the iwi provider would like to do. It's equally important that we maintain the relationships by showing commitment and action to doing what we say we're going to do. In my view, the critical factors to enabling successful partnerships are trust and confidence, and being responsive to what partners want, being flexible to adapt policies and practices to create trust. And trust is something that needs to be built on all sides of the relationship, and even for me, that's internally as well as externally. It can only come about through honesty, transparency, and willingness to overcome the barriers in order to achieve the end goal. So we're a community who are ready to lead the change that needs to happen. As I've mentioned in my brief, there are a number of different iwi and iwi providers in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, and they don't all want to do the same thing. We need to listen to their different aspirations and then see where we can fit. And how do we make that happen? It's not as simple as getting rid of Oranga Tamariki. We need to support them to have the capability and capacity to achieve those aspirations. This is a journey that my site are on and my rohi are on. We've been unlearning our previous ways of doing things and are now using the changes in legislation and policies to get things right. And I've provided some examples in my brief of the partnerships between Whakatane site and iwi, which I believe are seeing some positive results. Thank you.
If you can just stay there, and the tribunal will have some questions for you.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Pai. Just going to start questions from the panel from Ms. Narimu.
Tēnā koe. Thank you for joining us today. I just want to start with what you talked about in terms of relationships and it being really important to have trust and confidence. And then alongside that, I just wanted to refer to things that you say in your brief about that it's really important to have the right people and to nurture those relationships. And I don't disagree with you, but do you think that that leaves things vulnerable to personnel changes?
Yeah, for sure. But I think, like I can start the relationship, and I have in our community, and that's great. But having the right people to nurture what we're trying to do is what I'm trying to say in that paragraph. So, for example, with Tuhoi, so brought that relationship with, we've got our strategic partnership in place, but I need to do my role, which is site manager or whakatane, and I need the right person to be able to help ensure that our side of what we're trying to do there is being done. So then that's what I mean, having the right person, and to be able to bring somebody into that space has got to be the right person, because they trust me, like you've just mentioned, but I need to bring in the right people to help make that partnership work.
So what do you do from your role to make sure that vulnerability isn't realised? That vulnerability of if you brought in the right person and then that tally-ho in a few weeks' time.
And that's a reason why we did the agreement, the one-pager, and that's the reason why we got the agreement with the iwi Provider Alliance as well, because we need something there so that if I go or someone else goes, we've got what we were wanting to achieve and what we agreed to achieve. So that's the purpose of those documents for me, is to make sure that there's something that's going to be able to be followed and sustained without me being there.
Okay. I just wanted to you to expand a bit on the Eastern Bay of Plenty Alliance, and particularly you talk about them driving towards building a service. Can you talk to us a bit about what that service, what it looks like it might entail?
Well, all four of them are already iwi provider services,
Mm-hmm.
so they don't really need to build much because they've already got the ingredients. And when I say build, it's for them to have that freedom to build how they want to build. So in the current system, or the system that they've been through to become an iwi provider, they need to fit in this square box and make sure they tick those boxes to meet their contractual agreement, is the word I keep hearing. So that's the box they fit in. But I know, and probably so many other people know, that that's not what the job they do. It's the job that each of those iwi providers in my community do a whole wraparound service around a whānau, because the child is not the individual thing, They see the fact that the whole whānau needs assistance. So they look at a holistic approach and they do whatever they can, and it doesn't fit the box. They don't get paid for it. They don't have the resources for it, but they do it because they've got the heart and they want to help their people, and even others. Like, they don't just say, oh yeah, that fits into a Ngāti Awa box, I'll just help Ngāti Awa people. It's not about that, it's about our community. And so building their service is about building how they already operate and just defining what they're going to do.
Okay. So is there anything that Oranga Tamariki can do about all of this additional but unfunded work that providers are doing?
Yeah, it's just Oranga Tamariki, well, we're in that position. We're in that position now. So with the changes in legislation, with proposals that are going forward, so what I'm finding is that I can now go back to Gronya and our community can go back and say, this is what we need. And that's what's happening.
Okay. Thank you.
Tēnā koe. Thank you for your evidence. I don't have a lot of questions, but some might say I do. But anyway, can you tell me how many site managers are there in Oranga Tamariki?
No.
Okay, that's cool. So I'm inferring from your answer then that there's no opportunity as site managers to come together to share good practice?
There is in my region, because that's how many of us in the Bay of Plenty. So we meet and we have our discussions. So we can share practice, and we do. And I feel like my colleagues in the Bay of Plenty, if there's anything that I need advice on or whatever, we just pick up the phone, it's that kind of relationship. So and then we see each other, oh, what are you doing over there, Leanne, and what's happening in Taupo, and it's learning that kind of thing. So there is that happening in the Bay of Plenty.
Yep, so how many of you would that be?
6, I think. There's 6 of us. So I just think I name the sites, Tokoroa Taupo, Rotorua, the 2 Tauranga sites, and Taupo and Taumaranui now. It's just the one site manager, and then myself.
So you made a comment. So the reason why I'm asking you these questions is you would have heard through your colleagues, we're trying to understand how the structure of Oranga Tamariki works and its reach from the national to the local, regional level, and just how those, the intents, whether they're principled, partnerships and the like, how they filter from that macro level down to the micro. And then how, of course, you would have, I'm assuming you were here this morning, so you would have heard me ask questions of Juani Lambert?
No, sorry.
Okay.
I was in
so I
another
asked
hui.
him questions on, if you enter into an iwi agreement, how do your staff on site within those rohe know, are able to enable that partnership to work?
I think my site would say they would know everything that's going on, because I'm always sharing with them what the dream and vision is, and how we're going to do that, and what we're going to do next. And when we sign something, they know about it and why we're signing it. And so my site pretty much should know what we're doing and how we're going to achieve that.
So mine wasn't so much about the question around you and your site locally making that connection. It was how it got from national office to you to enable that relationship to happen. Because, you made a comment that, we could just ring Grania and she will support it. That almost suggests that why do we have the middle management if it's working directly out into the regions? Because there seems to be some disconnect between that macro into the micro, but you're suggesting you just kind of jump over them.
I'm suggesting that's what happens now. That's only because that relationship internally is built over time as well.
Your relationship with the CE?
Yep, with the CE, and so in the past, yes, those layers have at times been barriers to what we're trying to achieve locally.
Okay.
So if that's where you're trying to understand, or if that's where it's heading, and I think we've learnt from that in that time, and now, like even my regional manager, who's that next layer, and I've got the full support in it, but to be able to do that, they need to know what's happening, what am I doing, and why am I doing it, and that kind of stuff. So, and it's easier to have their support when they're fully informed all the time, and they've been kept informed all the time.
Okay, so maybe just so I'm trying to loop around from the people who develop the policy to you who have to implement the policy, how you, your interactions with them, like as a system, like is it just sent out on the email? That you regionally have site manager updates, sharing good practice, but how is that kind of more broadly, how are you learning from other regions if you don't have that?
That's what we're working on, sorry. And so we've got a system where we can share that information onto Pi. So we have this, I don't know if that's been spoken about, but that's an internal area where we can put that kind of stuff on there. But I think it needs to go further than that. And we do need to have specific areas that any staff around any of the rohi knows exactly where to find it, and then go, oh, okay, is that what's happening in Whakatane? Oh, is that who I need to contact? Or, there needs to be a better way of doing that to make sure that the message is clear across Oranga Tamariki.
So how do you, for staff who might be transferred to your region, how, it's different if you've grown up and you've built up these relationships over time, but new staff coming in, how are they, I was going to be a bit cheeky, but how are they kind of brought into the Eastern Bay of Plenty vibe, culture?
So any staff coming in or anyone employed, there would have been someone from my community, and most likely one of the iwi Provider Alliance or another organisation within my community who would be on that panel to employ them. That's the start, so they get to hear about the relationships anyway in their interview process. And then we include them as well when they come on site. We have iwi Provider Alliance staff based on my site. So that's how they get to meet them, and it's a natural process. So the staff are coming in, the iwi provider worker is there, and they're sharing information and that kind of stuff, cup of tea. It's relationship building. So it's not like, okay, now you need to read and goes from there and there, but we have that interaction first, and then help them to understand how we do things, and here's the agreement and that kind of thing. But for us, it's the whole engagement and building relationship that's the most important first.
Yep. So I suppose that goes back to my sharing good practice, right? So how that's not being transplanted out to the other regions. So, by the sounds of it, things seem to be humming in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, but that doesn't seem to be happening more nationally in the other regions.
All I can say is I'm doing my job. I'm not responsible for the whole, although I can be if you want me to. But no, I'm just, I'm doing what I can in my area, and that's what I can do. Yeah, and the way I see it is we need to do what we can in our area, and we need to show what works, so that then it's actually not the people in Wellington, the policymakers, telling us what to do, but we're going to go back and tell them what to do. So that's kind of our plan, that we know what's working and not working. We know the different parts of legislation that hold us back. So we're going to be informing them.
But clearly not in so much that your good practice is not being shared more nationally.
Like I said, I'm doing my job and doing what I can.
It's not a criticism of you, by the way.
No, I understand
I'm
that.
trying to understand the structure and how it works. So, one of the things that I just want to follow on your response to my colleague, Mr. Ngarimu, around the right people in places, and I'm going to assume you were here yesterday when Kirsty and Tamati were talking. And a lot of we've heard good practice from around the country but it seems to be based on the shared determination and personalities of individuals more than Oranga Tamariki itself. Is that a fair statement of the groups that you work with?
I don't think so. Can you just clarify, you meaning it's just because of those leaders in those organisations?
Basically.
Yeah, and sorry, could you just carry on with the question?
So would it be fair to say, they've kind of just been proactive, and based on the type of personality they have,
that things are starting to happen now? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, that you see movement happening within your alliance group?
Because a lot of those leaders have been in place for a long time. And we haven't seen the changes that we've needed to see. So I wouldn't say it's just because they are strong leaders or strong personalities that they're getting what they want now. I don't think that. I think they've put a lot of hard work and effort within their people and their staff, and they've been building their capability and capacity to deliver what they can. And I recognise that. And so I think they've got the answers, and it's not just because of those individual leaders, it's because everyone who's around them also have those same beliefs and passions and desires. So even if that person was out, there'll still be the whole iwi and hapu who will still have those same passions and desires for what they were trying to achieve in the first place.
I understand what you mean. What I'm I'm saying is from the claimants, we've heard where practice and relationships are good with Oranga Tamariki. It's not because of Oranga Tamariki, it's usually because of the personalities or the drive and passion of those people that makes the relationship good.
Yeah, I can't comment, sorry.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
One of the things that Mr. Kruger did talk about was thinking in generations. And I know that's probably hard for a government, and as he described, a 3-year-old to do. How in your mind can you support your staff to ensure that that continues going forward beyond just recruitment?
Yeah. Could you just repeat that? So how in my mind do I see staff being able to think generationally? It already happens at the start. So when we get that first report of concern, we're looking back generationally, and we failed. What has happened that we've missed, or where's the exception? So if we've had all these family harm incidences, but they had nothing in 2018, well, what was going on? So my staff are already looking back before they look forward. So that's the first part. And then the next part is, in my office, we really concentrate on 2 questions in all our decision making. So they are, is this the right decision for the child? And how do we know this is the right decision? And I think if we always reflect on that, any decision we make, we know the impact of our involvement that's going to affect later on. How do we know that? Because we've seen our past, we've seen our history. So I think my office are already thinking that way. If I make this decision, what's the impact on that child for the rest of their life? And that definitely informs what we do.
And just on that point then, so we've heard from witnesses who are 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th generation wards of the state, and you're describing the looking backwards. For some of them, it's been because of the looking back that has, landed them in that position. Are you suggesting then that practice going forward in your region is kind of putting an end to that? That another subsequent generation is not going to be subjected to uplift?
Well, I hope so.
Okay. Tēnā koe. Thank you.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Pai. Tēnā koe. It might pay you to know that the person who's just finished talking to you and I are from Tūhoe.
Yes, I was made aware of that.
You're very aware of that. Good.
I was only made aware of that yesterday. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right. There seem to be a couple of bubbles in Oranga Tamariki. One in Blenheim and one in Whakatane. And the rest, all the bubbles have burst, and according to the Commissioner for Children, it's unfixable. And mana should be given totally over to iwi. And Oranga Tamariki and the Crown ought not to have a part in this. You seem to be defending the status quo and trying to make me believe that there is some hope for Oranga Tamariki. Any comment?
I'm glad you see hope, because that's what I see. I do believe we can do this. And I think in the last 3 years of me being site manager and of the change to Oranga Tamariki, that change brought hope to me. And so the changes that I've seen in the recent legislation, although it's not enough, those are the things that I hold on to hope that we are going to make a change into how we do things. So I am sad that I hear a lot of people feel like there is no hope, and I can understand why. But all I'm doing today is sharing my journey and my story in Whakatane, and there is definitely hope, there's excitement and there's a real willingness, despite the other burst bubbles. I don't know.
All right. Now, we had Mr. Kruger and Miss Luke here yesterday giving evidence on behalf of the Crown. And amazingly, he says, you would know that I am not a friend of the Crown. And yet here he was, giving evidence on behalf of the Crown. I kind of want to touch on some of the things that my colleague, Professor Higgins, had talked about. Besides the things, the issues that you mention in your paragraph 23, and given the fact that that Mr. Kruger declared here yesterday that he doesn't want your money, you paid him nothing, he's not interested in your mana, what do you really bring to the partnership?
Me personally?
Well, Oranga Tamariki.
Yeah, Oranga Tamariki.
Or Whakatane Office.
We bring a true definition of what partnership is.
Oh, you do? Can you elaborate?
So my definition of partnership is where we both bring our strengths to the table and we use those strengths to achieve our goal and vision. So sometimes, you know, it's not a 50-50. And I did hear Kirsty Luke say it's an 80-20. And I would say you can't even put a definite percentage on it, because one day it might be 95-5, because they may know more and that's your strength. And then the next day it changes and it's like, oh, we need to know about this, or how do we do this? And so then they'll be bringing their 80% and our 20%. So partnership is about being flexible, being fluid, listening to each other, and finding ways that we can overcome any barriers to reach the goal. That's what a partnership is.
All right. Were you here yesterday? Did you hear Mr. Kruger give his evidence?
Some of it.
You did. All right. All right. He described the relationship between the Crown and, by association, Oranga Tamariki. He described himself as being the product of a 2,000-year-old regime, and likened the Crown and, by association, Oranga Tamariki, to a 3-year-old, telling him, with this generations upon generations of experience, 2,000 years old, how to run his affairs. That sounds much, much more than an 80-20% lean towards Tūhoe.
And I understand he was referring to the Crown, and my agency is just one little speck of whatever on that crown. You know, there's a lot of other agencies that he was referring to with that comment as well.
Right. Mate Aone is a Tūhoe institution. No other iwi understands it like we do. It's difficult for Māori of other iwi to understand Mate Aone.
Yeah.
What makes you think that you understand it?
To me, the way when Tamati was explaining that concept, I can't even relay to people that concept. The only way I can get people to understand that is to get Tamati to explain that, because only he can explain that. But all I can say is that the explanation of it just really resonated with what we need to do. And I felt hugely privileged that that name would be given to this. which then made me think, man, I've got a real responsibility now, because it's hard to explain what a name means and how much mana is attached to that. And I get that, but I can't explain it.
Well, you see, it's a philosophy. It's tied up in the heavens, it's tied up in the earth, it's tied up in blood in the earth, blood in the skies. It's, as Tamati explained yesterday, part of the explanation, it's like a 1,000 years, it's nothing, it's no more than 1 year. He's actually saying to you that it's not one of those high-level concepts that we have. It's an everyday concept within Tūhoe.
Yeah.
It's an everyday concept. We understand it.
Exactly.
One of the greatest cultural gatherings of Māoridom is Te Hui Ahurei a Tūhoe. That is built on Matamate Aone.
Yeah.
And formalised by the god John Rangihau. You've heard of him, of course. In the conversation with Tamati Kruger, obviously he was mentioned. All right? Okay. The way that I read your submission, it is a bubble. You seem to be unaware of the depth of feeling and the negative, the major negative of Oranga Tamariki. That's out there. You're just a little bubble, Miss Pai.
Can I respond or?
Well, let me just go a bit further.
Yeah.
In 3 sittings of this tribunal, we've heard the depth of anguish, not just tangi, not just cry. We've heard anguish, screaming out. It's unreal. It's an experience that I don't want to repeat. Of the inability of the organisation that you stand for, that you have hopes for, and how they have treated Māori, mothers, children, whakapapa. Whakapapa is sacred. Sacred, the connection to whānau, the connection to the gods and to our philosophies. And in another time, in the times of my teachers, to make one error in whakapapa is to die. Is to die. That's how in-depth relationship and whakapapa is. And do you understand, here you are trying to defend and trying to, and creating a relationship with Tūhoe. I wonder who's wagging the dog here. Do you have a response to where I'm coming from?
Yes. And no disrespect to you, but you don't know who I am.
Sorry?
You don't know who I am, and you don't know my journey, and that's why I started this with, I've been here for 21 years. And the reason I say that is because this organisation, I have heard those cries.
Yeah.
I have heard what we've done wrong. And that's why I've stayed in this organisation, because I want to change those things. So it's not that I haven't heard them, that I'm in my own little bubble, that I'm just thinking the world's all great. But what I do know is there is hope and there is possibility, and it's because I've heard those stories. That's why we're here. That's why we are, and that's why my sight is the way they are. I just want to share, even just a couple of weeks ago, how do I get my sight to understand that? I had a grandmother who we're involved with, whose mokopuna was murdered, and that's the term I will use,
That's right.
in this, you know, we didn't have care of that mokopuna, but we had, you know, there was an involvement, and I had that grandmother come to my site. I said, I want to hear your story, and I want you to tell your story to my site, because we're not going to change our practice until we hear the story. And that was the first time she shared her whole story. And I don't want to name how many years ago it was, because you know, I might identify her, and I don't want to do that. But she accepted my invitation, and even though it wasn't my site that was involved with that case, but she accepted my invitation to come to my site and just share, with the purpose of nothing else but in the hope that we would learn something from that. And that's what we're doing differently. So it may sound like I'm in my own little bubble, but I've been on this journey for such a long time that I'm determined to make change. That's why I'm here. That's why I've been in all those different roles, because I'm trying to find, okay, first of all, I started as a social worker, and I'm trying to make a difference for that tamariki. Oh yeah, that's good, hang on, but I'm seeing there's other things happening over here. So how can I make a difference over here, not just stay in my bubble with this whānau? So then I move on to supervisor, and then I'm thinking, oh, okay, that's great, but hang on, there's more that needs to be done here, and I need to understand how else our organisation works. So I go into the youth justice, I go into the caregiver side, I go look at adoptions, and I go into the complaint side, and I just think, is that what's happening? So I need to get an overview of what's happening in our organisation. I go to the practice-led side, and then I finally am ready for this position. And this is where I want to make a difference, and this is where I want to see change myself. And I could not make this change without my community. So my next step was to build a relationship with community while I'm in this position. And so that's my bubble.
Ka pai, thank you, Ms. Pai, for reminding me that I don't know who you are, but I do know who you're not. Now, let me just gather my thoughts for a while. You are right. And you might be conditioned to the hurts that your organisation are responsible for, but I am not. Sitting on this panel, I am not. To hear what I hear, to hear what I've heard. Over the last 3 sittings, this is the 3rd sitting, is stressful. And I think to myself, how can that happen in my country? How can that happen to our mokopuna, to my children, to our children? How can that happen? Yeah, and there's a ray of hope, and you're trying to give a ray of hope, but
I'm trying to give you what my story is, yeah. And you know what? I sit there saying the same thing. So I listen to those stories, and it's exactly my view, and exactly why I'm in this position. How can that happen when I'm here? So I need to do something about that. So I hear you, and I do hear what's happened. And if I hadn't heard what's happened in the past, then I probably wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now.
Okay, good point.
And sorry, do you mean, can you just elaborate on who I'm not? I'm just not clear what you're trying to say.
You are not tūhoe.
No, I'm not tūhoe. I'm not Ngāti Awa. I'm not whakatohia. Right. I'm not tūwhare toki kawarau. I'm not any of them, but I am who I am, who has a passion to see child abuse responded to properly in this community, and that's what I'm strongly passionate about.
And as Kruger says, only tūhoe can fix tūhoe up.
Yeah.
So again, I ask the question, what, besides the things that you're not bringing, he doesn't want your money. He doesn't want anything to do with you. What is it that you are bringing? What is it that makes someone like Tamati Cairns want to go into partnership with you when he is an avowed enemy of the Crown?
Because he knows that I'm doing whatever I can to help him reach his goal. I'm doing whatever I can to help tūhoe reach their aspiration. That's why he wants to partner. What can I bring? Whatever they need. What do you need to make that aspiration happen? I'm in a position, this is what the situation is right now in this country, in my role. So I'm in a position to do what I can right now. And that's going to be great when they don't need me.
And you will have the backing of your CEO?
I already have. I already
Yeah?
have the backing of the CEO and Hawani, our DCE, who's been over this. They've said to me, what do you need? So, yeah, Tamariki doesn't take any money, and they don't want, like exactly what you've just said. And that's him. So what I bring to this partnership is what do I need to make those aspirations realised from our point of view. So while he might not need the money to do whatever, I need some money to do whatever. So that's why I asked for a project manager, and that's why I asked for my supervisor to be seconded, because that's what I need to pull up our end of that agreement.
Ka pai. You've argued well.
Sorry. A bit passionate about this, as you can see.
Me mutua ka pātai konei. Thank you very much, Ms. Pai, for your contribution. We needed to ask those hard questions because in the end, we have to make a decision about Oranga Tamariki and make recommendations to government.
Yes, I understand what you're doing, and like I said in my opening statement, I look forward to this. And your questions aren't as hard as what I've been questioned in my community when I first walked in there, and they're like, who are you? Yeah, you're not Tūhoe, you're not Ngāti Awa, you're not Whakatohia. Yeah, so your questions are fine. They've grilled me enough over 3 years that I know who I am.
So you were well forearmed before you came to.
Yeah, I've had 3 years of this, right? You know, and I love it. They challenge me. They challenge me, and you know, what are you going to do about this, or what can you? Yeah, so it doesn't faze me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ngā mihi ki a koe. Me taki.
Me taki. Me taki māta.
Kia ora, Ms. Pai. I don't want to prolong your ordeal, but I do want to follow up and just try to get a little more sense of a couple of things arising out of your discussion with my colleagues. First, the hope that you expressed. So you said you really hope you can do this. So what's the this? And just perhaps take the Tūhoe relationship.
Okay.
When will you know you've got there?
Hang on, I think we've got different interpretations, because when you said that question, I was like, no, that's not what I meant. Could you just say exactly what you said again, sorry?
Right.
And then if you don't mind, I'll interrupt you, because then I've remembered what...
So you said that you had a real hope that we can do this. And
sorry. Yes, so I think you did say it a different way, and it was that I hoped we could do that. That's what I heard the first time you asked.
You had a hope. No, it was a positive expression that there was hope, and that what was happening and what you were able to start in what you're describing in your brief meant, and the words you used, I think, to in answer to Professor Higgins, that we can do this. And I took it to mean you're talking about an ongoing process which would achieve genuine change. Now, I don't know if you want to respond to that part.
Sorry, yeah, because I lose
Right.
thoughts when your questions are too long, sorry. But so we can do this. When I'm talking about that, is I'm saying that we can have a partnership. It is possible.
Right, okay. So if the partnership objective from the Tūhoe perspective is essentially to make you redundant so that there'll be no need for the state care and protection system, are you on the same page with that?
Yeah.
All right.
However, you know, when they say we need to get rid of Oranga Tamariki, my other question is, what about all those who are not Māori?
All right, we'll leave that one to one side. I'm not saying it's not a legitimate question. I'm just, I'm really just trying to understand where you see the. So, laid a foundation in these arrangements for an objective which would see, over time, if it works, Oranga Tamariki progressively withdrawing from the level of involvement in those Māori communities. That's what you see as the this that you're working towards?
Yep.
All right. You talk in your brief about, or you actually said in response to another question, about your 21 years of experience, that you know something like the legislative barriers that hold us back. Can you just speak a little bit about those? What do you think are the main barriers in the current legislative structure to do what you hope to do?
I was hoping someone would ask me that question, because these are situations where I might have influence over policy and legislation. So some of the areas for me is when I think about, all the changes of what were we, Children, Young Persons and Their Families Agency, and then we changed names again. So all those different name changes happened and different practices and all that. But the legislation didn't change. And so the legislation is what social workers follow, and they do their job and follow that piece of legislation. So, yeah, we keep on doing the same old thing because we've still got legislation that tells us you must do this. So Section 15, that's my first issue, is anyone can make a report of concern to us. And this is a change that I think, if I could change the world, that we would do this throughout all organisations, because everybody in the community, everyone thinks that it's us who have to deal with it. So professionals, sorry. That piece of legislation doesn't let the worry or concern go directly to iwi or iwi providers. It just comes to us. So that's the first part that I would change. The next part is Section 17. I don't know, did I bring up those sections? Oh, you don't have to. But in Section 17, we must investigate. And the we I'm talking about is the whoever, it's the social workers or a constable, I think the language is on that. But that's the problem again. So we're a statutory agency that must go in and investigate. Why does it have to be us that does that? If we're trying to change the way we practice and do things, we'll change that piece of legislation and give it back to iwi. Let them, they want to, but we've got a piece of legislation here that says we must do that. So, of course we're going to do it because we get paid to do a job and follow what we have to follow. Definite change on FGCs. I did hear a little bit about that. Been spoken over the last couple of days, so I don't think I need to go there, but that's another piece in the legislation that could be altered.
So independent or iwi-run FGCs?
Oh, sorry,
it's
I thought I
me.
was thinking, who's speaking? Sorry.
So independent of Oranga Tamariki, the coordinators for FGCs?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we gave that allowance in there to do, but it just doesn't go far enough. Right. why are we running the FGCs or overseeing the FGCs or so okay. I think there could be changes there. Section 42, yep. I think could be changed. That's where police have the power to uplift a child, but then they place them with us. And same with Section 48, actually. So why do they have to place them with us? Because the legislation tells them, and then so they're in our custody. To me, all those things don't make sense if we're trying to honour the treaty and work in partnership. And why does the legislation tell them that if they're going to uplift that child and they're Māori, that then they have to come to us? I don't understand that, but we follow it because that's what we're paid to do. There's just so those are just starting points.
You sound like you might have a fairly well developed list of.
Oh yeah, these are other things.
But just in relation to the legislation, are there any others that stand out?
Oh, sorry, I didn't prepare myself. Just trying to write down some notes and thinking, if I were the boss, what would I do? But yes, so those are the starting points. Because if you listen to iwi, they want to be involved right at the start. So I think that's where we need to focus first, and then we can look at the rest. I mean, my view, if I can share my view on what Oranga Tamariki could do, is there's only a small piece of work. I was having a conversation with the Eastern Bay Plenty Iwi Provider Alliance, and so they were very kindly saying to me, you know, we see that you could probably have a reduction of 25% of your staff by the time we work through this. And I was like, oh, you're generous, because my vision, I could probably see 75% reduction. And I think because there's the front end we don't need to deal with, there's the FGC end we don't need to deal with, there's the care side we don't need to deal with. There's a small piece that I think we could have some involvement, still with iwi though, but there's a small piece that I think our organisation needs to assist with, and that would be crimes against children. So we call it CPP, or Child Protection Protocol. So it's just that crime, like a lot of the reports of concern we get are not crimes. They're not crimes against a child. It's, you know, there's issues going on, there are needs for that tamariki, but we don't have to meet those needs because we know iwi can.
So that last one would be possibly, because we've put this question to other witnesses from time, so that if, in an ideal world, if you had a clean, or you could design from scratch, the question we've raised is what might be the residual role for Oranga Tamariki in relation to Tamariki Māori, and we've had a range of views, you know. So I think, am I right in understanding you to say that in that small space where there's a need to intervene because of a criminal or a potential criminal offence against a child, there might be a need for some role there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But beyond that, not much else.
I don't think so, not in relation to Māori.
All right. In your brief, you talk about the need to build trust both with your community, but also within Oranga Tamariki, and you've talked about that you now feel you have the backing of the chief executive and the senior management. Can I ask this question? How much tolerance do you think there is for risk? So if something goes wrong in your rohi, with respect to the way your site deals with a particular incident, is what you're doing likely to be vulnerable to a loss of trust and support from up the line within Oranga Tamariki?
Within my own organisation?
The reason I'm asking that question is because from a range of evidence before us, it's quite clear that at times government policy in this area has been quite reactive to highly publicised awful events. And it's that kind of scenario that again makes me raise the question that if you have been able to achieve some genuine progress in building the relationships you're describing, and you've got trust at the moment from up the chain, is that possibly going to be vulnerable if something bad happens? And I mean, you may not be. I know you may not be able to answer the question because it's an abstract. It's just a. But what I'm trying to get your feel for is how embedded, how secure is the support you're currently getting for what you're doing?
I feel 100% supported.
All right.
So I feel, and that's what I'm saying, this has only been with Oranga Tamariki and the journey that we've been on, and I think that's also
I have to give thanks to that for my community who have also voiced the same views that I have and have also voiced our relationship. So, National Office have seen and heard from them that this is a trust relationship and we're working together. So, and by having that, they're not hassling National Office anymore.
All right. Just finally, because at the very end of the attachments to your brief is a it's described as a work program, priorities for the Matamati Aone, and it has some tables and some data. So at page, I think it's 43, there's a work program priorities. And you've listed, there's a list of work focus areas 1 to 5. Do you see those? It's up on the screen if that helps.
Okay. That screen?
It's on my screen, sorry.
On your screen. I'll have a look. No.
All right. It's now on the screen. So just a couple of quick questions. The design and build caregiver and home assessment standards, and these assessment standards in number 2, are you talking about their starting from scratch and building something purpose designed for this relationship? Do you have complete flexibility around this design, or are you constrained by...
No constraints.
So no constraints that you're aware of in the existing sort of regulations or policy or statute?
This is the agreement we have to work on this, and so for me, this has been acknowledged, and so that's what we're going to work on. So there's been no constraints so far, and that's my expectation of our organisation. Why would we enter into a strategic partnership and name these things if we're not going to do it? So I don't expect any constraints.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Ms. Sykes, you had questions. Pardon? 15? Okay. All right. So we're just going to go to Ms. Sykes. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
You used to work in Tokoroa as well as Rotorua, is that correct?
Yes.
So you really know the Bay plenty, like me. I grew up in Kawerau. I know Whakatane. I'm both Ngāti Awa. My partner's from Whakatohea and I'm of Tūhoi descent. So I know this area very well. I just explored with Ms. Luke yesterday some matters which I want you to clarify, and it's the numbers. We're still struggling with your assertion and hers that things are going down, when actually our analysis suggests they're staying the same. So I just want to go through those numbers. So if we could start, please, with the document I took Ms. Luke to yesterday, which was A162A. And that's the affidavit of Donna Awetere, and I'm looking there at the aid de memoir.
Annette, we're just bringing it up.
Yeah, just wait till I get the question out, then you can bring it up, please. Okay? And it's the aid de memoir, and in particular, the figures around who Tūhoi is and how many Tūhoi are within the Tūhoi territory. Are you familiar with those numbers?
I've seen that document.
So it's at Appendix B of A162 bracket A close bracket, page 4 of those appendices, in the bottom paragraph. And this document was written on the 20th of August 2019. And it was written by Peter Galvin, who's a General Manager of Partnerships, to the Minister at that time, the Honourable Tracy Martin. And it says there at the bottom of that page, currently there are approximately 6,365 children in care, of which approximately 4,265 are Tamariki Māori. Of these Tamariki, 286 identified as being of Tūhoi descent, This is in the whole country, isn't it?
That's what I understand.
And 46 of those tuhoi reside in the Bay of Plenty region. Now, I'm struggling. Yesterday, you would have heard Ms. Luke. She kept saying there's 300 that they're working with. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard her say that.
So she can't be under these, unless she's working right through the country.
And those stats would have changed probably today.
No, I'm going to take you to
So-
some, but they're static. They're about the same.
Yeah, yeah, and
So-
I think that was the point she was trying to make also, that
Yeah,
she
but
was...
she working with 300 children ever?
No, this is a new partnership, a new arrangement that we are on a journey of.
No, I just want, because the assertions both in the media
Yep.
and herself was that she's cut those numbers in half.
Yeah,
The 300
and I think
in
you
half.
misunderstood what
No,
that
can I
half
ask
was.
I asked the questions, you answer. So let me get the question out. So her assertion yesterday.
Is that what we do?
Yes, that's what I do. You might not do it, but that's what I do.
Well, slow it down. Just slow it down so that the...
Well, if she won't interrupt, sir, I'll get to the question, then we may get to an answer. So she asserted yesterday, and you heard it, 300. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she being...
That's what
Ms.
I heard
Luke.
her say.
Ms. Luke, all right.
And is that right or wrong?
That number is the number that she was using as static.
And that's not the number that she works with you in your bubble.
No, that's not the number that she works with.
And is that the number you work with in your bubble for tuhoi children?
The number for us, yes.
So that number, 286, is right throughout the country. So you work with 286 identified tuhoi children from your site with children right throughout the country.
No, I thought you just said the 42.
No, I'm very clear.
Sorry,
Listen
that's
to my
what I was
question.
referring
So
to.
286 children?
Yeah.
You don't work with 286 children?
I don't personally work with that number.
Your site doesn't?
No, my site does not work with the whole country of Oranga Tamariki.
So your relationship with TUT, because I want to talk about the other tuhoi relationship you have also in your evidence, is working with tuhoi children, and that would be of the 46 at least that, and I use this document because the day after you signed the relationship agreement, so that's 46 tuhoi children, is that correct?
Yeah, so that's the 46 that are in care. And the numbers that we have are the ones coming into care. So as she was trying to point out, entries into care is the statistics of halving. So back in 2017, I think we had something up there, it was 120 entries into care. We're not talking about what we've currently got in care, the 300 that she was being that about. It's not the numbers in care that have been halved, it's what's happening to those who are possibly entering into care. So back 3 years ago, we had 120 entered into care, and now we've halved that. That's the point we're trying to make.
And where are those statistics?
What do you mean, where are those
Well,
statistics?
because for us to analyse them, where are those statistics? Because they're not in your brief. I'm going to take you to some other statistics in your brief. So if you go to paragraph 30 of your brief, you say, in the time since Mate Mate a One was put in place, there has been a reduction in the number of entries. And looking at attachment D of your appendices at page 46, can we go to that, please? Can I have that? So we're back at this witness's brief, which is A176 little a. Paragraph 30 takes us to appendix attachment D of her brief at page 46. And so I just want to make sure, because we have to be careful in this tribunal, the statistical data that we use to look at trends.
Yeah.
To make sure that what your assertions are in fact factually right.
Yeah. Yep.
So if you look at the court, looking at the statistics, and now this is where we get a little bit difficult, because there's a document not in the common bundle, which was discovered though, which is OT 0067244, and then the second common bundle, there was another document, OT 203 0977. I'm sorry to do it this way, but these statistics are very important because my claimants do not agree with your assertions. So one of the problems is the data that we're talking about in the first document is different to the data that you and Ms. Luke are referring to. Is that, but it's quite based on a different assumption.
Well, sorry, the other two documents you just referred to contain data which you say is different from this table that we have on the screen?
I'm just going to say, sir, it's different, but I'd like to read it into the record, sir, and you can check it after to save us going there. My point is that it's not actually going down, it's just remaining static.
All right, because one thought I have is that I totally agree that it's quite important that we are clear about what data we're referring to and relying upon, and it may be that...
do it in writing, sir. I'm happy to do that, but I want answers.
There may be a different witness who'd be better placed to actually...
It's in her brief, though. It's attachment D to her brief.
Well, we could start with a written question, and
I'm happy to move on that basis. Yeah. But can I tell you, we're talking past each other. And the other matter I need to understand, and I want to take you again, you have a partnership agreement with the Alliance, and there's a group in there called Tū Hoi Hauora. And I'm not too sure if you're aware of it, they don't really get on with Mr. Kruger at all, do they? So how many of the 46 children that you talk about in this district do that group, Tū Hoi Hauora, who've been a provider for a long time, deal with of those 46 children?
They're still involved as well.
So is it them that are making the reduction? This is the question. Or is Ms. Luke actually claiming a successful thing she hasn't achieved? And how do you measure that?
I don't think it's either of those two. I think it's the Tūhoi people are making that reduction. So I don't see it as Kirsty or Tamati or Tūhoi Hauora. It's actually the Tūhoi people who are hearing what's going on and they're stepping up and they're making the reduction. Because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to make the decisions. If they weren't present, if they weren't there, we couldn't do it.
And can I just say, my clients are very sceptical. They are state care wards. They've had children taken away from them. They are people that have been sexually abused in state care, and they have seen children murdered in state care. So when you talk about murder, my clients have been there for 40 years. So they want to know who is accountable. If you're saying Tūhoi's doing this, and you're saying someone in Tūhoi is reducing these numbers, well, how are you actually making Tūhoi accountable to that reduction? Because they were brought up in the world, and the evidence is really clear from both Dr. Alison Green and Paola Moyle, that there was never any accountability to them from anybody as to why the things were happening to them. So how are you measuring who did it? What is your evaluated process to achieve outcomes? And Tūhoi as a whole doesn't work for us. So how are you measuring it?
Sorry, Ms. Sykes. I just had some difficulty with that question.
Well, I'm saying the site man. How's the site measuring these reductions? And who's responsible for it?
So, there was an accountability issue, though, in relation to harm in care. And
no, I'm just saying that's the reason, sir, why they are asking these very difficult questions. Because when they see assertions that 46 children are actually the numbers that's being utilised, and a witness saying 300, it's not 300, it's 46. You're saying it's now 120. Who's accountable for the numbers?
I still think you're not hearing me and what those numbers represent. I don't know how else to explain it. There's care numbers, so Tamariki in care, which is what those numbers, the bigger numbers are, that's within the country. And then the halving is not talking about those. Those are still there. That's static.
That's exactly our point.
Yeah, that's that one. So now my point is, the halving is not in reference to that group.
So
does it make sense?
I follow that. There's, as I understand the discussion.
So I can carry on. I'm really clear. I don't need your interruption. I've been around for 40 years. But I want to know that this is a key issue.
You'll need my interruption if we can't follow the discussion.
But the question, she understands it now. So when you claim reduction, We want to know how are you coming to those conclusions? What is the basis? And you're saying Tūhoi is responsible for it. Well, who in Tūhoi?
The whānau.
Which whānau?
The whānau that have been involved with those tamariki that we didn't have to have entry into care.
So how are you evaluating that?
If we look at how many we had coming into care back then, it was 120. And we evaluate to see what's happening now. And now there's the reduction by half.
And so for us to measure that, where do we look? And that will be the written question.
Yeah,
because
that's
that
fine.
data's, is that available on your website, for example?
No, I don't think we'll be publishing Tūhoi information on the website like that, but I don't know. I'm not. That's not my question to
I'm not sure
answer.
this is the right witness, but if the written question is filed, we'll...
Yeah, but this witness put it in her Appendix D, so that's why she's being asked. It's
Yeah.
not in the other witnesses' evidence. Mr. Fowler. Okay. At paragraph 34, you'll end your evidence by stating that the strategic partnership is a living document, which is what you're talking about now, and is based on developing trust, common intent, and agreed action. So what is the common intent between the Partnership Alliance and Oranga Tamariki?
To respond to child abuse in a way that we know best how to.
So it's only child abuse?
That's what's happening.
No, that's the only area of intention.
That's the mountain we need to climb.
No.
Because, that's, if we look at it, what is the real issue here? It's about the response of this country to child abuse. So that's what we're trying to address, that's what we're trying to achieve, is what is our response to child abuse in our community?
Would it surprise you that, and I don't want to take you to this, but I can, our evidence is that we want to have our children with whānau safely being brought up with their whakapapa intact, without state intervention, to lead happy and healthy lives. It's not about child abuse. It's about getting what all ordinary human beings should be entitled to. That's the intention.
That is definitely the intention, but there's a whole group, which is why my organisation has been created, where children are getting abused. So what do we do with those ones? And that's why we've got this partnership, because what are we trying to do? We're trying to have a response to child abuse. So yes, exactly what you're saying, that's the aspiration, but we've got a whole bunch of tamariki here who aren't getting that. And so what's our aspiration and our goal? To address the response to child abuse.
So can we step back? Do you accept that some tamariki have been the subject of racist intervention by social workers and police and find themselves in situations of care where they shouldn't be?
Most likely.
Do you accept that?
I accept what I know in my practice and what I've seen, so yes.
So if you go to the, and we have it in evidence, one of the key issues, and of course we've had concessions of it, structural racism, individual racism, has also been a fundamental reason why children are taken from their families. Tūhoi children. Would you accept that?
Yes, and that's why I think we need to change the legislation.
Would you also accept that children have been taken from their parents because their parents suffer drug and alcohol addictions, and there's inadequate services in whakatane, rotorua, tokoroa or tauranga for methamphetamine addictions? So the children get taken away because of the inadequate services.
I think we look at each situation individually in context, so I don't want to make a generalised answer to all of that, because no. If you'd seen on News Hub, and probably not because all the negative stories seem to take the headlines, but we actually had a positive story on the other Sunday where we helped a mother with those same issues to be able to keep her tamariki with her.
Yeah, I'm not talking about, I'm saying let's look at the district, your district. Is there facilities for methamphetamine addiction in our district?
A residential facility?
Yes.
No.
So children are taken away where that's a risk, isn't it? Because of that, because those resources aren't available to our district.
And that's where I have to say no. We just had a story on the news on last Sunday where a mother, that tamariki was not taken from her,
Tamaiti.
that we put supports around her to be able to keep her tamaiti with her.
So that's one case, but I'm asking as a general proposition. So you
No,
talked about a particular case today in
Yep.
your evidence, didn't you?
So we do not just look at, oh, this mum smokes meth, so we're going to remove her kids. We don't look at, that's why I can't answer a general statement. We have to look at every individual context and what's happening for that mother and her situation and that Tamariki and what's going on for them and who's around them and what else can happen. So no, despite the lack of facilities, that's not the only answer to this.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying that's one factor in why children are taken from families in your district.
I disagree.
So there are no cases where children have been taken from under your supervision because of methamphetamine addiction?
Not for that being the only reason.
What was the other reasons?
No, there's not. That's what I'm saying. We have to look at every
So what were the
situation
other reasons?
individually. So it's whether there's actually been physical harm to a child, or there's absolutely no other supports in place, or nothing wrapped around, or there's been an ongoing history that makes us think, oh, look, we've reviewed that and nothing has worked and nothing's happening. Do we need to become that much involved? But even then, taking a child into our custody is like a last resort. It's not even something my office considers, because we're trying to think, what is it that that child needs? Okay, that child needs its mother to be well. Okay, so how do we do that? Whānau, how do we help this child to be safe while mother gets herself well? What do we need to do? So I disagree, sorry.
So what resources do you give to the family when they have asked for help?
Whatever they need to do.
So
whatever they need.
So is it within because poverty is a key factor.
Yeah.
You would agree with that
Yeah.
for why children
Yes.
are taken from their families?
Not why they're taken.
But that's because
I mean,
they're-
I'm not going to take a child because the mother can't provide that child food. I'll
No.
be like, okay, what do we need to do to get that mother, the ability to have food? Okay, who in our community? What have we got, and we pulled together. So there is no way I'd just be uplifting a child because they live in poverty.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying that's one of the factors that actually is why children are taken. They can't get housing. Poverty, they can't get housing. Raupatu means they don't have land from which to build houses. Without a house, they then become at risk of harm because they can't provide shelter. Poverty is therefore a factor as to why children get taken. Would you agree?
No,
Why not?
for the reasons I've just explained.
So you
Because you
so-
need to look at every single situation, and it's not why we take Tamariki into care. We look at everything that's going on around them, and then, so we're not going to remove them because they don't have a whare. I'd be ringing up Ngāti Awa and saying, hey, this whānau need a whare. What have you got? What can you do? Like, it's just, why would we take a child into care for that reason? So that's why I disagree.
The evidence is it's been happening for those reasons, and so we want change.
Well,
so
I can't.
what
You asked me, do I accept it? I said no. I don't accept it. Not over my watch. I don't accept it.
So it never happens under your watch.
No.
So when children die in such communities that you've been alerted about, and I'll use the example in Makatu, where
Yep.
the man who was on methamphetamine, there was something like 150 reports of concern. There was no one at the police station at Te Puke. The child was murdered by the father. Both the sites in Rotorua and Tauranga were several times notified. It was no responsibility on their part.
I can't comment on another site.
But those are the kinds of situations that are occurring, aren't they? And they're not extreme situations. They're occurring monthly.
All right, but I think we're getting back out of the site. So, Ms. Sykes, have you got much more? We've gone about 20 minutes.
Yes, sir. Can I go to,
How
do
much
you deal
more,
with,
sorry?
I've
Just-
got one more topic, so it's
All right.
about hapu and large natural groups, because I'm very struggling with how she develops relationships with who they are in the Eastern Bay of Plenty Alliance. Do you have relationships with hapu groups? Hapu.
Hapu.
You say community,
No.
so why not?
No, because that's the next step. Because I've been in this role for 3 years, and it's taken me this long to get the trust of the iwi and the iwi Provider Alliance. But that is definite factor into, what my staff even recognise.
So is there funding, because because just as a proposition, it seems you're dealing with mostly PSGE entities, or about to be PSG entities. Te whānau Apanui about to settle, Whakatohea Māori Trust Board about to settle, TUT you're about to settle with, and Ngāti Awa settled. Would you agree?
Yep.
So you haven't developed any relationships with hapu, and I'll use whakatohea, despite the fact that they operate at a hapu level.
Yeah, and that's because that's my next step. I can't do everything in 3 years.
Have you thought you might have started at the wrong place if you actually want to prevent harm to children, rather than the bureaucracy at the top working with the communities, the hapu at the bottom, who are actually those most accountable and know their community, know their whānau?
Yeah, I probably made the wrong assumption that hapu and iwi work together, so apologies.
So are you aware of the, I mean, you live in Whakatane, you're aware of the conflict between the hapu and iwi and whakatohea? It's in the
Yeah,
paper
and that's
often.
not my area to get involved with or to know about, but I do accept what you're saying about hapu, and I think they're just as important. And yes, we need to go there. And no, I haven't done it yet.
And I just want to follow up, is it feasible for you to develop alliances with Māori organisations that aren't hapu, whānau or iwi, like gangs in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, given that there are a significant number of whānau who are gang members, who are gang whānau, who have participated, who run marae? Is that kind of relationship feasible for you as a site manager?
I have no issue with gangs.
Have you developed relationships with them?
Yes, I have.
Have you given them provider status?
They haven't asked me for provider status, and I don't. And our organisation doesn't give provider status. It's Ministry of Social Development.
So, would you recommend, though, in this new horizons, that we need to look beyond the PSGE iwi settlement frameworks for positive relationships that will effect change?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Smith-McLeave?
Nothing arising, but if Ms Sykes wants to file the written question, we'll get that answered that she alluded to.
Thank you. Ms Sykes, if you would be able to perhaps submit the written question when you're able tomorrow.
We'll do it tonight, sir.
Thank you. Ms Pye, just one final question in relation to the tables that the very last one, you don't need to bring it up, but wellbeing domains, indicators of need. There's a table at the back of your evidence which collates quite a lot of information across various topics: safety, security, wellness and development. I wonder if just through your council, if council could just clarify where all this data is collated from, because it just appears on the face of it to be a cross-government kind of scan of data, and I'm just curious to know what capabilities the Crown currently has to access data across these sectors.
So I understand that Ms Copeland, that's coming back in
Okay.
December, will be able to answer
Okay,
those
that's
questions.
great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Ms Pye. Thank you very much for your evidence. It's been most helpful. We're going to close council. Just before I do, we do need to have a Chambers discussion about closing, so can we perhaps do that tomorrow in the lunch adjournment?
So I have to seek leave to leave today. I'm in the High Court in Hamilton tomorrow.
All right. Will your Ms Doherty Ware be able to address the closings matters?
As long as if there's issues around evidence being filed, I'm just concerned that we've got so much other work now due in January that if we're going to have questions in writing and delays, then I will be supporting any request for a further delay in closing.
All right. So for the remainder of council, would we be able to have a discussion in Chambers at lunch tomorrow? Thank you. And we'll start again at 9. Popo.
Kia ora tātou, ko tātou ki te pito wā tātou mahi. Tēnei rā. Ngā pātai puta, ngā kōrero e kōrero hia. Nō reira, ka mihi ki ngā kai kōrero tēnei rā ki ngā kai ui o te rānei. Kia taunga mana ki tangata wāhinga ro ki runga, kia koutou katoa, ki tātou katoa, Ia mahea te hua mā ki toi te kupu te mana te haura ka whakamaua i ki a tīnā. Tīnā hui e, tā iki e.